Good morning everyone and welcome to the Australian Masters Rowing Championships here at Cirque. It's a fantastic morning from up here in the tower. We are looking down on absolute glassy water. The first race is in the starting blocks waiting to go. First up we have the Women's Masters C double, and there are 4 heats. So the first 4 races will be heats. They then go, the first 4 through from each race will go through to the semi-finals, which will be races 27 and 28 a little bit later this morning, and they're off. So over in lane 1 from the Canberra Rowing Club, we have Belinda Bowman and Sarah Whiteman. In lane 2 from Commercial Rowing Club in Queensland and Gold Coast Masters rowers, we have Viv Colville and Christine Taylor. In lane 3 from Newcastle, Phoebe Sanders and Candice Day. In lane 4, Jane Reynolds from Black Mountain Rowing Club and Colleen Chapman from Drummoyne Rowing Club. In lane 5 from Corio Bay, Fiona Wild and Justine Tonner-Joyce. In lane 6 from Dragons Rowing Club, Tracy Capes and Martina Proctor. In lane 7, Ebony Eben Waldner from Ballarat City Rowing Club and Leanne Martin from Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club. And in lane 9 from Essendon, Corey Leach and Manpreet Sidhu.
It is a great morning down here, Mark, and things are underway. They're just going through the first 250 now, and you couldn't ask for better conditions out here. A bit of rain this morning, just keeping that wind away and that cloud cover, making it a nice and not too chilly morning out here. So we've got a perfect start to our part 2 of our Masters Extravaganza out here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. Absolutely,
and I've had a sneak look at the forecast, and it looks like it's going to be these conditions for the whole weekend, maybe with a chance of rain on Sunday.
Oh, that's all good. That means everyone's going to get out of here quickly, and we can get out of here and enjoy the rest of our 2.5 hours of our weekend.
Low wind. This first race is just coming up to the first 500 metre mark. It does look to be the first 3 have a very clear lead over the balance of the field. I think the crews that are going to go through to the final are fairly well determined unless something drastic happens. So we have the Corio Bay crew came through first, then Canberra, then Newcastle, then the ladies from Ballarat. There's about a boat and a half length back to the Drummoyne Black Mountain crew, and the other crews then following.
I think we won't be getting too much entertainment this early in the morning. You should see a pretty clear run through here to the semi-finals later on this morning.
I think for those out there battling for it though, they'll be entertaining themselves pretty well.
Yeah, be plenty of positive chat going on out there, making sure they get the job done for what will be. Many of them will have a lot of races on this weekend, so it's about managing their own load as well.
Yeah, but for those who can't see the view that we have, it's glassy water with the sky and clouds reflecting in it, and as the boats come down, there's a ripple behind them. It's just fantastic.
It's wonderful to see. This is why we're here at Cirque, the best place to row in Australia, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Unlike a few weeks ago at New South Wales Masters where we couldn't even get into the pontoons, but we'll just ignore that, won't we?
Well, I had 2 races cancelled, so that
happy about that, or
no? They were what I see
your
as
pet
my
events.
signature races. Yeah. Okay, so they're coming into the last 250 metres. It does seem to be the Canberra crew of Belinda Bowman and Sarah Whiteman have a handy lead out in front. Then being followed down by the Corio Bay crew of Fiona Wild and Justine Tonner-Joyce, looking very relaxed. They know they're through to the final. Those will be the first and second positions. Over here in lane 9 from Essendon, 8 from Essendon is the Ballarat composite. And then they'll be followed across the line by the Newcastle crew of Phoebe Sanders and Candice Day. There's then about 3 or 4 lengths back to the Drummoyne Composite of Jane Reynolds and Colleen Chapman. Pretty close here between Dragons Rowing Club, Tracy Capes, Martina Proctor, and Eben Wilder and Leanne Martin, and then that'll be rounded out over on the far side by the Commercial Composite crew of Viv Coldwell and Christine Taylor. So that's the first 4 through to the semi-finals, which will be races 27-28 this morning, later this morning. That will be, I'm just looking, sometime after, probably around 11ish.
Underway again for the second heat of this women's C double, and that line looked pretty perfect up there at that start line, with Row New South Wales working hard over the week to make sure that those pontoons are straight and it's even for everyone, ready to go. Race 2 over here we have from Esther Rowing Club, Serene Saar, Sandra and Teng, and then lane 3 Glebe Rowing Club, Heidi Lindell and Jacqueline Harris. Lane 4 from Torrens, Belinda Jakawaki and Simone Ellis. Lane 5 from Powerhouse Victoria, Letitia Rodriguez and Emily Harridge. Lane 6 from Leichhardt, Anna Paul Gamares and Carolina Kosova. Lane 7 from Ballarat City, Lisa Menz and Kathy Lloyd. Lane 8 from ANA, Elisa Mansell and Marianne Amoto. Lane 9 from Lake Macquarie, Rayleigh Eisen and Michelle Dunzel.
And we might see a little bit of rivalry here, Marcus, with the Powerhouse girls. Lucinda Rodriguez is a former Glebe rower, and she's up against her former compatriots Heidi Lindell and Jacqueline Harris. So I have no bias towards Glebe, of course, but
definitely not with that jumper on this morning. Some brand new kit there from Glebe, I saw.
Yes, we've had the our promo girls out organising this.
Like in the old days with those the Black Thunder vans with the radio stations driving around handing out all the kit.
Yeah. So they're coming up to the 500 metre mark. If you're watching on video, we have some fantastic footage coming from the umpire's boat. Just following that crew of Heidi Lindell. No, it wasn't. Must have been the Torrens crew, Belinda Jankowiak and Simone Ellis. But at this stage, it does seem to be
those crews in lane 2, 3, 4 out in front. Lane 2 over there is from Singapore. Easter Rowing Club in Singapore out there.
No, I think that's our girls from Glebe.
You got your Glebe goggles on, Mark?
Yep, yeah, I can see. You can see the colours quite clearly. So that's Heidi Lindell and Jackie Harris, but the head of them is the Torrens crew of Belinda Jankowiak and Simone Ellis. So those two crews are having a bit of a battle over there just to get themselves warmed up for the rest of the day. Then over closest to us, I think we'll have Melissa Mansell and Marianne Amato in lane 8. And they'll, out in the middle there, battling with them is the Powerhouse crew, I think, of Lucinda Rodriguez and Emily Hardage.
Very hard to see from this angle up here.
So some nice racing here. Neither of them are working really hard, but I think they're doing... So this is the Glebe crew of Heidi Lindell and Jacqueline Harris, and the Torrens crew of Belinda Jankowiak and Simone Ellis. They have a very healthy lead over everyone. They're both cruising, but I think underneath that cruise, they're probably pushing quite hard just to stay competitive and pretend to the others that they're not really trying that hard. But it will be the Torrens crew of Belinda Jankowiak and Simone Ellis who take the lead over Heidi Lindell and Jacqueline Harris. There's then about 3 or 4 lengths back to another very close call between the ANA crew of Elissa Mansell and Marianne Amato, and it was, I think, the Torrens crew, the Powerhouse crew, was it?
Yes, finishing off in lane for 4th there.
So Lucinda Rodriguez and Emily Harrod.
The person on photo finish is going to have a workout for them early with 3 separate photo finishes happening there. Just a tight little race to make sure we've got those seeds to go into for the semi-finals later on this morning.
Well, I've already had a chat to our photo finishing person downstairs after the States a couple of weeks ago, where we had a photo and we were determined as second by 0.11 of a second.
Oh, I've had closer before. I've had closer.
Just a bow ball or so in it.
That's right. To Bont Rowing for their sponsorship of the live stream. And great to have Rowing New South Wales and Rowing Australia working harmoniously together to bring this wonderful regatta to everyone. Great to have everyone from all over the country, and even like we saw in last race, Singapore coming out as well, and there's some crews from New Zealand coming out this week.
New Zealand, yeah. And also, a huge shout out to the volunteers. Without the volunteers, this regatta wouldn't happen. None of the regattas would happen. The other thing I'd say is the live stream, thanks to Bont Rowing, but the quality of it just keeps improving every regatta we have.
Oh, it's great. John Meeking's up there in his little ivory tower on the 3rd level, always working hard, making sure we have the best for everyone. And I think we have some new angles coming to you guys today. We'll see later on this afternoon with our podium. And we've got that up there in the top left-hand corner of your screen. We've got the live catamaran cams getting up close and personal with some of those boats, making sure that when you go home and watch your races tonight, you've got plenty of angles to analyse that footage to make sure you know where it went wrong or where it went right.
And that's the other wonderful thing about the live stream, is you can go home and then watch it all.
And it's there forever, so all your mates can show you if you had a bad race. They can pull up our Rowing New South Wales YouTube page.
You can do some self-analysis,
That's
certainly.
Right.
So this is the third heat of the women's C double, and it's a little bit closer this time. I think we have over here in lane, I think that was the Yarra Yarra crew of Caddy Lewis and Sarah Sefke crossing over first.
And lane 2 ANU, I think, coming across in second, but it looks like it'll be very close for that last spot into the semi-finals. There's no repecharges here, so it is a pretty cutthroat world here at Australian Masters, where if you're not up to scratch 8:30 in the morning on the first day, your weekend could almost be over straight away. So making sure that everyone's on task early, pushing for those spots into those semi-finals coming up later this afternoon.
Yeah, Marcus, I think you're forgetting that this is Masters competition, so we all do a little bit of everything. Most of us have
scullers, sweepers, everything.
Not many of us are focused on just one event. You'll see us out there constantly.
You've got to make the most out of your weekend. It's not an easy trip.
Exactly.
Even for clubs in Sydney, taking the trip up the highway, filling up a trailer or two. It's a long weekend, so it's best to make the most out of it.
So they're just coming into the last 250 metres, and there is a bit of a battle going on out there by the look of it, between the Yarra Yarra crew of Kelly Lewis and Sarah Sefke over this side, and Janine Reid and Em Schmeider from Pine Rivers. And over on the far side, looking very comfortable, is the ANU crew of Zoe Lynham and Dern Grant. Little bit hard to, I think probably the third place is going to be that it's lane 5, the Lake Macquarie crew of Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald.
Mate, really making sure they come through here, make sure the work's all done, making sure that Buckingham crew knows that they're not going to make it through today. Coming across the line very shortly in the last 5 strokes over here. Oh, it seems like in lane 8.
Again, I think we've nearly got a photo there.
Lane 8 may have crossed the line over ANU. Then we've got Yarra Yarra in lane 7. Then in lane 5, Lake Macquarie coming through. Then Buckingham in lane 3. North Shore in lane 6. And a little bit further behind, we've got in lane 4, Glebe Rowing Club. And in lane 9, the Toowong Composite and Centenary Rowing Club. Great to see some close racing this early in the morning just to wake everyone up. What will be a long weekend ahead.
Absolutely. So that was the Glebe crew just crossed the line, and they'll be followed across by the Toowong Composite of Tanya Bremer and Svetlana.
I'm almost admiring my own work there, Mark. How straight is that line? Can you get any better than that?
It's fantastic. So on the about to start now, we have race 4, which is the final heat of the women's C double. On the far side in lane 2 from Murwillumbah, we have Helen Lloyd and Laurie Sward. In lane 3, Charlene Herman from Noosa and Sonia Gustafson from River City Women's. In lane 4, Marie Celia Lacoste from APSM in Melbourne, Albert Park that is, and Julie Underwood from Corowa. In lane 5, Jane Robinson from Black Mountain and Jenny Simmons from Black Mountain. In lane 6 from Abbotsford, Catherine Naito and Adriana Guthrie. In lane 7 from Shellharbour City, Sandra Brigden and Courtney Williams. In lane 8 from Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club, Fernanda Correa and Joe Emerson. And in lane 9, Jane Clues from Black Mountain Rowing Club and Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven Rowing Club. So real mixture here, lots of composite crews with Masters Rowing. We all chase around trying to find somebody to hit those age thresholds.
It seems like quite a complex. You're probably sitting there in the background, and it's the day before, the week before, trying to match up all those combos. I know even for our national over in Perth this year, it was hard to make sure we just got feet on the ground in boats, and I'm sure with this age categories it makes it a whole lot more difficult.
Completely different. People are running around with their calculators basically, working out who's going to fit into what crew and what their ability is and what they'll bring to the crew.
There's always, age works, but are they good enough?
And then you suddenly decide you need a 70-year-old, and so you're running around trying to find a 70-year-old to keep you,
You're just trying to sign new members up just for the one regatta to sit there, put the blades on the water, and we'll row it for you.
Exactly. So just to let everyone know, Marcus is pretty fresh to the concept of Masters rowing. He's
it's only my second regatta.
Yeah.
Popped the cherry last time at New South Wales Masters. It's great to see some fast 1K racing out here. It's really good to see see everyone out here, all the different ages. I think it still shocks me that you have people out here at 90 years of age coming out and racing. I think that's a pretty amazing thing.
It's incredible. Well, we're from New South Wales, we have our own John James, who's 86. Puts up some pretty stiff competition.
Yeah.
He's a silver medalist from the 1972 Olympics.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, in Tokyo.
Well, my parents even alive then. That's
well, if I'm still alive, then I'll be very happy. Now we've got another close race coming through. So they've just come through the 500 metre mark, and the Shoalhaven Black Mountain Composite had only a 0.14 of a second edge over the Corowa Albert Park Composite, and they're followed through by 0.545 of a second by Shellharbour City. Bit of a margin back to the Noosa crew, then they're battling it out with Murwillumbah, then a further margin back to the Black Mountain, then Abbotsford and River City. So I think it could be, it's really, I think the battle here is going to be between the Noosa crew and the Murwillumbah crew as to who's going to get that last qualifying position of the 4th place. So as they're coming into view now, you can see the field out there, out in the middle there with the lead. It is the I think the Corowa Composite, is it? So that's Julie Underwood and Marie Cecile Lacoste. And then closer to the grandstand here, we see lane 9 roaring up the course here. That's the Shoalhaven Composite of Jane Clues and Katrina Davis. Just
really,
inside,
look at them just absolutely leaning back, making sure they get.
They've certainly made sure that they've travelled all this way. They're not going to miss out.
Getting something out of it, that's for sure.
And then in lane 7 there, just further inside them in the yellows, from Shellharbour City is Sandra Brigden and Courtney Williams. I think the ladies over there in lane 4, that's the Corowa Composite, have realised that they've got to hold these other ladies off. So, and over on the far side, we're from no, it's not, it's from the River City Women's Composite. It does look like those will be the first 4 through. So that's the Shoalhaven Composite of Jane Clues and Katrina Davis. Then the Corowa Composite of Marie Cecile Lacoste and Julie Underwood. They were followed through by the Shellharbour City composite of Sandra Brigham and Courtney Williams, and then the final qualifying spot goes to the River City women's composite of Charlene Herman from Noosa and Sonia Gustafsson.
Yeah, we've got last crew coming through now in lane 1. Not able, had a good first 500 in them, but definitely had an issue there leading in the last 500 and just couldn't quite hold the gas through there. That Moorlambar crew from Queensland.
No, Moorlambar is still New South Wales.
Is it?
Yeah, up near the border though.
Oh, well, it says Queensland here, Mark.
Sorry.
Oh. Telling me I couldn't read for a second. But it's great to have Bont Rowing working with Rowing New South Wales and Australia to help deliver this wonderful event this weekend. They're also a part of New South Wales Masters and are a keen sponsor of Rowing New South Wales throughout many of their regattas throughout the season. Great to have them on board, and we look forward to hopefully having them in future seasons as well. Go visit them up on the hill in the Southern Bank in between the Athletes Marquee and the bar that'll be opening up later this afternoon.
So interesting now, next up was to be races 5 and 6, which are the Women's Masters F pair. They've both been cancelled. My guess is that there's been consolidation and we'll see them.
I think it was 10 down to 9, so it'll be a straight final.
Yeah.
I think later this afternoon or potentially even tomorrow. So a bit of a break now for 10 minutes until the Heat 1 of the Men's Masters F Quad, where we've got 3 heats of that.
So it makes the competition a little bit tougher when there are only 3 heats, because then it's only the first 3 through to the final. That makes it first 3 through to the final, and there's no semi-final.
One less race to do, which probably helps as well for this weekend if you're going for gold there. What crews have you got lined up for this weekend, Mark? Can you remember all of them?
I think I've got 7 or 8 events. Yeah.
Over 4 days, it's not too many.
4 days.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if there's the odd mixed crews in there as well, and mixed to sort of like the add-on, fun thing, but we still take it seriously.
I think I've been quoted Egg and Spoon, but I don't know if that works here at Nationals. I think every race is a race, there's a medal on the line, so there'll be people out here hunting for a win.
And the wonderful thing about Nationals is that you still medal in the mixed races, whereas at state level
you get a mug.
You get a mug. And only the winner, whereas here it's still gold, silver and bronze. And the other good thing with the Masters racing is because there's so many composite crews, the first club crew through, so you might come third, but you'll still get a gold medal for being the first club crew.
Yeah, you get a different metallic silver medal I think we've got from Millers Sydney for the fastest
club crew.
Club crew. Doesn't count for singles though, because you can't have a composite single, is what I found out yesterday.
Strange that.
I know. Can't get 2 medals for the 1 win.
So lining up on the blocks, it's still about 4 minutes out, but they might do an early start as heat 1 of the men's F quad. So this is first 3 through to the final. Over on the far side in lane 2 from a Torrens Composite of Mark Johnston, Graham Hunt, Rob Ellis, and a Leichhardt Composite of Ayrton Granger Ramos, Alan Robertson, Richard Medway and Timothy Tyndale. In lane 5 from Canberra, Bernie Lodwick, Chris Raymond, Hilton Taylor and Kim Fisher. In lane 6, a Manning River Composite of Colin Bruce, Stephen Harrison, Nick Johnston and Murray Doust. In lane 7 from North Shore in New Zealand, Richard Rennie, Gordon Williams, Martin Sharrock and Mark Robinson. And in lane 8, Newcastle Composite of Matthew Pooley, Stephen Irons, Timothy Bland and Anthony Stanley. And they're off, so they have started them early. And in F quad, they don't look to be going quite as fast as when you're watching your usual championships where they're roaring down the course at 38 strokes a minute. A little more relaxed, but you can be sure they're all putting in maximum effort there.
Oh, I think no matter what age, you've got to know where to push yourself to the barrier and get yourself so that on the final on tomorrow afternoon or this afternoon, you are absolutely spent by that last stroke, not any strokes earlier.
So with Marcus, the whole 4 days are divided up into sessions. So there's a morning session and an afternoon session, and the finals will be at the end of each of those sessions. So they don't carry them forward to later in the day or the next day. It's and quite often in some of these Masters competitions, you can have very fast turnarounds if they're heats, semis and finals. You basically get out of the boat, swap your number and jump back in again and off you go. But you do know that everybody else is effectively doing the same thing, so it's not quite so bad.
And then you can go up and go up to the Southern Bank and enjoy a beer after a hard-fought day of racing. And
sounds like a good idea.
That's right.
So we have this is going to be an interesting finish here, I think. They've come through the 500 metre mark and some pretty close racing there. The Leichhardt St George, not unexpectedly for those who know the people in the boat, we're in the front. Well, they were just neck and neck with, sorry, it's just disappeared from our screen. With the crew, it does look to be the the Manning River Composite. And they're coming closer now, so we can really see what's happening. So there's going to be a real battle for third place. The St George Composite crew, well, it's actually a Leichhardt Composite crew, out in front there, and they're being pushed very hard by the Torrens Composite over on the far side. And then Manning River are giving it a pretty good effort here, but don't discount the Newcastle and Glebe Composite over this side. But no, it does look like the positions for the final will be fairly well settled with the, it's actually the, it is the Torrens Composite. And they've just been pipped across the line by the Leichhardt and St George crew. Then followed across by Manning River. So those will be the first three through that will qualify to go through to the finish. They were followed across by the Glebe and Newcastle Composite. Then coming through, it does look like Canberra with those Zooties. Over on the far side, the Noosa Composite. And then rounded out by the North Shore New Zealand crew.
Not a fan of the dots? Not a fan of the Canberra dots? Canberra Zooty, not a big fan?
It looks great close up, but from the distance, it can be a bit hard to distinguish, yeah. So out on the line now, we have the second heat of the Masters F quad. Over on the far side from Mossman, we have Harry Fine and James Aroni, Lawrence Nethery and Michael Rees-Evans. In lane 3 from Shoalhaven, Bradley Sewell, Oliver Radich, Andre Medenis and Mark Whitaker. All the way from Tasmania, we have a Tasmanian and Drummoyne composite of Anthony Matthews, Anthony Howarth and Morris Sizzy from Drummoyne, and they have Mark Bailey from Tamar in the boat. In lane 5 from Drummoyne, Andrew Patterson, Gary Foster, Doug Stewart and Richard Jones. In lane 6 from Blank Mountain, at Nepean, we have David Nash, Paul from Black Mountain, Paul Grady from Nepean, Mark Partridge and Ted Hall from Black Mountain. In lane 7 from Perth, Lewis Crooks. Lewis Crooks from St George, Glenn Shooter from St George, Christopher Jones from St George and Steve Hill from Penrith. And I'm unable to tell you who is in lane 8, but as it's been cut off from our printout here, but it does look like it's Horowhenua Composite, which is, yes it is, a Horowhenua Composite, which is more New Zealanders come over to show us how it's done. So they're just waiting on the line. I suspect they're back on time now. This is due to start in about a minute and a half. Yes, the Horowhenua composite is Mr. Salisbury, Mr. Bergen, Mr. Tate and Mr. Horan. So they're in lane 8, closest to the stand. And Marcus, I think you've done a great job, whatever you did on the pontoons down there, because we have very straight lines there.
Hopefully the wind stays away and we can keep nice and fair conditions for all 9 lanes throughout a big weekend there. And great to see some yellow M-Packers out there. I'm sure they'll be going fast down the course in a little bit.
Well, my first race of the day, we're in an M-Packer, so we hope that it gives us an advantage.
And the yellow boats make you go faster, isn't that what they're yellow for?
I think so, yeah.
And get some shots there from the tower.
And they're off.
Well. Who said they don't rate? They're absolutely throwing those hands away in the quad. That's what you have to kind of do to get it up there and get the boat moving. Heavy boat. Some big bodies in there, making sure that they're really connecting out the front and driving through to get that boat up to speed. And it's just about holding speed for as long as possible.
Yeah. So some good starts there. In particular on the video there, we saw the Black Mountain Nepean crew get out to a very strong start. But we can't really call it much until they get a bit closer and we can see what they're doing.
That's right. All we can do is just watch and wait and let them figure themselves out in the first 500 metres. Show the men from the boys, or the men from the younger men.
They're all old men here.
Yeah.
This is Masters. So F is 60 to 65 age group on average.
I'm a few years off that yet. Well, they're all very experienced rails here, so I know what they're doing, and they'll have a good touch of where they are at the 500, and you might just see a few shut it down if they know they're in front, and if you know they're going to make it through this afternoon, they might just go, oh well, that's us, and we'll look forward to the next race.
So it does look like it's pretty close as they are coming up to the 500 metre mark. To me, from up here, it looks like the Horowhenua crew has the lead over the rest of the field. They're about a length, maybe more out,
really
as we're seeing them come into view there. So they crossed the line, or the 1500 metre mark
Well in front.
Well in front. Then it's very close for
right.
all the rest of the field, so very hard to call.
Got to get ready again. I'm sure it'll be another close one. The last 500 metres coming up here. Horifenua crew out in front, really just bringing it down now, knowing they've got a good handy lead and they'll see themselves into the final later on today.
So it's going to be very close to see who the qualifiers are going to be. I think the Black Mountain crew is pushing very hard there, and just on their inside they have the Drummoyne crew holding their own, but between the Horifenua crew and the Black Mountain crew is the Penrith composite, Penrith and St George. Then don't discount over the far side in that yellow boat from Shoalhaven. They're really pushing hard. So this is some pretty hard racing here just to make sure they get through to the final.
Yeah, you probably count those two crews out. Mossman in lane 2 and the Tamar in lane 4, but the rest are all within a shot to make that A final here.
We're going to see a very close finish as they come up to the last 150 metres or so here. So the Horifenua crew still has a handy lead, but the others are reeling them in. Will they be able to hold them off? It's going to be very close for the rest of the placings. So Horifenua crew still have about 3/4 of a boat length over the Black Mountain crew. They're followed very closely. I'm not going to call this because between Shoalhaven and the St George composite, it's a photo finish. I reckon it went to the Drummoyne crew just on a surge there as they hit the line. But we'll have to wait for the official results to come through. So that's the Horifenua crew across the line, 2.2 seconds ahead of the Black Mountain and Nepean composite. Then we're waiting on a photo for the Penrith and St George and the Black Mountain and Nepean composites. So just a bit of video. I still, they've just done the replay there. I would say from that replay, it is probably going to be the Drummoyne crew, but we'll wait for the official determination.
You can view all those on Rowing New South Wales, Rowing Australia website, and the results, live results are up. So if you're watching it from home and want to stay in touch with all the action, have one screen with us, our lovely faces on it in these races, and then another with those results.
So the finish time in that race was 3 minutes 30. 3:23.18. Oh no, that's the previous race. So the third heat of the Men's Masters F Quad is underway. Over on the far side in lane 3 from Mossman, we have John Newcomb, Bruce Begbie, Mark Conahan and Anders Bartemeyer. In lane 4 from Yarra Yarra, Andrew Gray, Stuart Critchell, David Jacker and Jack Chatziakumis. In lane 5 from Goolwa, all the way over in South Australia, Brian Francis, David England, Cam Wilson and Simon Burr. In lane 6 from Pine Rivers, Jeffrey Ward, John Velosa, Ian Flockhart and Peter Zillow. In lane 7 from Corio Bay, Peter Searle, Peter Jeffrey, Peter Aberles and Richard Axe. Richard must be feeling a bit left out there, the crew of Peters. And in lane 8 from Riverside, Mark Nelson, Greg Walters, Wayne Chadwick and Brian Glawson. So this one may not be quite so close, but too early to say. It does look like there's well, I shouldn't even hazard a guess because from up here you can, looking out across the field, it's going to be another close one where they're going to be battling it out for that third qualifying position. It does look like the the Yarra Yarra crew have a lead. They're followed by Corio Bay and Riverside, but as they crossed the 500 metre mark, it was just a 0.66 of a second back to the 4th place of Pine Rivers. Quite a margin back to Goolwa then of nearly 4 seconds and through to Mossman. But so the real battle's going to be for that 3rd position, the qualifying position.
Well, I'm sure the Queenslanders will be up after a big State of Origin win last night, so I'm sure that Pine Rivers crew will put it all in there, everything they've got to try and come through and grab that spot in the final.
Well, when you travel from a bit further away, you sort of you need to make it worthwhile.
Well, yeah, that's right. It's a big trip. It's a big trip, especially from Queensland as well. But they're coming through here, and it is still hard to tell.
So Yari Yara are looking very good as they have a pretty healthy lead. They're certainly not easing off. They're making sure they cement their lead there as they come up to the last 250 metres. Then across here from, is it Corio Bay?
Yeah, I think Corio Bay's got themselves in a good second position here. And you'd like to say Riverside, would you?
I think,
really.
or we can see it. I would say Riverside, but over there in lane 6, the Pine Rivers crew have really wound it up. They know this is make or break, and I think they've done it. I think they've pulled ahead. Yes, they have. They've got half a length over the
looking over, and I think they've done it here.
Yeah.
Pine Rivers are going to get the job done, winning by about a seat. There, another photo determined that, but I think we can see that up here in the commentary box with lane 6.
So the qualifiers in that one will be Yari Yara, Pine Rivers, and Corio Bay. They were followed across by, so it was only 0.39 of a second back to Riverside from Pine Rivers, which was 3rd position. Then further distance back to Mossman and Goolwa. So now on the down at the start we have the Men's Masters A pair. So there are 2 heats in this, and this is heat 1, so it'll be the first 4 through to the final. From Lindisfarne in Tasmania, over in lane 3 we have Aaron Midgley and Tom Wilcox. In lane 4 from Nepean and Melbourne University, Alistair Isherwood from Melbourne University.
And Perfect Balance Rowing.
Yeah, and Perfect Balance Rowing, quite a personality in rowing circles. And Jason Waddell from Nepean, that'll be a very strong crew. In lane 5 from Newcastle University, Odin McIntosh and Rowan Hislop. In lane 6, Patrick Bird from North Esk and Mark Bonham from Tamar. In lane 7, Hamish Dunbar from Hamish Dunbar and Alex Adam from Brisbane and GPS Rowing Club. And in lane 8, Stuart Gilbert and Drew Holman from Carrum Rowing Club. And the race is underway. Some very strong starts there. Have already probably sorted out the placings. So the Lindisfarne crew got off to a very strong start from what we could see on the video. They've just gone through they're about 300 metres out from the start at the moment. So we'll just wait till they get a bit closer and see how they go through the 500 metre mark. Some very nice rowing there, perfect conditions. It does look to be, as they're coming up to the 500 metre mark, the Lindisfarne crew of Aaron Midgley and Tom Wilcox over on the far side. Bit hard to call any of the rest. It does look like there's a fairly straight line across the course. So yes, Alistair Isherwood and Jason Waddell are certainly pushing the Lindisfarne crew. Some very close racing here. They were followed across the line by the Carrum Crew, then the Brisbane and GPS, only 0.7 second of a behind. It's 0.7 of a second behind, and then the Tamar North, the Tasmanians, only 0.64 of a second behind. So it could be anyone. The real battle's going to be here in this race for that fourth qualifying position to go through to the final.
Well, lucky it's great conditions out here for the pairs. I know it wouldn't be fun in a bit of wind in a pair. You can definitely get thrown around the course.
So, Marcus, it does look like the positions could be changing. The Lindisfarne Crew had a very healthy lead right up to the first 500 metres,
well
but
gone.
the Crew's over on this side, so that's the closest to the grandstand. The Carrum Crew have really pushed through, and they also, the Brisbane and GPS Crew are right there with them, as are the Tasmanians. Any of them could go through.
This whole thing's tight. You even see in the middle there in lane 5, that Newcastle University crew, Odin McIntosh, Rowan Hipslop, nominated for New South Wales Coaches of the Year. Both of them coming through there, showing their athletes what they can do. And I'm not sure they'll be able to hold on here, but it is great to see almost a full field of athletes coming right way through. You see in lane 4 there.
Real photo finish happening here, and it's going to be taken by the Carrum Crew. Then I'd say the Brisbane and GPS, then over to the Nepean Composite, and over on the far side, Lindisfarne. What do you reckon?
I think Lindisfarne kind of just had their heads out, had a bit of a wobble, a few strokes there, so I think it might be that lane 4 crew that might get that last spot through.
So they're just playing a replay here to show us.
Yeah, we keep going forward. We got lane 8 through the
reckon?
finish line there. Lane 7, I think, in second, and then we'll have lane 4.
No, they've given it to Lindisfarne, which is over on
Ooh. Someone knows more than us.
We recommend you look up the official results for that one.
Hopefully there'll be a photo there.
No.
This is the next race coming up. If you want to check all the live results, visit the Rowing New South Wales or Rowing Australia page, the event page, and catch up on all the action.
So sorry about this, but Marcus and I are a little confused because when we commentate for the Rowing New South Wales, we have the full readout, which sticks around, and we can let you know what's happened. But we've rushed straight into the next race. I think we're fairly tight turnarounds on these races, only 5 minutes apart.
We're just building the suspense here, Mark, making sure everyone has to go and check it themselves. Can't feed them all the information. Got to take them to our websites, get their click rates up. But over here, we've launched off for the Men's Masters A Heat 2 of the pair, University of New South Wales, Chris Baines and Michael Pickford. Lane 4, we got Banks, Andrew Goldstein and Hendrik Vence. In lane 5, University of Queensland, Toby Roberts and Rob Finch. Lane 6 from St George, James Hunt, Tom Marsden. Lane 7 from Toowong, Dean Holder and Jackson Price. Jack Price making a comeback, Penrith 3-time. Not sure, he's won Penrith Cup quite a few times, Jackson Price, and he's out here for Toowong for the AMRC. It'd be great to see a supreme athlete himself come out here. Definitely given New South Wales plenty of heartache throughout the years. And in lane 8 from Banks, Tom Marshall and Alexander McKenzie.
So interesting, that one, Marcus, because Dean Horder is showing his age 54. And as you say, Jack Price is 38 and they're rowing. This is A, so which is the 27 to 36 age group.
So they're really testing their guns out to see what they can do against the younger fellas out here.
And they look to be holding to be out there. They're going to be in running. They the second crew in from the grandstand. But it does look to be the Banks crew closest to us of Tom Marshall and Alexander Mackey have the lead at the moment. Remember, it's going to be the first 4 through to the final. So yes, it is the, as they came through the 500 metre mark, it is the Banks crew of Tom Marshall and Alexander Mackey, followed by their compatriots Andrew Goldstein and Heinrich Vensky. Then it was Toowong having a real battle there with the St George crew, and also the University of New South Wales, less than a second and a half between them all.
Well, that podium can definitely finish leading into the final 500 metres here. UNSW, a little bit younger there. Michael's definitely had some experience at these grade regattas and had some experience at this course. Might give him a bit of an advantage over the others leading in the final 500.
But as we saw in the last race, you know, the positions changed as they came down the course. So we're just coming up, they're about 300 metres out now, and it does look like the Banks crew closest to us, Tom Marshall and Alexander Mackey, are being reeled in, certainly by the Toowong crew right next to them. Over on the far side, we have Andrew Goldstein and Heinrich Vensky really holding their position as well. So then James Hunt and Tom Masterton from St George, they probably can see, oh no, yeah, I think they've taken a lead over the University of New South Wales crew over on the far side. They're just coming into the last 200 metres or so here. No, the University of New South Wales crew of Chris Burns and Michael Pickford have responded. So the real battle's going to be here for the qualifying position. So the two Banks crews are going to come first and second. Goldstein and Vensky have taken the lead out over Tom Marshall and Alexander Mackey. They'll be followed through by Dean Horder and Jackson Price. And yes, the St George crew has managed to take the University of New South Wales crew by about half a boat length. So those will be the first four through to the final. Banks, the two Banks crews, then Toowong, then St George. So it's going to be a really exciting final to watch, I think, looking at the last heat.
And there's some very quick races as well out here as well. 3:37 is a very good time for 1,000 metres in a pair. I know plenty of senior athletes will struggle to do that some days if it's a bit windy.
Well, we are all seniors. This is Masters.
Oh, I keep getting my terminology mixed up.
So on the start line, we're now moving to the singles races, where this is the men's D single. So I expect to see some pretty strong racing here as well. There are 3 heats, which means it's going to be the first 3 through to the final. In this race, so the red lights are on, they're getting ready to go. Over in lane 2 from Essendon, we have Matt Croker. In lane 3 from Glebe, Christopher Nish. David Hughes from Gold Coast is scratched. In lane 5 from Glebe, Brad Smith. In lane 6 from Noosa, Gil Hosier. In lane 7 from Western Australia, Simon Wall. In lane 8 from Wendouree, Ballarat, Andrew Lehane. And in lane 9 from Mossman, Alexander Doidge. And they're underway. So they've come through the first 250 metres. It's a tough call, this one. From the angles that we have, very hard to tell. It does look like Brad Smith is out in front there. And then he'd see Wendouree, Ballarat of Andrew Lehane over this side. No, it's not. I think that is Simon Wall from Western Australia. So then Alexander Deutsch from Mossman, a very strong sculler, over this side actually seems to have the lead here as they come through the 500 metre mark. Then it was Simon Wall from Western Australia. Then Andrew Lehane from Ballarat, Brad Smith crossing in 4th place. Then there's quite a margin back to Matt Croker. So the battle's going to be for that 3rd qualifying position, probably between Brad Smith and Andrew Lehane. So we can clearly see now the 4 leaders.
The outside over here, closest to us, you'd say,
yeah,
Mark?
Absolutely. So the 3 crews closest to us, and Brad Smith out there in the middle in lane 5. He's just taken it up a little bit. They're about 400 metres out now. But great to see some strong racing here. Well, then again, it is a national level. You know, we all train hard for this. This is the pinnacle of the Masters season.
And what would you say out here in lane 9 from Mossman, would you say, Alexander?
Alexander George, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's just looking strong, just really keeping that rate low.
He knows he's got it, so he's just actually dropped it down a couple of points.
Really just cruising
saving
along.
his energy. Brad Smith out there working very hard to see if he can catch Andrew Lehane from Ballarat.
And then you see Windaree Ballarat as well. Yeah, Andrew really picking it up there. And it's going to be very, with the top 3 in, there's plenty on the line.
200 metres out, I think Brad Smith has certainly managed to make up the time, and he's probably even going to overtake the Simon Wall from Western Australia. So the Andrew Lehane from Ballarat couldn't quite keep up with the big surge that Brad put on there. So those first 3 through for the qualifiers are Alexander Deutsch, Simon Wall and Brad Smith.
Andrew couldn't quite get the job done, didn't have quite enough in that tank in the final 250. Brad showing a bit of class there, getting the job done, but Brad definitely looks like he's sucking in the big ones now.
Yeah, so they were followed across by Andrew Lehane, then a huge margin back to Matt Croker, Christopher Niche, and just across the line, Gil Hosier. Some exciting racing. This is great. So on the course, on the line now is race 13, which is the 2nd heat of the men's D single. Over on the far side from the North Shore, we have Martin Sharrock. In lane 3 from Lake Macquarie, Shane Trotter. In lane 4 from Murwillumbah, Scott O'Reilly. In lane 5 from Yarra Yarra, Nick Inglis. In lane 6 from Griffith University, Surfers Paradise, Andy Menzies. In lane 7 from Mersey in Tasmania, Marcel Brown. In lane 8 from Riverside, Uwe Dombrowski. And in lane 9 from Manning River, Glenn Herbert. So this race we have a full field of 8 rowers, but it's only the first 3 through. And
yeah, you're seeing, so I think I saw there Riverside lane 8 really struggled getting off the blocks there, but good to see everyone getting out safely and well leading into the first 250 metres of the race. Down here, that 1250, we'll cover up that one, call it the 250, won't we, down here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. And great to see all these athletes out here working hard. They put in a big season of training to get down here.
Oh, absolutely.
It's a long season, especially with this regatta being all the way in June.
Well, we're used to it, shall I say.
Used to the colds.
Yeah, standard stuff. As you know, the Masters moves around a different state each year, and sometimes when we go further south, it gets very cold.
Oh, well, next year's in Tasmania, I think, isn't it? I think it's about a month, 3 weeks earlier, so I'm not sure how much that's going to help in terms of the cold. So
well, the first time I went there, it was actually sleeting, I think, on the day we left. So
we won't tell anyone that for next year then.
No, Ballarat, I think, has been the coldest I've ever been.
Oh, I think I was there for Nationals in Barrington.
So
2
they're
years
coming
ago.
through to the 500 metre mark, and out in the middle it is lanes 4 and 5. So that's Scott O'Reilly and Nick Inglis. Then it's going to be probably another real battle for that third position. Marcel Brown came across through the 500 in third position. Then it was a 2-second margin back to Shane Trotter. Will he be able to make that up in the next 500 metres? Followed across by Andy Menzies, then further back to Uwe Dombrowski, Martin Sharrock and Glenn Herbert. So Scott O'Reilly from Murwillumbah does look like he's certainly cementing his lead. And then does look to be Nick Inglis from Yarra Yarra. So Scott O'Reilly from Murwillumbah holding on to his lead. They're coming into the last 250 metres. He's just taken it up a bit just to make sure that he's going to definitely be in this final.
I think he's done enough there, do you think? But it's definitely those last 3 places. A bit of an angle between all 3, but you'd say anything's up for grabs here in the last 150 metres here.
Well, Nick Inglis from Yarra Yarra seems to be being overtaken by Andy Menzies from Griffith University. So those should be, as they come up to the finish line, about 50 metres to go, the 3 that will go through to the final. They know they're through. Certainly Nick Inglis there, taking it pretty easy, conserving his energy. There's then about a length and a half back to Marcel Brown from Mersey Rowing Club in 4th place. Going to be a very close finish. No, it is Uwe Dombrowski in 5th. Shane Trotter. Then over on the far side, Martin Sharrock from New Zealand, and rounded out by Glenn Herbert from Manning River Rowing Club. So the 3 through to the final will be Scott O'Reilly, Andy Menzies and Nick Inglis.
Oh, great to see some good racing there. Great to see a bit more competition and hopefully a nice and fast race this afternoon.
I think it will be. And sitting on the start line is the third heat of the Men's Masters D single.
God, how many Yarra Yarra entries are in there? They could make a whole final if they were lucky enough.
They could do, but we hope not.
Wouldn't be interesting then, would it?
Wouldn't be that interesting, but then intra-club rivalry is always a fun thing as well. So over in lane 2 from Yarra Yarra we have Justin Negri. In lane 3 from Yarra Yarra, Zane Lockley. In lane 4 from Yarra Yarra, Colin Rawson. In lane 5 from Riverside in South Australia, Anthony Lee. In lane 6 from Powerhouse, Chris Schlitt. In lane 7 from Tasmania University, Lloyd Osborne. In lane 8 from Balmain, Michael Kemp. And in lane 9 from Drummoyne, Nicholas Brown.
Oh, it's great to see these conditions out here. Looking out the commentary box, it looks dead flat, barely a ripple in the water out here, so no excuses for these athletes not to get the job done out here this morning. Great to see that Sydney and Penrith have put on an absolute wonderful weekend of racing. Be a big 4 days ahead.
Yeah, and after the states we had here where we had very strong winds cancelling out the last of the small boats on the second day, I have studied the wind forecast, and it looks like these conditions will continue for the next 4 days.
UTS didn't bring out the fans for this regatta like they did last week, the other weekend. Make sure they won the premiership point score with those fans on.
Yeah. So they're just coming up to the 500 metre mark. It is over on the far side there. It does look to be one of the Yarra crews. I think it was
Anthony Lee there.
Zane Lockley, I think. Oh, Anthony Lee, sorry.
Anthony Lee coming across in second there. We're just missing first place, but
I
we'll find them again later on.
I think it was Zane Lockley from Yarra Yarra. Oh, no, it's the far side one. It's Justin Negri. So
Yes.
Justin Negri right over there on the far side in lane 2.
And we've got Drummoyne in third place, Nicholas Brown there, and a bit of a gap back to lane 6, Powerhouse Victoria, with Chris making sure he needs to have, and if he needs to want to make a spot in this final, needs to make a run for it pretty soon, or else it'll...
Yeah, so the very strong showing at Justin Negri and Colin Rawson, both from Yarra Yarra. And then closest to us, it does look to be the Drummoyne rower of Nicholas Brown has a lead, coached by the living legend Robin Mackney. So I would say unless something drastic happens, those will be our 3 through to the final. Certainly Justin Negri over the far side, just cruising now. He knows he's through. But getting great boat run. Look at that. He's
look at those puddles
pretty
in the
low
water.
rating, but just power and run.
Oh, you can see those puddles almost look like nice, good 10 metres apart. Is looking for that magic 2-digit
Easily,
number.
yeah.
Looking good out there. And then we've got over there from Riverside, Anthony Lee in lane 5 also getting the job done.
So the Tasmania University rower sculler Lloyd Osborne is putting on a battle to see if he can catch up to Nicholas Brown from Drummoyne, but it's not going to happen. So that is Justin Negri over the far side from Yarra Yarra. No, I've got that wrong. So it was Anthony Lee from Riverside, crossed in second place, and Nicholas Brown from Drummoyne. Those will be the first 3 qualifiers. Then they were followed by Chris Schlitt, Lloyd Osborne, Colin Rawson, and Michael Kemp. And apologies for any mispronunciations of people's names.
Oh, I'm sure I'll have a complaints line pretty long way in this regatta. Lining up here for the women's G quadruple scull here for heat 1 of 2 heats here this morning. In lane 3 for this first heat from Melbourne, Victoria, Melbourne Rowing Club, we've got Jill Plummer, Anne Palmbury, Irina Benjamin, Val Dowell. Lane 4 from Karen Composite, Lynn Charge, Dharma Waring, Mary Hunter, Helen Kelly. Lane 5, Riverside Composite, Steph Wilden, Jackie Woodhead, Anne Pennington, and Charlie Sweeney. Another composite in lane 6, Endeavour Composite, Anne Campbell, Chris Brennan, Deanne McShane, Lindsay Nesbitt. And in lane 7 from Commercial, we've got Debbie Flynn, Vicky Charles, Maddie Martin, and Sally Broadley. And with plenty of composites in this event, if Melbourne or Commercial can sneak their way into a final, they might get themselves a medal. How does it work, Mark? Do they, if they don't make the final, do they still get a medal if they're the fastest club? Like, how does that? I'm not sure how that works. So I think they have to make the final. If it's a full list of composites, how does that kind of work?
I'd say if there's it's full composites, then the fastest club crew is probably not awarded anything. Yeah.
Oh, well, hopefully one of this Melbourne or Commercial crew can get themselves through to a final, and if one of them do, they'll most likely pick themselves up a medal. So plenty on the line here. First thing this morning.
Just watching that it does look to be the Carrum Composite crew just struggling to get off the buoys there. So that will be hampering them as they hit. Just watching as they hit the buoys. They're actually making it even worse. They're not managing to steer away back into the middle of the lane.
They're just enjoying riding the boys over there.
Well, if they go over too far, they could get a protest from the crew beside them. But yes, they've managed to get themselves back out into the centre of the lane now. So catching a few boys on your blades is always a bit of a bit annoying.
Stressful.
It's
I think it's
very
stressful for the stroke seat, stressful
way
for
to
the
put
bow
it.
seat, and annoying for the middle too is kind of
Yeah.
how it works. I've definitely stroked a few quads before and hit a few boys, and it's not very fun doing
Yeah.
it, that's for sure.
So it is some close racing as they come through the 500 metre mark. The commercial crew was out front, then the Endeavour and Lake Macquarie Composite, then followed by Melbourne, then then Riverside, Goolwa and Carrum Composite. Pretty close between them all, so it could be anyone's for this one. It's going to be the first 4 through to the final.
And I think it'll be pretty close here. Can that Carrum Composite get themselves into the final here today?
Well, looking from up here, it does look like the crews that are closest to us, that's the commercial crew and the Endeavour Composite, do have a lead over the Melbourne crew over on the far side. Then the other crews are following behind, but the Riverside Composite is right in there as well, the third crew in from the grandstand. And there's a push coming from the Carrum Composite as well. So there are 5 crews in this race. So 4 will go through. So the battle is on to have travelled all this way to make sure you try and get through into the final. But it does seem that the Carrum Composite might be the ones that miss out as they come through into the final
I think
250
so.
metres.
Yeah, I think lane 4
They
will
put on
struggle.
a push, but the push
Not
has
enough.
waned now.
Yeah, definitely that boat speed has slowed down. Only had about 750 in them, and they were just hoping the last 250 wasn't going to be a challenge, but unfortunately it wasn't. Great to see some hard racing out here, and everyone really pushing themselves all the way through the line, making that ticket to Sydney worthwhile. Man, we've got coming through here over in lane 3, we've got that Melbourne Rowing Club crew sitting about half a boat length in front of the
Ooh.
commercial. And have I spoken too
I
soon?
think you have. I think that's almost a finish, and I reckon the commercial crew just pipped them on the line.
I think they made me eat my words there. And then
Yeah.
Endeavour Composite coming through in 3rd, Riverside in 4th, and then Carrum in lane 4 will be the crew not to qualify for the final later on today.
So yes, it is a photo finish for the first 2 there. And down on the line we have the second heat of the the Women's Masters G4. Again, there are only 5 crews in this race, so the trick is to just not come last. Over on the far side, the there's an ANA Composite of Pam Nichols from Curtin University Boat Club, Kay Jansen, Sue Howard-Smith and Frances Conchi Stanley from ANA. In lane 4, Margaret Small from Mossman, Ronnie Cooper from Curtin University in Western Australia, Celia Cornwall from Perth and Caroline Fennell from Perth. In lane 5 from Melbourne University and Richmond, we have Josephine Bant, Pamela Whiting, both from from Melbourne University, Geraldine Goss from Richmond and Jennifer Bingham from Melbourne University. In lane 6, Sue Edwards, Amanda Cavill, both from Manning River, Elaine Bissica from ANU, Western Australia, and Kay Smythe from Manning River. And in lane 7, a Pine Rivers Composite of Jennifer Missenden, Jane DeGuara from Mackay, Therese Clancy from Mackay, and Solveig Ward from Pine River. And coming up to the 500 metre mark, It does look like the Pine Rivers composite closest to us may have it over the rest of the field.
I think so.
It's still a bit hard to tell with the angles.
We need to get you out there at the 500 mark in a jumper and just so you can be the binoculars, the eyes, the 500, maybe at 250 to go, just a live feed telling us what's going on. Maybe hear a few of the calls from those crews.
Yeah. Well, we've been promised great things, so perhaps later in the day we'll have some drone shots, which would be fantastic.
Oh, it'd be great to see. They
Yeah.
had some of those at the New South Wales Schoolboy Head of the River earlier on the year. It was great to see that out, but it's a big operation, this regatta, so whatever we get, we'll absolutely love. But
Yeah.
John Meeking's up there, works overtime with those cat cams as well. It's definitely not easy to make sure they're all stable and a lot of movement going out there, as you'd know, Mark. So it's great to have as many angles as we can. And I think we put on almost one of the best shows in the country in terms of live stream, so it's great to have John on board.
Thanks to Bont Rowing.
That's right.
So as they came through the 500 metres metre mark, the Pine Rivers crew had a very healthy lead of about a length and a half over the Melbourne University Richmond composite. Then further back to the Manning River ANU composite, who were being pushed very hard by the Perth composite. And then it would be the ANA composite is rounding out. They're probably not going to be the ones that qualify. Although it does look like a bit of a mishap there with the Perth composite crew has just gone off course. They're doing a bit of going from side to side in their lane, which slows you down. There's a chance the ANU crew could catch up, but I think they're so far back they're not going to get it. Really, the Perth composite really just needs to hold themselves together. Now they've got back on a straight course there, back in the centre of the lane.
Nice.
So very nice row here by the Pine Rivers composite. Looking very relaxed. They've got a very healthy lead over the rest of the field. I have no idea where Pine Rivers is, but seeing it's composite with Mackay, I dare say it's far north Queensland or somewhere away.
Pine Rivers. I think it's in. I'm not sure. Good question.
No doubt somebody will tell us as the day goes by.
I'm sure we'll be look stupid in an hour or two, but coming across there, Pine River's doing well. And in lane 5, we've got the Melbourne Uni Richmond composite coming through there, finishing it off. And you'd think that the Perth, Curtin University and Mossman composite in lane 4 will come through. And that last qualifying spot goes to that Manning River and ANU composite, with that ANA and Curtin University composite coming through the back end of the field. That'll be that combination all done for the weekend, but we'll see the rest of those ladies in the Women G Masters final later on today.
So we now expect some very more exciting racing. We're back to singles. It's the Women's Masters E singles. There are 3 heats, and it'll be the first 3 through to the finals. Over in lane, there's a full field. Over in lane 1 from Melbourne Rowing Club, B. Klein van Mullecom. In lane 2 from Leichhardt, Carmel Taylor.
Coached by Steve Sherry, of course. Can't miss him out. Great
Yeah,
man.
living legend.
That's right.
In lane 3 from the University of Western Australia, Ruth Dugovsky. In lane 4 from Murwillumbah, Michelle Johnston. In lane 5 from Shoalhaven, Simone Jones. We have a scratching in lane 6. In lane 7 from Nagambie, Wendy Cotter. In lane 8 from Balmain, Renata Ipma. And in lane 9 from Leichhardt, Leslie Howard. So as they're coming down the field, we're getting some great shots there from the umpire's boat following, but it does look from up here to be Renata Ipma, unsurprisingly, taking a lead over here in lane 8, the second lane in from the grandstand. And then over on the far side, a bit hard to call at this stage. We'll see as they get closer to the line, but it does seem to be the lane 4, which is Michelle Johnston from Murwillumbah.
Some great shots here, getting to see a few different boats coming through.
So Marcus and I just having a little discussion here, wondering, Murwillumbah is showing as Queensland on all the programming here, but I'm sure it's in New South Wales.
Well, luckily we're in the digital age of Google, so we can look it up.
So as they came through the 500 metre mark, B. Klein van Mullicum from
Lost
her there. Lost my train of thought. Came through and he came across first. They're followed by Renata Ipma, Wendy Cotter. So it does look like those three will be the qualifiers unless Carmel Taylor and Simone Jones can pull something out of the hat and really push through as they come up to the last 250 metres here. So second in, you can see Renata Ipma from Balmain, and then over on the far side, and that's where you lose sight of them. It is
it's definitely a big course, so it's hard to look over and figure out where you are. And
yes,
you don't want to look out too much because you don't want to lose focus in your own boat, but you do want to try and conserve as much energy as you can. But it's a battle here between Renata and B from Melbourne, so it's great to see, and it'll be interesting to see if they'll be going for those lanes this afternoon.
It gets back to that old adage that you row your own race, because you can often think, okay, I've got this, because the crews around you are fairly close by, but you're ahead of them, and then you look, way over the far side, there's somebody is pulled way ahead, and we're seeing that with B. Klein van Mullicum from Melbourne over in lane 1, got a very healthy lead there. She wound it up just to make sure she cemented that. It's quite a few lengths back to Renata Ipma, and then the third qualifier is going to be Wendy Cotter from Ngambie. Then there's some distance back to Simone Jones, then Ruth Degowski, and it's going to be close for third place, but very just down here in lane 9. Leslie Howard, I think, will take it. And across to the far side, Carmel Taylor. So the first three qualifiers there through to the final. B. Klein van Mullicum, Renata Ipma, and Wendy Cotter. Sorry. So out on the course we have race 18, which is the second heat of the Women's Masters E-Single. In lane 2 from Rockhampton in Queensland, I'm not sure how to pronounce this, but I would say Kain Wen Fei.
Did a better job than me.
We have a scratching in lane 3, then lane 4 from Mossman, Christine Foxton. In lane 5 from Endeavour, Katrina Whiteley. In lane 6 from Riverway, Jacqueline de Jong. In lane 7 from Noosa, Jane Fitzpatrick. Lane 8 from Exeter in Great Britain, Julia Wood. We saw her clean up a couple of weeks ago at the New South Wales Masters Championships. And in lane 9 from North Shore, Louise McCoach. That's the local North Shore. So we have 2 North Shores here. We have North Shore, New Zealand, and North Shore, Sydney.
Oh, it's good to see plenty of different clubs out here. Great to have New Zealand over here, and Julie all the way from Great Britain.
Yes, indeed. So they're just coming through the 500 metre mark. It is Kynwyn Fay from Rockhampton, all the way from Rockhampton, which is just about from England. Came through the 500 metre mark ahead of Jacqueline de Jong. Then a little bit further back to Louise McCoach, and I think those 3 will be the first the qualifiers, because some distance back then to Jane Fitzpatrick, Christine Foxton, Svetlana Vukulov, and Katrina Whiteley. So again, perfect conditions at the moment. It's there's just a slight ripple on the water, mostly just from the umpire boats having moved up and down the course, and as their wakes settle. But otherwise, it's glassy. We're seeing reflections of the sky and the water. Just fantastic day here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre.
Oh, it's great to be out here. And we have 2 boats out in front here in a bit of a smaller heat.
So it's
Makes
Jacqueline
it
de
easier.
Jong, I think, over there in lane 6 out in the middle. Then she's been pushed hard by Louise McCoach, closest to us from North Shore. But again, we've missed that sneaky rower over the far side there.
Oh, we have 2.
From it's Kynwyn Fay, who did come through the 500 metre mark well in the lead. She's looking very nice out there. Over in lane 2.
That Sykes is just humming along, really working hard there at the front end to get that blade in, and she's going to get it done and make it through to the A final later on today. But you see over here in the middle of the course in lane 6,
that's Jacqueline de Jong.
Really powering it home, make sure she's got that win over New South Wales North Shore, Louisa McCrouch. And that will round out the 3 ladies off to the final of the Women's Masters E single. And rounding out the rest of the race here, we have from lane 4, Mossman Rowing Club, but might talk too soon. No.
Oh, I would say that's a finish between North Shore and Jane Fitzpatrick. So that's Mossman. And
Mossman.
So Christine Foxton and Jane Fitzpatrick.
That's right, and great to see some tight racing here today again. And we just keep marching on here at the Australian Masters Rowing Championships out here at Sydney International Regatta Centre, sponsored by Penrith City Council with the official live stream partner Bont Rowing. We move on to Heat 3 of the Women's Masters E single, which will be coming your way very shortly.
Well, they're underway. So over in lane 2 from Ballarat City, we have Kathy Lloyd. In lane 3 from Drummoyne, Caroline Vernon. In lane 4 from Mossman, M. Barrack. In lane 5 from Newcastle University, Jules Bosco. In lane 6 from Shoalhaven, Mary Ambrose. In lane 7 from Commercial, Sherelle Rowan. In lane 8 from Shoalhaven, Robert Wakefield. And in lane 9 from Toowong, Svetlana Vukulov, who popped up on our screen as in the previous heat, but she wasn't on our listing, so it's starting to make sense now.
A little interesting fact here, lane 5, Newcastle Uni, Jules Bosco, her coach is listed down as actually a younger son, Zink. So I wonder how that dynamic works there. Zink being a UTS Haberfield rower down in Sydney, down here for university for the next couple of years. So I wonder how that works, if he tells his mum what to do or not.
I'm sure in perfect harmony.
That's right.
So some pretty strong contenders out here. M. Barrack is a very strong sculler from Mossman Rowing Club. Caroline Vernon is another very strong rower. She's coached by Robin Mackney. So as they're coming up to the 500 metre mark, we're starting to see where the field is. It's going to be an interesting one to see who the qualifiers are here. It does look to me to be the Robin Wakefield from Shoalhaven has a slight lead over Jules Bosco from Newcastle University. So it seems that coaching is paying off.
It's doing something.
But right closest to us, Svetlana Vikulov from Toowong is also putting in a good effort. Then I would suggest Caroline Vernon we know Caroline is very determined. So she's working very hard to hold off on the far side of her Kathy Lloyd from Ballarat City, who looks to have just given a bit of a push and come through. So real battle going on here for that third qualifying position. The leaders working hard to hold their lead. That's M. Barrack from Mossman, and closer to us, Robin Wakefield from Shoalhaven. Over on the far side, Kathy Lloyd from Ballarat City looks to have really wound it up and starting to reel the others in. Caroline Vernon working very hard there to see if she can catch them and cement that third spot. And don't discount Svetlana Vikulov, closest to the grandstand here, who seems to be having a little bit of steering issues, which would slow you down slightly. But very nice row there by M. Barrack, sitting comfortably in the lead. Over on the far side, it does look like Kathy Lloyd from Ballarat City, but the real battle on is between Caroline Vernon from Drummoyne and Robin Wakefield from Shoalhaven. Sorry, it's not Robin Wakefield. Oh,
Commercial, is it?
yeah, it's we seem to have missed somebody. So it's actually Sherelle Rowan from Commercial Rowing Club, who I think is probably just going to take it over Verno, but we wait and see.
Yeah, we can see.
Yeah,
Carolina
it's going
really
to be
picking
very close, but yeah, Caroline Vernon has not quite made it. So Sherelle Rowan from Commercial Rowing Club got it by about half a boat length over Caroline Vernon. But what a great effort. Some great racing continues out here. So those will be the first three qualifiers through to the final. M. Barrack, Kathy Lloyd and Sherelle Rowan. They were followed across by right on to the next race, which is underway, which is the lightweight women's masters E-single. This is race 20, and there are two heats in this race, and the first four will go through to the final. Over in lane 3 from the University of Queensland, Rachel Thompson. In lane 4 from Lake Macquarie, Louise Termine. In lane 5 from Drummoyne, Kathleen Hextall. In lane 6 from Exeter, Great Britain, Julia Wood. Haven't we just seen her go down the course in the non-lightweight?
I think these athletes get to pick, so they get enter both events, and then depending on their weight, they go, okay, if I'm underweight, I'll race the lightweight, overweight. So they do play around with their entries a bit.
That could have added to our confusion as to why we got confused looking at the numbers of the previous heat.
Yeah, so Definitely interesting when it comes to some of these lightweights. A bit of a newer event here at Australian Masters, but it's great to have inclusion, to have everyone involved, as many people as we can.
Yeah, so from in lane 7 from Lake Macquarie is Anne Harkin, and in lane 8 from Bairnsdale, Louise Avery. And they're coming up to the 500 metre mark. Bit hard to call at this stage. It does look to be the Anne Harkin, Julia Wood, Kathleen Hextall, and over on the far side, Rachel Thompson battling it out.
Kathleen, very experienced rower herself, rowing with Balmain's Renata in the pair earlier in New South Wales Masters of some success, and I'm sure I don't think they will be out, as Kathleen is actually going over to France this afternoon to row the Virtus, to coach Julia in the Virtus Games over in France. So that'll be a great experience for both of them.
So unless things change, this is something drastic again. We have our first 4 qualifiers with, as they go through 500 metre mark, where Rachel Thompson had a lead over Kathleen Hextall, then back to Anne Harkin and Julia Wood from Exeter. It's going to be very close between Anne Harkin and Julia Wood if they hold those positions. There was quite a margin of nearly 7 seconds back to Louise Termine. Then they were followed across by Louise Avery. So they're about 350 metres out. For those who are watching the race, you can see the first 4 qualifiers have a very healthy lead over the other 2. So that's over the far side. Louise Termine from Lake Macquarie. In the middle, looking very strong there, as expected, Kathleen Hextall. Closer to us, from Lake Macquarie, and Harkin, and then Julia Wood there from England in the bright fluoro green cap.
Yeah, big lead out there in that yellow boat.
It's a very nice rowing. Kathleen Hextall just gave it a bit of a push there to make sure that she had a very... I'm sorry, I was giving a commentary and didn't have my microphone turned on. So first across the line there was Rachel Thompson from the University of Queensland, followed by Kathleen Hextall. They're all looking very good as they came through the line. Anne Harkin from Lake Macquarie and Julia Wood from Exeter from in the UK are the final with the qualifiers. Quite some distance back to Louise Termine from Lake Macquarie, and then that'll be rounded out by Louise Avery from Bairnsdale.
I look very comfortable out there, Mark, just making sure they get the job done for what will be some very close racing later on today. These sculls, it's very hard to tell who's going to get the job done, especially in those last 150 metres coming away for Heat 2 of this lightweight women's single scull. And we have for this second heat from lane 3, we have from Easter Singapore, Serene C, who raced earlier on this morning in the double. Lane 4, Wollongbar. We did get confirmation it is a town in New South Wales according to Google, but they've chosen to go to the dark side and go up to Queensland, but we will forgive them for that. Michelle Johnson over there for Wollongbar. Then we got from lane 5, Black Mountain, Pamela Nash. Lane 6 from Noosa, Jane Fitzpatrick. Lane 7 from Perth, Kathy Wright. And from lane 8, St George, Joanne Ward. They're just coming through that first 250 metres now. And we'll get a bit of a clearer picture of where they're at coming through that first 500. But as we know in sculls, anything can change, and it'll be great to see that last couple hundred metres coming up shortly.
So the view we're seeing on screen, it does look like Michelle Johnston from Wollumbar has a lead. Would be very interesting to know, but they were subject to the very heavy flooding that affected the whole Northern Rivers area, whether their boat shed got washed away or not.
Oh, well, and some good news next weekend. Manning River Rowing Club are having their official boat shed opening of that new wonderful boat shed that they've got built up there.
Fantastic, yeah.
We were up there earlier in the year for the Taree Summer Regatta, and it's great to see that shed getting the official opening. So if anyone can make it up there, I'm sure they'd love to have you up there at Manning River Rowing Club.
So as they came through the 500 metre mark, Michelle Johnson had a lead over Joanne Ward, then a little bit further back to Pamela Nash. Then they followed across by Kathy Ride. So it's the first four through. There's a margin of 4.89 back to Serene Sia from Singapore. Would be great to see her having travelled all that way if she can make up that distance, but it seems it's possibly unlikely. So they're about 300 metres out. If there's any battle going on, it does look to be between Michelle Johnston from Wollumbar. She's been pushed by Pamela Nash from Black Mountain, but right over this side, closest to the grandstand, Joanne Ward, coached by the venerable Bruce Williams, is looking pretty relaxed all of a sudden. I think she knows she's through, so she's conserving her energy. So the trick in this one, it does seem to be there should be 6 scullers, but we only have 5. So really, it's just to not come last. So the first 4, I think, know that they're through to the final. So that's going to be, I think, although Joanne Ward from St George did take a bit of a rest there, it looks like she's wound it up again now to finish this race in the last 150 metres or so. But it is going to be Michelle Johnson from Wollumbar. So Joanne Ward from St George having a good look just to see where Michelle is. They're going to be followed across the line by Pamela Nash from Black Mountain. And then to round out, the 4th qualifier will be Kathy Ride from Perth. And over on the far side, Serene Sia from Singapore, the Esther Rowing Club, will cross the line, but will not qualify.
Oh, it's definitely cutthroat world out here at Australian Masters. One race and you can be done for your event. You never know.
Always cut race. So we're just starting now the race 22, which is the first of 2 heats for the men's Masters E pair. We have 8 crews in this race. From Nelson in New Zealand, Colin Brown and Tony Crosby. From Toowong, Tony Moynihan and Bob Law. From Toowong, Matthew Colquhoun and Gavin Kiley. From in lane 4, in lane 5 from North Shore, the New South Wales one, Simon Van Ryswick and Nick Johnston. In lane 6 from St George, Ayrton Granger Ramos and Alan Robertson. In lane 7 from Sydney, David Greensland and Robert McNeil. In lane 8 from Lake Macquarie, Jeremy Smith and Stuart Boyd. And in lane 9 from North Shore, Richard Lawson and Alistair Smith. Looking at some of those names in this listing, there's going to be some pretty strong racing here. It's got to be the first 4 through to the final. We don't know much about the New Zealand and the Queensland crews, but certainly there's the New South Wales crews are all pretty strong crews. So
Sydney Rowing Club always coming out in force. Got to definitely have a few rowers in that New South Wales Masters State team this year. They always bring out a strong contingent, so you can never leave them out, as well as North Shore winning the point score and coached by Kim Ryder as well. Kim definitely knows what he's talking about, so he'll get that crew up and fired up for what will be a big race out here this morning.
So as they come through the 500 metre mark, yes indeed, it's David Grenslade and Robert McNeil from Sydney Rowing Club. They're followed by the Toowong crew, Matthew Colquhoun and Gavin Riley. Then Ayrton Granger Ramos and Alan Robertson from St George, battling it out with the other Toowong crew of Tony Moynihan and Terry Mulligan. Only a second back to the Lake Macquarie crew of Jeremy Smith and Stuart Boyd. Jeremy is actually in the state quad, so the New South Wales state crew, so another strong rower there. I think the real battle is going to be for that coveted fourth position. And as we can see them coming up to the line here, we can see the Sydney Rowing Club crew over in lane 7 has a lead over the rest of the field, but look at that Toowong crew.
It's definitely getting
of
slimmer.
Matthew Colquhoun and Gavin Kiley really pushing hard. Jeremy Smith and Stuart Boyd closer to us from Lake Macquarie with those vertical green and yellow stripes, really pushing hard to try and cement their fourth position. I'm sure Alan Robertson's putting all that muscle power he has from St George with Ayrton Granger Ramos into that crew, to that race. So some great racing here. We're going to have a very close finish. So the Toowong crew of Matthew Colquhoun and Kevin Kiley has overtaken the Sydney crew. Then it's going to be Jeremy Smith and Stuart Boyd have come through to take out third position. Then Ayrton Granger Ramos and Alan Robertson have managed to hold off the other crew of Tony Moynihan and Bob Law.
That was pretty perfectly executed by Lake Macquarie there. Knew exactly what they were doing coming through that line. Really blasting that last 100 metres through and securing that second last spot into the A final later on today.
So some fantastic racing there. So that was Toowong, Sydney, Lake Macquarie and St George were the qualifiers. They were followed by the other Toowong crew of Moynihan and Law, and then the New Zealand crew from Nelson and the two North Shore crews rounded out that field.
And we're jumping straight back up to the start line here for Heat 2 of the Men's Masters E pair. Everyone just getting ready, making sure they've got their line locked in. And we've got from lane 2, A&A, Stuart Clark, John Walters. Lane 3, St George, Stephen Harrison, Christopher Jones. Lane 4 from A&A again, Phil Cockman and Vincent Bean. Lane 5, North S Composite, Michael Wilson and Patrick Bird. Lane 6 from Melbourne, Roger Tobler, Matthew Harrison, and they're underway here. Those strokes are underway, and you can see from lane 7, Wollumbar, Anthony Robert G and David Rees really powering out of the way strong, and we're zoomed in here on the University of Queensland, Richard Powell and David Hobart. But Wollumbar really, you can see them really connecting well out front, sticking it in the water and driving it through. And it'll be interesting to see how these crews develop throughout this morning. Great to see them out and charging hard there. Great to see all these crews from all over the country. We've got crews from Western Australia, Tassie, Queensland and Victoria, and as well as New South Wales out here for this race. Great to see those flags flying. And it's brilliant to be back here at Sydney International Regatta Centre for our first Rowing Australia Regatta since 2019, from my understanding. So great to have everyone from Rowing Australia back out here at Cirque again, refamiliarise themselves with the venue. And they'll be back again for Australian Rowing Championships in late March next year. coming through the first 250 metres. We see those middle lanes of Melbourne and North-Est Composite. Maybe just leading the pack here, leading off that first 90 seconds of the race where everything, those lungs start to burn, those legs start to get a bit sore, the lactic starts to build up, and that's where you really know what you're made for in this sport. But over in lane 9, that University of Queensland, Boda, Powell and Hobart really kicking it through for what will be potentially a length and a half lead coming through that first 500 metres there. Melbourne coming through exactly 3 seconds behind and only about a canvas back to the North-Est Composite. They're in third and a bit of a gap there leading to the rest of the pack. But with the top 4 qualifying through the A final, that last spot will be very interesting to see if Murwillumbah or St George will be able to grab that spot, or if one of those A&A crews can make an attack in that last 250 metres and get themselves across the line here.
Again, some great racing going on here. I'd say there's enormous experience in all these boats out here as well. So pair racing, a little more complicated, but they all look really good as they come down the course here. So the battle is going to be for that 4th qualifying position.
University of Queensland struggling a little bit with their course out there, but you think they're still holding pretty well, just driving it through, and those 2 crews in the middle holding strong their mark. But looks like St George having a bit of a wind, you'd like to say, with a tussle with A&A, or potentially have Murwillumbah held on a little bit here.
And interesting with pair racing, you can see the Murwillumbah boat every stroke that it does a little bit of a corkscrew, which would be taking out a bit of speed. So again, the skill of pair racing. Over on the far side there, the real battle's going on between the St George crew of Harrison and Jones and Stuart Clark and John Walters from A&A. Will they be able to catch and hold off this Murwillumbah crew, which is still doing a bit of a corkscrew with every stroke? So, but they've managed to they've got the speed, and they have held off the St George boat. So that's the University of Queensland, Powell and Hobart. A very healthy lead over the Melbourne crew of Roger Tobler and Matthew Harrison, followed across by Michael Wilson and Patrick Bird from North-Est and Ulverston, and the Murwillumbah crew of Anthony Robert and David Rees took that 4th qualifying position ahead of Steve Harrison and Christopher Jones from St George.
And we're coming up to race 24, heat 1 of the men's Masters H single. And as we were discussing before, we have North Shore from New Zealand in lane 1, Chris Blomfield. In lane 2 from Murdoch University, Greg Vines. In lane 3 and 4, both from Melbourne, Rodney Stewart and Stephen Mollard. Lane 5, Manning River, Roy Halliday. Lane 6 from Penrith, Andrew Sapansky. Lane 7 from Lyndon's Farn, Sam Mollard. Lane 8, ANU, Peter McCartney. And from lane 9, Penrith, Doug Young. And they are underway here with ANU. Peter getting out to a strong start. He has really made a move early. He is flying by the edge of his skin, really hoping to get a strong lead out and then really cruise through.
Peter McCartney, well renowned as a very strong sculler and an enormous determination to win.
Oh, you could see that just there off the first 100 metres off the blocks.
Yeah. I have to say I beat him once in 2017. Whether I still can or not, I don't know.
You always have those rivals that you want to just get once, and as soon as you got them once, you don't need to do it again.
Absolutely. So the fantastic racing here today. Peter McCarthy there really holding his lead. He's rating much higher than the rest of the field.
Will he
But
hold on?
he doesn't really need to. He's still getting great boat run.
Well, looks like he's kind of got a battle with in the middle there. Really hard to tell.
I think it's Rod Stewart from Melbourne, who, not the singer, but the rower. And Rodney Stewart was here for the New South Wales Masters Championships and took out a few medals there. So we expect to see a strong performance there. So Peter McCartney wants to make sure that he's well cemented for the final. Then it does seem to be Roy Halliday, another of my compatriots from Manning River, a very strong sculler. My experience rowing against Roy is he seems to pull a little bit more energy out of the hat and really
Always
push
finds
you
a way to get
and
through.
Just sneak past you in the last 250, 300 metres. So it is those three out in front. It's Peter McCartney, probably not quite as far in the lead as he was a little bit earlier in the race. Roy Halliday doing his usual trick of starting to push through now. And over there is Rod Stewart from Melbourne, pushing hard. Yeah, the battle again is going to be for that coveted fourth position to go through to the final. It does seem to be between Sam Mollard from Lindisfarne and Stephen Mollard from Melbourne. I wonder if they are related. Could be the battle of two brothers here. And then over on the far side, we have Chris Blomfield from North Shore putting on a real push as well. So he could also be in the running.
Yeah, definitely those front three in front there. And that fight for last place is, yeah.
But interesting to see Peter McCartney, who was really going for it earlier on in the race, is now dropped his stroke rate significantly. He knows he's through, but he had a very handy lead over the rest of the field, but he's probably going to cross the line in third position. It will be Rodney Stewart from Melbourne University with his sideways number, looking very cool out there. Will cross the line first, then followed by Roy Halliday and Peter McCartney in third position. The fight is on here for that coveted fourth spot to go through to the final, but I would call it as Stephen Mollard from Melbourne Rowing Club, and he'll be followed across by Sam Mollard from Lindisfarne again, possibly brothers, cousins, who knows. Over on the far side from North Shore, Chris Blomfield. And then it's going to be further back to Greg Vines from Murdoch University. So the qualifiers there are Rodney Stewart, Roy Halliday, Peter McCartney and Stephen Mollard. And we move to Heat 2 of the Men's Masters H Single. In lane 2 from Bairnsdale, Ivan Knight. In lane 3 from Melbourne, Michael Dakich. In lane 4 from Melbourne, Christopher Barton. In lane 5 from Melbourne, Kel Boynton. In lane 6 from Lake Macquarie, Peter Armstrong. In lane 7 from Murdoch University, Ken Price. In lane 8 from Sunshine Coast, Ian Luxford. And in lane 9 from Union, Robert Evans. So again, some pretty strong names in this race. I think Ian Luxford has won quite a few of these over the years. Very strong sculler from the Sunshine Coast. And we can see as coming up to the 500 metre mark there, the all the crews on this side, there are 5 of them, look to be pretty much in a straight line. That's Ken Boynton, Peter Armstrong, Ken Price, Ian Luxford, and Robert Evans. It does look like Ken Price has dropped back a little bit. Ian Luxford looks to have the lead in this race, and Robert Evans from Union and Whanganui, another New Zealander, is making sure his trip is worthwhile over here in lane 9. But there's a bit of a battle going on out there, because over in lane 6, Peter Armstrong from Lake Macquarie is battling it out with Ken Boynton from Melbourne Rowing Club right beside him, and on the other side of him is Ken Price from Murdoch University.
Oh, you see Sunshine Coast, Ian Luxford coming through there in first, with Peter Armstrong coming across in second, Robert Evans third, and taking out that last spot, Roy Boynton holding out those top 4, holding that all-important qualifying spots leading into that last 500. But with Michael Duddick only a second and a little bit behind, it'll be very interesting to see if there will be any changes leading into this final 300 metres on who is going to take out that coveted last position in the men's Masters H final coming up later.
So very close margins with the final, the last 4 in this race. So any of them, if they can make up that second to catch Kel Boynton, any of them could take that coveted 4th position to get through to the final.
Second is not a long time in the single scull. A lot can happen very quickly leading in here, as we see Ian from Sunshine Coast touching those red buoys leading into the last 250 metres. And very hard to tell what's going on in that far side in lane 2, 3 and 4. And then also lane 6 with Lake Macquarie, you'd say that Peter has potentially held on to second or third spot with the New Zealand rower from Union. Holding on to second, really picking it up here. Armstrong over in lane 6, trying to contend with Melbourne in both lane 3 and 4, with Michael Dakin in lane 3, potentially going to be the last one to come through and take out 3rd or 4th position. But coming across the line here, taking out Heat 2 of the Men's Masters H single from Sunshine Coast, Ian Luxford, taking out 2nd spot from New Zealand Union Club, Robert Evans, and 3rd, Lake Macquarie, Peter Armstrong, and taking up that last spot in 4th place from lane 3, Melbourne, Michael Dake, and rounding it out there in 5th, Christopher Barton, Kel Barton, and in 7th place, Ken Price. And we have a little bit of a break here with the 3rd heat of the Men's Masters H single cancelled and consolidated. So coming up shortly is the Women's Masters C double. We saw first races this morning. They've got their semi-final coming up, with those being a 1, 2, 3, 4, leading into the final in race 51 later on this morning. As we see the athletes heading onto the course now. Great to see those pontoons give access to those athletes to come through on a particular side, and then make it very easy for them to just back it in, and they are ready to go. And ladies are all up and ready to go for their semi-final. Definitely had a bit of a warm-up this morning leading into some semi-final action here. First semi-final of the morning of Australian Masters Rowing Championships 2023, hosted by Rowing New South Wales.
So this is the first semi-final of the Women's Masters C double. It'll be the first 4 through to the final. Over in lane 2 from Lake Macquarie, Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald. In lane 3 from ANA, Alyssa Mansell and Marianne Amato. In lane 4 from Corowa and Albert Park, Marie Cecile Lacoste and Julie Underwood. In lane 5 from ANU, Zoe Lynham and Deanne Grant. In lane 6 from Shoalhaven and Black Mountain, Jane Clues from Black Mountain and Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven. In lane 7 from Glebe, Heidi Lindahl and Jacqueline Harris. In lane 8 from Shellharbour City, Sandra Brigden and Courtney Williams. And in lane 9 from Newcastle, Phoebe Sanders and Candice Day. And it does look like they're just about ready to start. So they're all lined up. It's they're due to start in 1 minute. It does seem the umpires have been and the starter has been very strict with the time. Earlier in the morning when it was a little bit hazier, we could see the red and green lights from up here, but I'm unable to make them out at this stage now.
So you're getting up close and personal view in about 2 hours' time when you're out there racing, Mark?
I think so, yeah.
We just get to admire that straight line of that for a little bit longer.
Marcus is very proud of his alignment that he's been working out here during the week to make sure the pontoons that the boat holders are on are in alignment.
Got to get some enjoyment out of here after a long week, Mark. But they're off here, and it looked like out wide Newcastle Rowing Club, Phoebe Saunders and Candice Day had a very strong start with Shellharbour City just struggling a little bit to get out of the blocks. Definitely not easy to get those doubles going in a straight line. A lot harder than it looks out there. Definitely had some races in a double where you struggle to go in a straight line.
So again, the course has gone quite glassy, and it's a fantastic view from up here in the tower where you're looking down on the course and the reflections of the sky in the water, and then as the race comes down, you can see the disturbance that the boats have made behind them. It does look to be, to me, from up here, the ANU crew. No, I would say, yes, the Corowa Composite. In the lead, but very difficult to tell. I think it's ANU, Zoe Lynham and Deanne Grant, but we'll get a better view as they come through the 500 metre mark, which are approaching very rapidly.
Oh, Zoe and Grant definitely look well, very, very strong out there out wide this morning, I remember. They'll be a crew to beat later on today, and they're doing much the same here in this semi-final one. Looking like they've got about a boat length lead there over the Murdoch Shellharbour Black Mountain Composite, with Glebe coming across in third there. And taking out that last spot will be Lake Macquarie leading into the 500. But you never know what Newcastle can pull out.
There was only a margin of 2.21 seconds back to Newcastle, and then 1.27 back to ANA, then only less than a second to Shellharbour and Corowa Composite. So anyone could take that coveted fourth position.
That's right. Great to see the action here. You'll see potentially with some of these races coming through semis and finals that these middle crews might have a slight advantage with stronger heats, so you might see a bit of a separation coming through here with those middle crews poking their noses out over some of these wider crews, which you can start to see here. That ANU crew in the middle looking very strong there in lane 5 and lane 7. That Glebe crew looks like they made a bit of a charge there. Definitely 2 or 3 points higher than that Shoalhaven Composite.
Well, the Shoalhaven Composite looked to me to have a bit of a steering correction there. So, but they're just coming into the last 250 metres. The first 3 are pretty clear. It's Zoe Lynham from ANU, Heidi Lindahl and Jacqueline Harris from Glebe, and Jane Clues from and Katrina Davis from Black Mountain. So those will be the first 3 across the line. I would call it as Kirsten Barry and Trudy McDonald over on the far side from Lake Macquarie, but you don't know what's going to happen with Phoebe Sanders and Candice Day from Newcastle closest to us. And then out there in the middle, the Corawood Composite is putting up quite a battle as well. But yes, it's fairly clearly now, as I've crossed the line, Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald. They're followed across by the Newcastle crew, out there the Corawood Composite crew, and then almost a photo finish for the Shellharbour City and the ANA crew. So the qualifiers that will go through to the final will be the ANU crew of Zoe Lynham and Diane Grant, Heidi Lindahl and Jackie Harris from Glebe, Jane Clues and Katrina Davis, the Shoalhaven Black Mountain Composite, and Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald from Lake Macquarie.
Yeah, very close there to tell the difference for that last spot in the 2 and 3rd position there, with Glebe, I think, just getting the upper hand and getting maybe that better lane for the final. And you never know what could happen. I always like to make sure I get that better lane because, I don't know, it makes me feel a bit better, but also a little bit of an upper hand over that opposition.
Well, what I can say is that I know the Glebe girls have got some real determination there, so be interested to be a great final. So we're just watching the second heat of this semi-final in the Women's Masters C double. Across on the far side from Powerhouse, we have Lucinda Rodriguez and Emily Harridge. In lane 3 from Wendouree Ballarat, Eben Weldner and Leanne Martin. In lane 4 from Pine Rivers and Brisbane and GPS, Janine Reid and M. Schmeider. In lane 5 from Torrens, Belinda Jankiawiak and Simone Ellis. In lane 6 from Commercial and Gold Coast Masters, Viv Culverwell and Christine Taylor. In lane 7 from Corio Bay, Fiona Wild and Justine Tonner-Joyce. In lane 8 from Yarra, Kelly Lewis and Sarah Sefke. And in lane 9, closest to the grandstand, Helen Lloyd and Laurie Sward.
It'll be interesting to see who can get through into this A final later on this morning.
And as they're coming down the course, that it all looks very close in this semi-final.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be interesting.
There'll be some real battles going on out there on the water. We'll get a better view as they come through the 500 metre mark. So some very close racing here. The first 3 have crossed the 500 metre mark, very close together. That was but slightly ahead. The Yarra crew of Kelly Lewis and Sarah Sefke, followed by the Pine Rivers composite of Janine Reid and M. Schmeider. Then the Torrens crew of Belinda Jankowiak and Simone Ellis. And a little bit further back to Fiona Wild and Justine Tonner-Joyce from Corio Bay. They're being chased very hard by the Commercial Gold Coast crew of Viv Caldwell and Christine Taylor. And in the running there also is the Wendouree Ballarat crew of Ebony Ebenwelder and Leanne Martin. So some fantastic video footage here as we have the camera on the umpire boat. And now it looks like we have the view from the tower. So as they're coming up to the last 250 metres, the battle is on to see who's going to go through. It does seem to me to be the Pine Rivers Composite out there really pushing in the lead over the Torrens crew. But no, closer to us here from Yarra Yarra, Kelly Lewis and Sarah Sefke have a healthy lead.
Oh, they're looking very strong out there.
There's some real pushes going on here. I think it's Kelly Lewis and Sarah Sefke, whether they'll be able to hold their position against the Pine Rivers Composite over there. It will be the Torrens crew with their distinctive red and white horizontal stripes in third position, and they'll be followed across by the commercial composite of Viv Caldwell and Christine Taylor. Then it was over on the far side, the Wendouree Ballarat crew, then Corio Bay and Powerhouse.
So that seems to round out the little morning session here for day one of the 2023 Australian Masters Rowing Championships. Got a little bit of a break here for about 45 minutes as everyone grabs some tea and discusses the first morning of racing, and we'll be back at 11:30 for the first final, which is the Men's Masters I4.
And just a reminder, it's always an issue. Please return any used bow numbers. And race hard and strong.
And we are back for racing here at the 2023 Australian Masters Rowing Championships, and we have our first final underway for this morning with the Men's Masters I. Straight 4 in lane 2 from Tablelands Country Rowing Club. We have Brian Kidder, David Blair, David Merrill and Robin Odell. And in lane 3 from Mosman we have John Strick, John May, John Hardy and Philip Titterton. It's the John and Philip show over in lane 3 from Mosman Rowing Club. Great to be out here, and it's great to see the first final underway with only the first place from this race taking home a gold medal. And with a very successful New South Wales Masters campaign, Mosman will be hoping to take away the first gold of this championship, like they took away over half a dozen at the New South Wales Masters Championship. And then also we have coming through here the first 500 in lane 5, Toowong Composite, Toowong and Mercantile in the Men's Masters, Cox 4, Peter Park, Chris Gaston, Peter Gell and Nick Warlock, Cox by Bill Webster. Coming across the 500 here, we have Mosman Rowing Club, and then over in lane 2 we have Tablelands coming across there in second, and then out wide we have that Toowong and Mercantile Composite out there really keeping pace with those other two crews, even though they have that Cox in there, which Hocklands are very useful helping keeping that boat steer straight, but do add a bit of time when coming down the course. Really help in these races with a Coxswain to help you go straight, gives the stroke seat and bow seat one less thing to worry about. But as we come down here in the final 250, we've got Mosman Rowing Club here in that yellow boat with those red oars shining through the water, absolutely getting it out front and getting through the water strong and well there, putting a margin on that Tablelands Country Rowing Club crew and really kicking off what they did in the New South Wales Masters Championship and continuing that strong form over here for the Australian Masters Rowing Championship. And as they're seeing the red boys, they're just winding it up a little bit more, even though they got the job done. They really want to do it with a bit of class and show everyone what they're made of. Set the tone, show that Mosman's here to race this weekend. Phil having a look over his shoulder, just making sure he knows how long's left. And they'll be counting down those final 10, 12 strokes. And it's great to see Toowong Rowing Club Composite coming through there strong. And they'll probably come in second place, beating that straight for that Tablelands crew. And we are going to see Mosman very shortly cross the finish line here in lane 3. Great to have all this footage brought to you by Bont Rowing. And we're about to hear the buzzer go off for Mosman Rowing Club here. And in second place of this race, but winning the Men's Masters, Cox 4, is that Toowong Composite of Peter Park, Chris Gaston, Peter Gell and Nick Warlock. And then coming across the line in second of the Men's Masters I4 from Tablelands in Queensland.
And I'd like to say good morning to everyone. My name's Catherine. My first time in the commentary box this morning. I'm either going to be extremely good at this or I'm not going to be invited back. Marcus, I'm not sure what it's going to be. We'll let the crowd decide.
I'm sure you'll be welcome back. Always love having new people up here, showing a hand of what they got, and be great to see you, and we'll love to have your voice out here for us this morning.
And it's been fantastic. I've been wandering around with my book and speaking to the fantastic assortment of interstate rowers here from all over the place. They've driven down, staying overnight. Boat loading was on Sunday, so some 4 days ago, a lot of these boats were loaded onto these trailers to come down here to Penrith. And it's fantastic to see such a great representation of rowers at this national competition. And we're on the lineup now for race 31, the Masters Women's F pair. In lane 1, Toowong, with Julianne Kelly, Jenny Conn, coached by Angelina Ellis. In lane 2, Toowong, Jennifer Mills, Julie Bourne, coached by Angelina Ellis. In lane 3, the St George Composite Crew, that's representing North Shore Rowing Club, Louise McCoach, and Christine McCready from St George, coached by Bruce Williams. In lane 4, North Shore, Virginia Fabro, Sally Edwards, coached by Kim Rudder. In lane 5, we've got the Torrens Composite, South Australian crew of Alison Smith and Robin Gray Gardner. In lane 6, Perth, from the Perth Rowing Club, Susan March and Kathy Ride. Lane 7, North Shore, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell, coached by Kim Rudder. Lane 8, ANA Rowing Club, Jenny Longman, Indra Sivakuldu. And in lane 9, the ANU, with Elaine Bissaka and Sue Donahue. So they're lining up at the start line. It looks like a nice clean start. They've got their oars squared and buried. Hearts are probably pumping as they breathe up and the start's off.
Yeah, great to see a strong start there in lane 9 from ANU. Looking really solid out there. Driving it through and getting a little bit of a lead, having a check and look out, making sure they're going straight, keeping an eye on their opposition around them. Great to see some finals racing here this morning at Australian Masters Rowing Championships with our second final underway. It's great to be here. And we've got some presentation of medals going on down at the podium this morning. And it's great to have Sue Cronshaw down presenting medals this weekend. Currently the president of New South Wales Union of Oarswomen, a member of Abbotsford and formerly Sydney Women's Rowing Club for 20 years. Highlight for her was her selection back in 2006 and 2007, New South Wales State Masters Women's 8. And it's great to have her involved in the sport as a part of New South Wales Union Women of Oarswomen.
And we've got the Torrens Composite Crew coming down in lane 5. That's the Torrens Club which bore the Olympic Sydney 2000 rower of Sally Newmarch, was from the Torrens Club in Adelaide. They've also produced some other Olympian rowers in the Los Angeles Olympics, 2 of them and their coach taking the bronze medal in the women's Coxed 4 event. The Torrens Adelaide Club has produced 8 former Olympians, and they've got a very strong and proud rowing history.
Oh, it's excellent to have so many clubs here with such deep, rich history out here today. But you see there in the middle of that A final. It's very hard to tell leading into the 500 with all crews very close together, but we'll get a good snapshot very shortly. You'd think that that Perth crew in lane 6 would be sticking its nose in front, potentially maybe in lane 7, that North Shore. About to find out going through the first 500 there. Torrens, Port Adelaide, Composite coming across first, but very tight to North Shore, and then back in 3rd and 4th, Toowong and also Toowong again. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens in the last 500 metres here. Can Toowong maybe steal a medal off each other, or can they come across and take out North Shore for a spot on that podium? Definitely not all wrapped up for that Torrens Port Adelaide crew. Definitely got some work to do over there, but it'll be very interesting to see what leads into the last couple hundred metres of this race.
And they're really fighting it out in lane 7, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell. They're a formidable pair. They've been rowing together for many years, and it looks like they're holding them in a very close battle here for first place, Marcus.
Yeah, you never know in a lot of these small boats that what can happen. Things can change very quickly in the last couple hundred metres. With 4 crews leading the pack, going to be one that miss out on a medal here today, potentially. But it's great to see some racing and some hard-fought racing out here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre, brought to you by Bont Rowing and Penrith City Council. And you see there in lane 5, you think that Torrens Composite, Torrens and Port Adelaide have maybe pushed away a bit, but North Shore really increasing that rate, really getting that lean back, and very hard to tell what's going, but they are really driving it through that stroke is really shortening up there, and they are really powering away. So it's going to be a tight horse race for first and second there, but it'll be interesting to see who comes away with bronze.
And Perth in lane 6, you've got the Perth Rowing Club, Susan March and Kathy Ride, pushing hard there in the striped red and striped black Zooties. That's Torrens, excuse me. Alison Smith and Robert Gray Gardner. It's going to be a tight battle.
North Shore just falling out of their lane a bit here. I'm not sure they're going to be able to do it. It's going to be a very close photo.
I think that might have been North Shore there. Let's wait for the...
Is that your North Shore goggles on there?
Maybe.
No, I think lane 7 got through there, and then all the over the side in lane 3, St George Composite.
I think you'll find the official results are out now, Marcus.
That's right. North Shore getting the job done with their first gold of the weekend.
Well done. McBride and Blackwell team of North Shore takes out the final for the women's Masters F, followed by Torrens Port Adelaide, St George North Shore in 3rd, Toowong in 4th, Perth take 5th place, followed by North Shore and Toowong to finish off that race.
That was some very close racing there, as you can see on the replay. Just with the surge of the boat, North Shore getting over. There's definitely a few wobbly moments. We'll ignore that stroke seats, head out of the boat.
Looks like a photo finish to me there, Marcus.
Very close race. We now got the men's Masters F quad coming down the course that just shot off before. They had some heats earlier in the day as well. And you've got over there in lane 1, Manning River Composite, Manning River St George. Lane 2, Drummoyne. Lane 3, Corio Bay. Lane 4, Leichhardt Composite. Lane 5, Harawia Composite. Lane 6, Yarra Yarra. Lane 7, Torrens Composite. Lane 8, Black Mountains Composite. And Lane 9, Pine Rivers. With the podium presentation of medals today, just with such the short racing, we will get boats 1, 2 and 3 from all events who have more than 4 entries to come over to the presentation pontoon down there to receive their medals, and then they'll go off, because I know everyone's got a lot of racing on this weekend, so we'll get you in and out as quick as possible. But please, after you win your race or come 2nd or 3rd, depending on the entry numbers, come over and receive your medals.
And we've got the team from Corio Bay coming down in lane 3. That is Peter Searle, Peter Jeffrey, Peter Abel, and Richard Axe. Of course, Corio Bay being the place where Jeff Sykes, back in 1966, from Sykes Rowing, got those boats manufactured. So it's known for many things. And Corio Bay looks like they're really pushing this race
Torrens Composite just come through, but it's very tight margin there with the Harrier Composite from New Zealand pushing through with a bit of Western Australian flair there in the bow seat with Daryl Salisbury just helping that crew fill out a full quad, and it's great to see all these crews out here with a very tight 1, 2 and 3, 4 with Leichhardt and St George Composite in third and the Yarra Yarra quad in fourth. Be great to see who can hold on for a victory here this afternoon. Very hard to tell with all these crews very tight, tussling through the course.
It looks like the Torrens Composite, that's Mark Johnson, Graham Hunt, Rob Ellis and Kevin Tankard in lane 7. Did you say they've got the nose on the Horror Wenya Composite crew?
I think they do. They really are lifting up their rate here. They might be hitting a buoy or two. They're just moving away from that now. But you can definitely see there's 3 crews in the middle. They're fighting it out for a medal. That's St George, Leichhardt Composite. You got that Harrier Composite from New Zealand also as well, really driving it through. And then that Yarra Yarra Composite, as Yarra Yarra crew, lane 7, that Torrens Composite. Yarra Yarra's dropped back a bit. Bow seat of that Torrens Composite really having a look, making sure they're going to get the job done, but it's tight. It is very tight up here, hard to tell between all 3. I think lane 5, that yellow Empacker, has stuck its nose out by a canvas.
And Torrens Composite are racing through for a very close finish. I think they had it. I'll call it again, Marcus.
Oh, I think it might be.
I think
Leichhardt, St George Composite may have just got over the line with that surge of the boat by that Torrens Composite.
And here come the Black Mountain Composite. They are pushing hard and finishing the Pine Rivers crew in their pine green, crossing the line in 9th place.
Yeah, everyone keep an eye on that replay there, and it's very hard to tell who has got over the line there, if it's going to be lane 7 or lane 5. I couldn't call it, but the smarter people downstairs have called it with that Leichhardt St George Composite taking the win there today, was it?
And the Pine Rivers crew, that is a group of 10 Masters rowers who have come up from down from Brisbane. Ray Smith is their coach. Coaches right through the juniors from Genesis Christian College, 30 kids there involved in the Pine Rivers Rowing Club program. And Ray Smith is coaching right through the juniors all the way through to the seniors. Lake Kawongba in the north of Brisbane is a 2,000 metre uninterrupted buoyed course that these Pine Rivers Rowing Club enjoys. Thanks, Marcus. This is the start list now for the Women's A final.
Women's A double scull final. All just kicking off here. It's going to be some quick racing. We've got lane 1, that Toowong Composite. Toowong and Riverway, Jacqueline De Jong, Kate Dobrinsky. Lane 2 from Easter Singapore, Joanna Chan, Joan Poe. Lane 3 from Leichhardt, Nikki Lepransky, Taryn Innes. Lane 4 from Glebe, Elizabeth Doran and Julia Vikanovsky. Lane 5 from Tasmania University, Jane Hillart and Kathy Starling. Lane 6 from Glebe, Elizabeth Lester, Ella Barnard. Lane 7 from Newcastle Uni, Christy Hinton and Jeanette Lindsay. Lane 8 from Toowong Composite, Evan Wilder and Katrina Reynolds. And lane 9 from North Shore, Zita Brones and Olivia Tong, coached by Kim Rudder.
And of course, it's fantastic to see the Easter Rowing Club from Singapore here in the formidable combination of Chan and Poe. Of course, Joan Poe representing Singapore in Linz in Austria last year. She had a very thrilling sprint in her A final in Linz to take home gold in the single scull. And this combination of Chan and Poe, I think they're going to be really hard to beat, that Easter combo in lane 2.
I'll get some footage here from the catamaran cam of that Glebe crew, just falling about a half a length behind Leichhardt there on that left-hand side of the course, but still looking very strong, getting those hands flying away nicely. But Leichhardt just got that rate a few points higher and really just charging away with it now. Really interested to see how they all come through this first 500 and what the strategy is going to be coming through the end.
And of course, that Leichhardt rower Nikki Lepresti in the New South Wales Women's State Crew on Saturday afternoon. She's had a fantastic season. And if we have a look at them rowing now, they are pressing hard in first or second place, would you say, Marcus? I'm making that up because I can't actually see.
Very hard to tell from up here. We'll wait to see what we get through at the 500 metre mark here, but it's great to see all these. They look very close, all within about a length of each other from what we can see up here in the commentary box. But as they're approaching the 500 metre mark now, we'll be able to see who's who in the zoo. And I think we've got lane 2 there from Singapore. Do look quite strong coming through there.
That's a combination of Chan and Poe, Joanna Chan and Joan Poe.
And they've looked like they've come through about half a length of a lead in front of Leichhardt with Glebe in third. And a little bit of a way back to Tassie Uni, Newcastle Uni, and then Toowong Ballarat City, Toowong Riverway, North Shore, and then Glebe a bit further behind. So it'll be very interesting to see how this last 500 metres transpires. Can Tasmania Uni make a push at Glebe? Or will be Glebe and Leichhardt be able to hold on? This Singapore double does look like they are moving well through the water together. Great to see them out here making the big trip. Great to have so many clubs from all over the country and Oceania out here this weekend.
It's right in the Riverway rower of Jacqueline de Jong in lane 1. Riverway, of course, is on the banks of the Ross River in Townsville. So they've had a really long trip to get down here to Penrith today. The Riverway Rowing Club, fairly new club, only established in 2005. And they have a good collaboration with Townsville Grammar Rowing and Ryan Catholic College Rowing, where they have parents and teacher challenges, very good, strong community feel there, headed up by Chris Cottrell and Bruce Trevanthan, who are life members of the Riverway Club.
Yeah, it'll be interesting here. I think that Singapore crew has pushed about be clear water in front of Leichhardt. Glebe just struggling a little bit in the middle of the pack, middle of the water there. Singapore definitely looking strong, rowing long with that really strong lean back, really strong out front. And Leichhardt looking like they're doing it easy to take home the silver medal here. Just be interesting to see, can that Toowong composite get over that Glebe crew across the line here?
But it's going to be the Easter Rowing Club of Chan and Poe who take out gold in this final. Followed by Leichhardt, Glebe in third, Toowong Riverway. Very closely followed by Toowong Ballarat City combination, Newcastle University, the University of Tasmania and North Shore. It's excellent racing from the Easter Rowing Club. That's a sculling only club. They do competitive and casual rowing up there on the Pandan Reservoir in Singapore. And what a privilege it is to host Joan Poe and Joanna Chan from the Easter Rowing Club. Well done. We're now moving into race 34, the men's masters. A
pair. They had their heats on early this morning and it was a very close race. I think there was about 3 photo finishes in that one heat.
We've got Lindisfarne Rowing Club, Aaron Midgley and Tom Wilcox in lane 2. In lane 3, the Toowong Rowing Club of Dean Horder, Jackson Price, coached by Terry Mulligan. The Nepean Composite in lane 4, Alistair Isherwood and Jason Waddell. Banks in lane 5, Banks Rowing Club represented by Andrew Goldstein and Heinrich Ventz. The Carrum Club from Victoria, Stuart Gilbert and Drew Holman, coached by Drew Holman in lane 6. Banks, Tom Marshall, Alexander Mackey. In lane 8, Brisbane and GPS Composite of Hamish Dunbar, Alex Adam, coached by Alan Borgia. And in lane 9, closest to the stand, is St George, James Hunt, and Tom Masterton, coached by Mark Featherstone. It's another tight race. Head to head, they're all in a line right up at the top of the course. Conditions look nice. Flat water. And I'm out on my own here, guys. My fellow commentator has left the room, which is not good for me because I can't see anything yet to report on this race. But it looks like out in front,
An Nepean Melbourne Uni combination, potentially that Banks crew. It was very tight, that Nepean Melbourne Uni combination. Alistair Isherwood there with Jason Waddell, very strong. A little bit older than the rest of the pack there, but those two Banks crews did come away strong in that heat as well, and they're doing the same again here just before lunch. Banks 1 and 2, Nepean Melbourne Uni 3, Carrum 4th, and a little bit behind we got Brisbane, St George, Toowong and Lindisfarne. Be very interesting to see how this last couple hundred metres goes here. Bit of an older group in that Nepean composite with Alistair Isherwood, roughly couple years older than the rest of the pack, but definitely looking strong out here, showing off his Swift racing boats. But those two Banks crews look like they have been training hard and training well with some really solid connection together, and they're really keeping it themselves in the middle of the lanes, working hard.
and of course that Banks Rowing Club, Marcus, brought us Rosie Popper, who you'll all know, no doubt, as the athlete who came out of the Banks Rowing Club, winning Australia's first Olympic gold medal in women's rowing. That was the bronze Cox for in the Los Angeles Olympics. Rosie Popper. She got a medal of the Order of Australia, and being born in 1991, that's a pretty fantastic contribution to rowing.
Definitely is, but that Banks crew over there in the middle of the course in lane 5, Golson and Vence looking very strong out there. Nepean and Melbourne Uni, Isherwood and Waddell really increasing their rate up there. Really, you'd almost say hacking at it, but I wouldn't say that. Just driving it through, keeping that rate up as high as they can. It'll be very close here to see who gets through. I think Banks is going to hold on in lane 5. Lane 7, Banks really waning here. They could lose out in the medal altogether. Coming across the line first is Banks. Second is Melbourne Uni Nepean. And in third, Banks held on again to take out the last spot on the podium.
Very close for Carrum there. Stuart Gilbert and Drew Holman were literally 0.7 of a second behind the Banks in third. So that's a first and a third for the Banks Rowing Club. Sandwiched there between with Nepean Melbourne Uni in a race that was 3:31.78. Followed by Carrum in fourth, Brisbane GPS composite crew of Andrew Goldstein and Heinrich Vence. And they're lining up now in the next event, which is race 35, the Women's D final, in lane 1. University of Western Australia composite crew with Fremantle. Lane 2, North Shore, New Zealand. Lane 3, North Shore, New South Wales. Lane 4, the Murwillumbah composite. That's a composite crew of Murwillumbah, Melbourne and Ulverstone rowers. Lane 5, the University of Queensland. Lane 6 is the Tamar composite. That's a Tassie composite from Tamar and Buckingham Rowing Club. In lane 7, Commercial, Queensland Rowing Club. In lane 8, Melbourne. And in lane 9, Adelaide Composite. That's a composite from Adelaide University and Leichhardt. We've got Daniela Bourget from Leichhardt, rowing with her 3 friends from Adelaide University, Christina Bursell, Susie Ross and Angie Francu.
And we have the presentation of medals in the top left-hand corner for the Women's Masters A double. In second place from Glebe Rowing Club. And in second place from Glebe Rowing Club, Elizabeth Doran and Julia Vinkavasia. And the winners of the Women's Masters A double from Singapore Easter Rowing Club, Joanna Chan and Joan Poe.
I should back you up.
That's fine. And we're off here in the women's D4 here this afternoon. Are we this afternoon? Yes, we officially are in the afternoon now with the clock striking 12 in the Women's Masters D4.
That's right, Marcus. We've got a full house on this race, lanes 1 through to 9. University of Western Australia Composite rowing with Fremantle. I've got a personal favourite in this race, I have to say, Marcus. I'm a little bit biased to lane 3, North Shore. Very close family members rowing in that boat today, coached by Kim Rudder.
Got 2 North Shore crews, one from New South Wales, Sydney here, and then one all the way from New Zealand.
And I do believe Rebecca Caro is rowing in that North Shore New Zealand crew, which is interesting because I thought she was meant to be here in the commentary box with me at this time. Clearly there was a clash in the schedule because she is rowing in seat 2 of the North Shore New Zealand boat. So
Sure, she'll be here very shortly with a low wealth of experience and knowledge.
she can have some banana bread that we've baked.
That's right.
All right, let's have a look at where they're coming into the first camera shortly at 500 metres into this race. Looks to be pretty close from what I can see, with at least 4 crews vying for those top medal positions.
Very hard to tell who's coming in here through this first 500. It'd be very telling, and they look like you'd almost say.
Oh, it looks like that was Adelaide University Composite there, made up of Daniela Borget, Christina Bursell, Susie Ross and Angie Franku. What's your take on that, Marcus?
Yeah, very hard to tell. I think that Adelaide Uni Leichhardt Composite looks strong out there. It'd be very hard to get them. That Melbourne and University of Queensland look strong, but that North Shore New Zealand crew.
Oh, they're in it twice by the look of it on the camera. I'm not sure which North Shore crew's in 4th place.
We'll find out shortly when they cross the finish line, as we're coming up to those red boys which signifies 250 metres to go.
They'd be feeling the pinch here, I think, Marcus. They'd be breathing heavy and hard, trying to get some clean strokes and a good sit back on those strokes to make the most out of the boat speed.
Yeah, you just said Adelaide Uni Leichhardt Composite just struggling, getting very close to the boys here. That Melbourne crew in lane 8 does look like they're catching up. They've just corrected themselves and really brought up that rate now.
That's B. Klein. Sorry, you said lane 8, Melbourne crew. Is that correct?
Yes, I think Melbourne is coming through a bit strong there. The Adelaide Uni Composite with Boggett in bow seat, very, very experienced rower in the women's Masters. Knows what she's doing, coached by Steve Cherry as well. So it's great to see that crew coming away, and they're just lengthening out their lead now, and they look pretty comfortable out there. They'll take about a length and a half victory here. I think it'll be very hard to find who will be 3rd place. Melbourne will come across in 2nd, you would think, but it is the battle for bronze here. That University of Queensland crew may struggle to get over the line here with that North Shore New South Wales crew in lane 3.
Looks like it's lane 9. That Adelaide University Composite crew has won, followed by lane 8, Melbourne. Congratulations. And coming into a clear 3rd is lane 5, University of Queensland. That's the crew of Narelle Walters, Annie McDonald, Rachel Kinnamont, Margot Drayton, coached by Edward Drayton. And a very close finish, Commercial and University of WA Fremantle in 8 and 9.
And now we're underway for the Women's Masters D Coxed 4 over in lane 1. ADF Rowing Composite, Australian Defence Force, Phoenix and Canberra. Belinda Bowman, Sarah Whiteman, Tony Milne and Cyril Woodward. Coxed by Alice Clayton. Lane 3, University of Queensland, Kathleen Roadmill, Carla Forbes, Amanda Rukui, Kathy Witt and Lily Lunny in the coxswain seat. And from Melbourne, Emma Plowritt, Louise Phillips, Catherine Duramy, Angela Rice and Zena Marzi. And then from Karen Rowing Club, Elizabeth Ritchie, Anya Lloyd-Smith, Fiona Abbott, Sarah Haywood, Jessica Cuddy in the coxswain seat, and Mossman Leichhardt Composite, Christine Foxton, Tiffany Hutchison, Em Bruck, Sarah Hill, coxed by Sebastian Colding, Torrens Rowing Club, Emily Alkari, Simon Ellis, Gina Bell, Tori Toogood, and coxed by Jed Watson. Toowong Newcastle Composite of Phoebe Saunders, Janelle Flink, Tracy Evans, Frances O'Keefe, and coxed by Ash Underhill.
And it's great to see Sebastian Kladnig, the cox from the King's School in the Mossman Composite crew in Lane 6. Sebastian's in Year 12 at the King's School, and he has been coxing with the New South Wales Women's State 8 team. And he's a fantastic young cox who's got a really bright future. And that's the Mossman Composite Leichhardt crew of Kristen Foxton, Hutchinson, Barrick and Hill.
Coming across the line here in the 500 metre mile, you've got the University of Queensland with a strong half a boat length lead over Torrens, and then probably another boat length back to that Toowong Newcastle Composite there. It'll be very interesting to see how this last 500 metres unfolds. The boat starts to get heavy when everyone gets tired, especially with that coxswain in there. So it'll be a test of will to see who will be able to get through that line there this afternoon. And we have the presentation of medals coming up shortly for the Women's Masters D4.
And of course we've got the Carrum Club who have come up from southeast Melbourne to this regatta, Carrum in Victoria. They've got the head coach there, Drew Holman, who's coached this women's squad. And Drew is a very well-known and esteemed coach. He was in the State Nationals, went to Henley. Drew's been in various boat classes since the 1990s, and he's the coach of this Carrum crew. Look to be in the middle of the course.
That University of Queensland crew out there in lane 3 looks strong, but it will be hard to tell who's going to come through there strong with that Torrens crew in lane 7. Really picking up that rate leading into that final last 150 metres. We'll get a better idea when these crews get a little bit straighter in a moment, but I think in first, over in lane 3, that University of Queensland crew does look very strong and should take out that Women's Masters D coxed 4, and over in lane 7, that Torrens crew from South Australia looking strong. Queensland just looking like they're doing it easy here, bringing that rate down, knowing they've got the job done. Obviously those ladies have a few extra races going on this afternoon. It's getting close here with Torrens touching that other boat, but they'll take a half a boat length victory. University of Queensland, Torrens in second.
And Toowong Composite coming in for third place, the composite crew of Sanders, Finland, Evans and O'Keefe, with the cox Sasha Underhill. I don't think we need to.
And then we're off here for the men's D single final. Great to see. These men were out here early this morning in their heats, and it's great to see them out again. Over in lane 9, we've got Brad Smith, who just fell a little bit slow off the start, having to do some work now. But it was very clear that the middle 3 will be quite strong and hard to beat out here today. So it'll take some hard work from those crews out wider to see if they can cause an upset here today.
And of course it was the Yarra Yarra Rowing Club, Marcus, that gave us one of the awesome foursome back in 1992 and 1996. That was James Tompkins. He opened the new clubhouse at Yarra Yarra, Boaston, in 2005, coming from Carey Grammar School, where he was a rower. Sure, Tompkins has raced out here in his career.
Sure, plenty of times. So we can see from the cat, it looks very close here leading into that first 500 metres. Anything can happen in this single scull race. Great to see so many out here. It does look like in the middle here, Moolumbar and Mossman looking strong. Over in lane 7, Griffith Uni Surface Paradise as well, coming through that first 500 as well. Very easy, very hard to tell who is going to take some advantage going into that last 500 metres. But over in lane 6, we've got that Yarra Yarra, Scarlett and Justin Negri, then Scott O'Reilly and Nicholas Inglis taking out the top 3, and then a bit of a drop back to Alexander Duji of Mossman Rowing Club there.
And Simon Wall coming lane 3 from the West Australian Rowing Club. That's the oldest club in WA out there on the Swan River, and they call themselves the home of rowing in Perth. It's a high performance club. I'm sure Simon Wall is probably involved in some of the activities there, from the Learn to Row program right through to the Masters Rowing. It's one of the last remaining floating boathouses in the world, the heritage listed WA Rowing Club. So it's built right out there on the water. The whole club's floating. It's quite a magnificent building. And he's come a long way in lane 3 to be here.
Oh, it's a big trip over from Perth, but as we're leading into the last 500 metres here, you'd like to think that over in lane 1, Yarra Yarra Nick Inglis is looking strong. They're really picking up his rate. Very hard to tell who is going to get over here in lane 6, Yarra Yarra, Justin Negri as well. Really picking it up. It is very hard to tell. I think, I want to say lane 4, Moolumbar, Scott O'Reilly is touching himself into a bronze medal here.
I think he's going to be challenged in lane 6 by Yarra Yarra. Justin Negri is really pushing hard. I think Justin's out in front now, and it's going to be, he's challenging for the gold position, I think there.
Justin just had a look there. I think he is going to take that gold in that yellow M packer there.
Unbelievable. From 4th place with less than 200 metres to go, the winner Justin Negri from Yarra Yarra in lane 6, followed by Nick Inglis, also from Yarra Yarra in lane 2.
And then also, if we look at the top left of our screen, we have the presentation of medals for the Women's Masters. D. Cox 4, and the presentation of medals here are going to 3rd place to Wong and Newcastle, P. Saunders, J. Finklin, T. Evans, and F. O'Keefe. Cox by Underhill, coached by Ellis as well. Congratulations to those ladies, and look forward to seeing them racing later on in the week.
Okay, they've got an attention at the start line and they're off, rowing in the Lightweight Men's Masters D single scull. This is race 38 on your program. There's no one racing in lane 1 today, so we're starting at lane 2 in Yarra Yarra, Zane Lockley. Lane 3 is Murray Bridge with Graham Hunt. Lane 4, Moolumbar, Anthony Robert G. From the Mossman Rowing Club in lane 5, Michael Diamond. In lane 6, from Noosa, Michael Robinson. Lane 7, Griffith University Surfers Paradise, David Hamilton. We have Rob Ellis from Torrens Rowing Club in lane 8. And in the lane closest to the stand, lane 9, Endeavour, Peter Bauman. This is the lightweight men's Masters D single scull. And of course the Endeavour Rowing Club out there on the banks of the Hunter River in the township of Morpeth. You'll see them coming down here in their magenta zooties. That was a colour that was quite an accident, I understand, for the Endeavour Rowing Club, because the only paint that was left in Peter Wiper's paint store was magenta, and that became their club colours as it was surplus in that paint store, and they proudly team it with white and black as their club colours.
I think coming through strong here in lane 4 from Murwillumbah, Anthony Robert G is looking strong here, but as we come into frame, lane 8 from Torrens, Robert Ellis is charging through and will take about a boat length lead leading into the final 500 with David Hamilton from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise as well coming through strong, and a bit of a gap back to Graham Hunt and the rest of the pack here. Be very hard to see a change going on in this medal podium, but anything can happen in the top 3 with some tight margins between Anthony, Rob and David. Well, now we've got the presentation of medals for the men's Masters D single. In 3rd place from Murwillumbah, we have Scott O'Reilly. Congratulations to Scott for a hard-fought medal out here today. And his compatriot from Murwillumbah is right behind him, with Anthony looking strong out there. But it looks like in lane 8, Torrens Rob Ellis is really picking up the rate, shortening up his strokes and trying to get ahead of Anthony here. He looks like he's got about half a length leading into this last 150 metres. With a bit more boat run to him as well, which could send him across the line. And in 3rd place, Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise. Looks like he'll take home the bronze if nothing extraordinary happens out here. But Torrens is really making a move here, and Rob is going to get it job done by about a boat length here and take out the gold in the lightweight men's Masters D single scull. Coming across in 2nd from Murwillumbah, Anthony Robert G. And in 3rd place from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise, David Hamilton. And then coming across in 4th, we've got Graham Hunt there from Murray Bridge. 5th, we have from Yarra Yarra, Zane Lockery. And then Mossman, Michael Diamond. And then from Endeavour Rowing Club, Peter Bauman. From Noosa, Michael Robinson. And we have now concluded that race, and now we're on to the women's Masters G quad.
It's the Women Masters G in lane 2, Riverside Composite. That's a Riverside Goolwa composite of Wilden, Woodhead, Pennington and Sweeney. Lane 3, Perth Composite of Small, Cooper, Cornwall, Fennell. In lane 4 from Melbourne, Plummer, Barbary, Benjamin and Dow. And from a composite Pine Rivers Mackay Rowing Club in lane 5, Missenden, Dugara, Clancy and Ward. In lane 6, from Queensland, the Commercial Rowing Club, Flynn, Charles, Martin and Broadley, followed in lane 7 by the Melbourne University Composite of Bant, Whiting, Goss and Bingham. In lane 8, the Endeavour Composite, that's Endeavour and Lake Macquarie, from the Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Anne Campbell, and her 3 crew members from Endeavour, Chris Brennan, Diane McShane and Lindy Nesbitt. And finally in lane 9, pushing out from the Manning River Composite of Manning River and ANU, Sue Edwards, Amanda Cavill, Elaine Bissica and Kay Smythe. And there's a clear front runner in this race, and it is it's Pine Rivers Mackay, lane 5, Jennifer Missenden, Jane Dugara, Therese Clancy and Solveig Ward are out in front by a good lead of over 2 seconds from the Melbourne University Richmond crew in lane 7, followed by Endeavour Lake Macquarie in lane 8. And we've got that Endeavour Rowing Composite crew in lane 8. We've got Katrina and Diana from Endeavour. They've been 10 years rowing in a doubles together. They travel over an hour to get to the township of Morpeth to row for Endeavour. They're looking to buy their first doubles together. They were checking out a boat from the University of Tasmania earlier this morning. They travel from Nelson Bay, Tea Gardens, it's Fiona and Marg, and Miff comes all the way from Singleton to row at Endeavour.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting here coming through that last 150 metres here. Is it going to be lane 5 or is it going to be lane 7 that's going to make the push here over in lane 5? We've got that Pine Rivers Composite as we were just discussing before. And we've got that Melbourne Uni Composite as well coming through.
It's pretty tight. They're pushing hard.
It is coming thick and fast here for us today at the Australian Masters Rowing Championships.
I think Melbourne University are going to push through to get the first heat on that. Very close race, 7 across the line, followed by lane 5, Pine Rivers Composite in 1 and 2. And it's a battle here in lane 4 and lane 8, but I think lane 8 have got it. That's the Endeavour Composite crew of Campbell, Brennan, McShane and Nisbet, coached by Peter Bond, take the bronze medal in this final Women's Masters G quad. Congratulations to the Women Masters G quad. What a fantastic effort. We're lining up now for race 40, the Men's Masters G4. In lane 1, Melbourne. Lane 2, Toowong Composite. They're often racing. Corio Bay, lane 3. Drummoyne Composite in lane 4. Lane 5, the University of New South Wales. Lane 6, Phoenix Rowing Club from South Australia. Lane 7, Clifton Composite. That's a composite crew from New Zealand of Clifton, Hawke's Bay, Mercer and the North Shore New Zealand membership of Gordon Williams. Then we have North Shore, New South Wales, Justin Peters, Chris Walsh, Eric Luck and Jeffrey Franklin. And lane 9, closest to the grandstand, is a composite crew of Brisbane and GPS Riverway. That's a crew of Cox, Roy, Holzberger and Wally. So got those Corio Bay rowers. Again, they're the South Geelong group moving the clubhouse from the shores of Corio Bay to the Barwon River in the 1920s. They shared their resources with Geelong College for many decades. And you might recall the Harmony 8, the most famous crew boated by the club in 1947. Corio Bay has a proud racing history. And Sykes Rowing originated with Jeff Sykes as a Corio Bay veteran rower. Looks like a nice first place position at the 500 mark, Clifton Composite, followed closely by North Shore, Phoenix, Drummoyne Glebe, Melbourne, Toowong Banks in 6th, 7th Brisbane GPS Riverway, 8th the University of New South Wales and Corio Bay in 9th position. But at the moment the Clifton Composite have a comfortable lead. That's the Clifton Composite of Gordon Williams, Alan Cleaver, Jerry Steenkammer and Kerry Dombrodsky from the Clifton Rowing Club. And Clifton Composite still look to be out in front, although they're being challenged by North Shore and Phoenix rowing clubs. Phoenix from South Australia is the crew of David Ellis, Mark Musarad, John Lister and Nicholas McDonald.
Crew's getting a bit close there over in lane 8 and lane 7. They've just separated apart there with North Shore and that Clifton Composite getting nice and close, but that North Shore crew is struggling a little bit with their steering here. It is very hard to steer those fours in a straight line sometimes. North Shore just bumping into some boys there. It could cost them a different coloured medal, but as we can see here, that crew on screen, that Phoenix crew is looking strong and should take away a medal. It just depends on how much they're going to push in this last 100 metres.
They're burning out there, I think, Marcus. The Phoenix crew have kept actually it's the Clifton Composite crew in 7 that's out in front. Apologies there. Clifton Composite crew are going to take the gold medal, followed closely by the North Shore, Peters, Walsh, Luck and Franklin combination in 2nd place. And in 3rd place, proudly, the Phoenix Rowing Club from South Australia have made their mark on today's regatta. That's the crew of Ellis, Musard, Lister and McDonald, followed by Melbourne in 4th place, Drummoyne and Glebe Composite crew in 5th, Toowong and Banks in 6th, and the Composite of Brisbane, GPS and Riverway coming in at 7th, followed by the University of New South Wales and Corio Bay in 9th. Well done, Corio Bay rowers.
As we've got a bit of a break in play here for a couple of minutes, we'll take you over shortly for the presentation of medals for the Women's Masters G Quad. And just on screen now, that Endeavour Composite of Anne Campbell, Chris Brennan, Diane McShane and Lindsay Nembert just accepting their bronze medal and posing for the photo. And we've got that Melbourne University Composite winning the gold, but just they're getting their medals now is that Pine Rivers Composite of Jenny Mazarden, Jane Duggara, Teresa Clancy and Solvig Ward. And taking out the gold in the Women's Masters G Quad from Melbourne Uni and Richmond is Josephine Bant, Pamela Whiting, Gladys Goss and Jennifer Brigham. Congratulations to all those ladies, and we look forward to seeing them racing later on throughout the weekend.
And thanks to Marcus Delamato, what a superstar. What an enormous shift you have done. Is your brain quite fried there now, Marcus? Yes, he's weeping tears of joy having finished in the commentary now. And it is my absolute pleasure to welcome Rebecca Caro to the commentary box. She is the founder of Faster Masters Rowing. I love that, Beck. I need to be a faster master, I'm telling you. She says row faster this year, so what a pleasure to introduce Rebecca Caro. I feel humbled to be in your presence in the commentary box.
Well, I'm very, very pleased to be here. I'm a little out of breath though, so I'll let you carry on for a bit.
I loved seeing you race in that boat. I thought you were meant to be in the box here with me, but thanks to the fantastic work of the volunteers at New South Wales Rowing, Alok, who has put together the schedule, she reassigned Beck to her boat and not the commentary box, so I was pleased to see it. Now, I'm a beginner and Beck is not, so Beck's going to be calling, she's going to be calling all the medal presentations because I don't even know where you get that information from. Just a heads up there, Beck.
I'm on the job, as they say in New Zealand.
Can't see. Right, we're moving up to race 42. We've got the start list here in the Women's Masters B8. Fantastic. I've been waiting for the 8s to start. In lane 4, the Mossman Composite, working with ANU. I can see a few familiar names in there. Amazing rowers who are also in the New South Wales State 8. That's the Mossman Composite in lane 4. Lane 5, the University of Queensland. Lane 6, Leichhardt Composite. They are putting together that crew for Leichhardt, Mossman, Glebe and North Shore. Outstanding rowers also in that crew, coxed by Sebastian Kladnik. That's that young up-and-coming cox from the King's School. And in lane 7, Carrum Rowing Club. That's the crew of Abbott, Lloyd Smith, Plowman, Everett, Dunham, Deeble, Fishman, Haywood and coxed by Jessica Cuddy. The coach is Drew Holman for the Carrum Rowing Club in lane 7. So we've got 4 boats in the start here. Beck, maybe your eyesight's better than mine and you can see how it's looking.
They've just gone past the 500. They're coming up to the 750 race, and it's pretty hard fought. There's always a lot going on in any 8s race, and trust me, when you're a B, you could have been here a couple of weeks ago racing 2,000 metres because you could be 36.
I can't even imagine being 36 again.
So lane 4 is leading us out at the moment, which is the Mossman Composite. They have very nearly got clear water over the University of Queensland in lane 3. And you can just see the quality of the athletes here. Nice blade parallels coming down to the water, and they're just making it look easy. They're sitting back. They might have taken their rate down just a point, but the 3rd place is going to be the one where the battle is being fought because there is no clarity and no certainty at the moment as to who is going to come through.
And there are some outstanding rowers in that Leichhardt Composite from Mossman, Glebe and North Shore. We've got Sarah Hill in the bow seat. She's also the state rower of the New South Wales team in the bow seat. Heidi Lindahl from Glebe, Olivia Tonge, that's a North Shore Rowing Club superstar actually. Jacqueline Harris from Glebe, Nikki Lepresti, also in the Leichhardt crew.
Coming down into the last 100 metres and leading from the front is the Mossman Composite, but they are being challenged hard by the Carrum crew in lane 7. Look for those fluorescent green and black row suits. Sorry, you call them zooties here. They have got overlap with Mossman. Mossman are taking the rate up. They've just gone up to another 2 points and still they're being challenged by Carrum. Carrum now comfortably ahead of the other 2 crews. It's not clear to me who's going to be coming in 3rd, but we've got Mossman with very nearly clear water. They're in their last 15 strokes coming down towards the line. Carrum fading just a little bit. They're being challenged by the University of Queensland and the Leichhardt Composite. Leichhardt and Queensland neck and neck for that 3rd place. Come on, Carrum, you've only got a quarter of a length at the moment. It's anyone's guess who's going to take out that 3rd place finish. Carrum still coming through hard, but it's easily the Mossman Composite heading over the line now. There's the beat for them, and here is Carrum taking out the 2nd place, and Leichhardt Composite are going to be 3rd.
What a fantastic race and fantastic calling, could I say? Really enjoyed listening to you.
I'll tell you a little bit later about how I got trained in doing this. Let's And now we are ready for the medal ceremony for the men's Masters G Coxless Fours. 3 crews sitting ready on the podium. And here go the very first medals over the neck of the Clifton Composite crew from New Zealand, receiving their medals. Gordon Williams, Alan Cleaver, Jerry Steenkammer, and Kerry Dombrowski. Well done, New Zealand.
Yeah, she had to say, well done, New Zealand. I think it must be a question of national pride. We're at race 43 now, Beck. It's the men's Masters B quad in lane 2, Yarra Yarra. We've got the West Australian Rowing Club composite with ANA and Swan River in lane 3. Lane 4, Lindisfarne from Tassie, the crew of Marsh, Mackay, Cape and Wilcox. In lane 5, Toowong composite. That's the Toowong Banks Rowing Club of Murphy, Price and Vence. It looks like there's a scratching there. James Manning, also from Toowong, in that boat. Lane 6, the Nepean Composite. Nepean, Newcastle Uni, Leichhardt and Melbourne University represented in that boat. Lane 7, the Manning River Composite. Manning River, Banks, Commercial and Glebe. And finally, the Black Mountain Composite, Black Mountain and Glebe in lane 8. There's a lot of composite crews in this race, Beck.
Just heading back to that medal ceremony where we need to acknowledge the North Shore Rowing Club crew who got 2nd place in the men's Master G4, and 3rd place was Phoenix Rowing Club. Congratulations to all the crews. They're just getting back into their boats now. Back to the race.
And Adelaide University in 1st, Toowong Banks and Manning River Composite in 3, followed by West Australia, Nepean, Black Mountain, Yarra and Lindisfarne. So out in front at the moment, Beck, is Adelaide University.
B quads, these are such exciting crews. If you've ever been down at the start of a quads race, it is absolute silence, and then, boy, is it loud. Lane 1 leading us out, Adelaide University. They went through the 500 metre mark in 1:31.8, which is a cracking time. And coming through to challenge them in lane 3, we've got the Lindisfarne, lane 4, Lindisfarne. But I think it's going to be the Nepean Composite who are looking pretty sharp in the middle of the field. Look at the rhythm. Really solid. You see them sit back and separate. There's no rush. Coming down into the final 100 metres, it's still leading from lane 1, coming through to the last 100 metres, and the composite in lane 2 is a 1/3 of a length behind, but it's going to be a real scrap here as we come down to the 3rd place crew. 1st and 2nd are all set. Adelaide University 1st, Toowong Banks 2nd, and we're just waiting. Here we go. Manning River scrape that through into the 3rd place over the Nepean Composite.
So congratulations there to Adelaide University, who have taken gold in the final of the men's B4 Masters race. And they're lining up now for race 44. Race 44, the Women's Masters E Single. This is a final.
There's a fantastic lineup here. 9-lane race of people who've all had to qualify through the early heats. The crews are just being aligned at the moment, so just take your time. Really interesting seeing them sitting forwards and ready to row. Some people at half slide, some people look like they're very nearly at full slide. Just a couple of them making small touches on bow side or stroke side just to get their boat straight. I can now see the starter, and he's just doing the call over. We've got Sherelle Rowan, Wendy Cotter, Jacqueline de Jong, M. Barak, Bia Klein-Mullicum, Kindway Faye, Renata Ijimpa, Kathy Lloyd and Louise McCoach in lane 9.
And I won't play favourites here, Beck, but go Louise, lane 9, let's push it out. What a great start, 7 and 5, lane 7 and lane 5, got a good start off the blocks. That's Balmain, Melbourne.
Sometimes when you get the TV screen, it really isn't very indicative as to what's really going on, because right now, anyone who's watching on the live stream, welcome. It's good to have you with us. But as you can see, the camera is focusing on Balmain, Rockhampton and Ballarat, and we can't really see a lot of what everybody else is going. What I do know is these women have beaten a lot of people just to be here in this final.
And it's great to have Ballarat City Rowing Club up here from Victoria. They have a gold medal for being a good sports club. That was something very interesting that I was reading about, thegoodsports.com.au, fostering a healthier sporting nation. I love that. And Ballarat City Rowing Club are very proud to be gold medal holders of that title. Out there on Lake Wenduri, they have a full range of programming at Ballarat City Rowing Club, and Kathy Lloyd in lane 8 is pushing hard to bring herself up into contention for a medal in this race.
Now, if you're not familiar, they generally put the fastest qualifiers, the heat winners, are going to be the people who are usually in the middle lanes. But of course, that's no indication of actual boat speed. If someone won their heat reasonably easily or decided that they were quite comfortable coming second, they might be in an outside lane. The crews are now coming down towards the 500-metre mark, and we can see that the leading crew at the moment is Riverway, closely followed by Ngambi, and we've got, I think, Melbourne Rowing Club also up there in that leading pack. I can see the leading crews going up to the marker now.
We're going to go across shortly to the medal presentation, and we're just coordinating that with Melissa Ashton down there, the head of New South Wales Rowing.
Okay, we're at the medal pontoon again for the Women's Masters B8, and standing in the middle of the pontoon ready to receive their medals. In third place, the Leichhardt Composite from New South Wales. In second place, Karam from Victoria, and the winning crew are the Mosman Composite, standing proudly there in the middle of the pontoon waiting to receive their medals.
And it looks like it's going to be a stiff competition between Balmain, that's Renata Ipjima, and Bea Klein van Molkum from Melbourne in lane 5. It's going to become much clearer in a moment.
Yeah, the women's E-singles coming into the red boys now. They're inside the last 250 metres. And in lane 5, it is Bea Klein Molkum who has a slight lead over the Balmain Rowing Club crew in lane 7. Both athletes sitting up and racing hard now, but it's Bea who definitely has a 2/3 of a length lead, and what I'm looking at now is what's going to be happening for third place. The Riverway Rowing Club, Jacqueline de Jong, is challenging hard against Mbarek and also Kindway Fay, so it's Kindway who's working to overtake the Balmain sculler, but clear water out in the front is Bea Klein van Molkum. She's got 2 more strokes and she has a length of clear water and she's over the line. The race for second is not decided by any stretch of the imagination. Lane 7 nips it. It's Renata. She's just taken the second place over third place Kindway Fay, who was less than half a second ahead of Jacqueline de Jong into fourth.
And well done to Mbarek, Kathy Lloyd, Louise McCoach, Wendy Cotter. What a fantastic race.
So that was interesting. The winners were the 3 athletes in the middle lane. So the forecasting worked out this time.
Look forward to welcoming race 45, the lightweight women's Masters E single scull. They're off the start line. Looks like they had a good start. Pushing hard to get out in front. It looks like, you can't tell at all, but I'm going to take a punt and say it's Exeter, Julie Wood in lane 9. Now, Julie's an interesting one. Her name's Woody, I believe, and she's actually rowing here as an international rower for her club in Exeter.
In Great Britain. How interesting.
Yes.
Welcome another foreigner.
She's aligned herself at the moment with Melbourne Rowing Club and has been rowing out of North Shore, my own club, connected with John James. So welcome, Woody, rowing for Exeter.
On the medal podium, congratulations to the men's Masters B quad. First place, Adelaide University. Second place, Toowong and Banks Composite. I think they were the only crew to come around to collect the medals. Well done, lads. Give us a wave. No, they're far too focusing on their medals. And the third winner was Manning River Composite, but they're not actually on the podium. Good to see you guys. See you again in another race's time. Back to the lightweight women's E single sculls. So these women are the same age as the previous race, only they are racing at 59 kilograms. I'm not going to even speculate when I was last at 59 kilograms.
I'm almost double that, I'm afraid. Is there a heavyweight women's rowing single? Because I think I could take out a medal in that one. And it's such a pleasure to have, I will come back to Woody for a moment if I could, Beck, because she's come a really long way to row with us in this regatta. Her composite pairs partner, doubles partner, from Melbourne Rowing Club is Rod Stewart. I thought he was joking when he said his name was Rod Stewart. He's actually come out from the UK as well, rowing out of Devon. So we've got some legendary rowers here, including the Terry Phillips combo. His wife Lou Phillips is also rowing with Woody in another doubles composite later in this regatta.
Going through the 500 metre mark, Kathleen Hextall is leading in 2:06, closely followed by Rachel Thompson, second, and Julia Wood, your friend Woody, is third. Now, I would tell you that Rod Stewart is actually Australian, although he lives in the UK. So it's nice that you're making him into being a glamour boy.
I said to Rod Stewart, I said, Rod, I know you're an Australian, but you've moved to England and you're rowing here as an international rower. Do you know everyone, Beck?
I've been around for a while,
but I have had
the pleasure of rowing with Rod because I used to row for Thames Tradesmen in the UK, which Lizzie Chapman was the captain when I joined. Now, back to the race, because this is the really exciting race that we're seeing. Lake Macquarie, Anne Harkham, she was just faded into the background on that camera shot, and it zoomed into St George Rowing Club, Joanne Ward, coached by Bruce Williams, and the crews are coming into the red boys now. Lane 7, Drummoyne, leading this lightweight women's E single scull final in the black boat from the front. Second place is a University of Queensland, Rachel Thompson in the yellow boat, and you can see the purple and light blue Zooty. Those two having got clear water on the rest of the field. I'm watching lane 1, your Julia Wood, still sculling strongly. She looks like she's in good contention for third place, but don't neglect Lake Macquarie and Harkham on the far side. She's in lane 2, and the two of them look like they're very close for third place, with the sculler from Black Mountain, Pamela Nash, matching Miss Wood stroke for stroke at the moment. But out at the front, over the finish line, lane 7, Kathleen Hextall takes the win for the women's E single sculls. Second place over the line now, Rachel Thompson, and oh my goodness, just a bronze. Well done all the way from Great Britain to Julia Wood from Exeter.
A big congratulations to Woody down there in lane 9. Good job from the commentary box. Take one home to the homeland, you could say.
Yeah. Phil Titterton on the medal pontoon, facing three fantastic women's Masters E single scullers. The women all congratulating each other with a handshake now. I think he's ready with the medals. He's a Mosman rower, I'm reliably informed. So in first place from Melbourne Rowing Club was Bea Klein van Mullicum. Second place from Balmain, Renata Ijimpa. And third place from Rockhampton Fitzroy, Kynwyn Fay.
And I'll cut across to the start line now. I think I'm good at the beginning of the race, and you're fantastic at the end of the race, Beck. So race 46, this is the men's E Masters final. It's a pair, and we've got in lane 2, St George, lane 3, North Esk Composite. That's the Tasmanian clubs of North Esk and Ulverstone, represented by Michael Wilson and Patrick Bird. Lane 4, Sydney Rowing Club, David Greenslade and Robert McNeil. Lane 5, University of Queensland, Richard Powell and David Hobart. In lane 6, Toowong. In Queensland, we've got Matthew Colquhoun and Gavin Kiley. Lane 7, Melbourne, Roger Tobler and Matthew Harrison. Lane 8, the Lake Macquarie Rowing Club of Jeremy Smith and Stuart Boyd. And in lane 9, Murwillumbah. That's Anthony Robert G and David Rees. I'm glad to be able to pronounce Murwillumbah for you, Beck. You might not have come across some of these stranger Australian...
Hey, we can throw you some real good ones from New Zealand. But I would like to apologise officially to everyone from Corio Bay for getting the pronunciation wrong on your rowing club name. Through the 500 metre mark now at the men's E coxless pairs, leading the pack is Melbourne in a time of 1:40. 3 seconds behind them, the University of Queensland, and third is the North Esk Ulverstone Composite, 2.3 seconds behind again. Toowong fourth, Sydney fifth, and the crews are now heading sharply down to the 1750 metre mark.
And I'm going to do a quick shout out here at the Toowong Club. I asked some of their members earlier today who were the hardest working club members at the Toowong Club. And we're looking at one of them now in lane 6. That's Gavin Kiley, was listed as one of the hardest working volunteers, together with Peter Park and John Bliss. So a shout out to the three of you who keep that club running. If it wasn't for the volunteers in these rowing clubs, they would be nowhere near the huge competitive and welcoming clubs that they are. So a shout out to all the club volunteers for their tireless efforts. And it's looking like a clear lead at the moment. Oh, they're fighting it out in lane 7 and lane 5. Okay, it looks like I'm on the commentary by myself at the moment. It looks like lane 7, Melbourne Rowing Club, is taking the lead by half a canvas over the University of Queensland. And it's lane 7, Melbourne, followed by lane 5, University of Queensland. And in lane 3, congratulations to North Esk Composite. Sydney in lane 4, Toowong in lane 5, but Melbourne, what a fantastic win. That's the Tobler-Harrison combination. Congratulations, taking gold in the men's Masters E pair final.
It takes a lot to row a pair, and boy, was that a great race. They did brilliantly. Just flicking back to the lightweight women's E single scull, race that was just coming on to the medal pontoon now. I'd like to name check Kathleen Hextall. Not only has she come here, raced and won, she is also heading out to the airport later on today because she is heading to France. She and her coach, Robin Macney, are going to compete in the Virtus Games in Vichy, France, which is an international event for intellectually impaired athletes. So congratulations, Kathleen. Not only did you do us proud here, we're looking forward to hearing more about your exploits when you're over in Europe. Sitting on the start line now, we have the women's H to M, Coxless Fours. Just 2 crews here. They are just moving away from the start under starters' orders. We have North Shore Rowing Club and Toowong Rowing Club. Both of these are H category, and what a shame in a way that there aren't more of them, but how wonderful that there are 2 of them. And as the crews move out of the red buoys from the first 100 metres and settle into their race pace, there's nothing to pick between them.
And look, the Walter Wannon combination at North Shore Rowing Club, what outstanding and incredible women they are. Sue Wannon just set the world record in the Guinness Book of World Records for the best erg in the heavyweight women's that they've ever had. Best erg, can you believe it?
That's fantastic. Back to our women's Coxless Four. A little bit of a steering challenge there from the North Shore crew in lane 5. They were right on the buoy line, but they've pulled themselves back into the middle of their lane. Presumably the umpire, having had a mildly anxious moment, will have been waving the flag at them. And they have now got a length and a half lead over the Toowong crew. Very nice close-up of Toowong there. Good to see these ladies. I sincerely hope that I am still in a boat when I'm in an H crew. Go Toowong, you're looking great.
I sincerely hope you're still in the commentary box. You are just fantastic. They're waving to us from the pontoon. It looks like there's a medal presentation taking place.
Yes, the medals are for the Women's Masters E lightweight single sculls. 3 athletes ready to receive their medals. And in 3rd place is Exeter Rowing Club, Great Britain, Julia Wood. In 2nd place, University of Queensland, Rachel Thompson. And in 1st place, Drummoyne Rowing Club, Kathleen Hextall. Another shout out to Julia. She's 63 and the other 2 are 55. Wow, that's something. There's something about rowing a grade below your actual age. Ladies now arm in arm, lining up for the photographer, smiles all round and medals round their necks.
And it's fantastic to have Phil Titterton. He taught me to row in my very first boat. We were absolutely hopeless, but pleased to say 1 state rower came out of his initial training. Good on you, Phil. Rowing New South Wales volunteer for over 30 years. He has contributed so much to the sport.
Coming into the last 250 metres, we're back in the Women's H Coxless Fours, and North Shore Rowing Club being closely followed by the umpire's launch because of their steering mishap, shall we say, earlier in the race. There's nothing like being under the scrutiny of the umpire, because they may be leading this race, but you can be sure that they'll all be very, very conscious of the fact that the eagle eye, and they'll be looking for that white flag just to make sure that they don't stray out of their lane a second time.
They're stroking very nicely in that North Shore boat. Sue Walter in the bow seat, Sue Wannon, Virginia Fabro and Janet Pendleton.
And in the Toowong crew, we have Trish Carter, Lynette Brown, Heather Warren, and Marion Elliott. But it's a clear water lead as they're coming into the last 150 metres, with the North Shore crew quietly taking it home. Nice, neat rowing, no problems with the steering, and Toowong following them a length behind for the 2nd place.
They'll be very happy with that, Beck. They've been training really hard on the water at least 4 times a week in a combination of different crews. Congratulations to Sue Walter, Sue Wannon, Virginia Fabro and Janet Pendleton, taking out 1st place in the Women's Masters H. They look pretty exhausted. Well done, Toowong.
So, without being patronising, it does not matter how old you are always exhausted at the end of the race. And it's one of the things I often explain when you're meeting people who say, you know, should I take up rowing and what's it like? And I used to say, Steve Redgrave, you know, he was that British Olympian. He works as hard as we do. He is as exhausted as we are. He's just a lot stronger and a lot fitter.
Look, I feel pretty exhausted and I haven't even been on the water yet.
The second heat of the women's 8 coxed fours now. So same age category as before, as the previous race, but coxed. And we have Manning River Composite racing Melbourne Composite. So again, 2 crews, ladies, all the same age. In the Manning River Canberra Composite, we've got Genevieve Dobbs, Judy Walsh, Kay Pullen, Gay Pullen, and Raymond Beaton as their cocks. And the Melbourne Composite is Lynn Charge, Leah Partridge, Jackie Petley, Jenny Hall, and Zena Marzi in the cox's seat. Now, of course, the umpire's going to be sitting there being smug, going, "Ah, you're coxed. Phew. It's one fewer things for me to have to worry about." Slightly statelier pace here from these ladies compared with the previous race, but of course, you're carrying a coxswain, and that makes a distinct impact on your ability to race high. In the early stages of the race, it is the Melbourne Composite with a very small lead as they're coming down towards the halfway mark.
And we've got the racer there from Carrum Rowing Club. That's Jackie Petley. And of course, the Carrum Rowing Club down there in southeast Melbourne, they operate out of the National Water Sports Centre down in Melbourne. And they've got, over to the medal presentation.
We've got another fantastic medal presentation on the pontoon at the moment. The Men's Masters E-Pairs, that extremely hard-fought race from 10 minutes ago. In third place, the North Esk Composite with Ulverstone, Michael Wilson and Patrick Bird. In second place, University of Queensland, Richard Powell and David Hobart. And the winners, Melbourne Rowing Club, Roger Tobler and Matthew Harrison. Congratulations, everyone. There's a bit of gamesmanship, isn't there, in picking out your crew and getting the best ages. I'm just glancing at the men's E-Pairs, and we've got a 50-year-old and a 60-year-old, perfectly averaging 55 to make E, and some of the other crews are 63 and 48. So it takes a lot to be able to line up not only the athletes, but also the ages so that you're optimally placed, because it just gets hard when you're in that last year of your age bracket before you go up next year and you're like, bring on the next birthday.
I think that there are many clubs around Australia that have the pub calculator, serviette and pen set out, calculating ages of the most formidable crews that they can. But right now we've got the Women's Masters H Manning River Composite is out in front in this race. That's the crew of Dobbs, Walsh, Pullman and Pullen, coxed by Raymond Beaton. And they're in lane 5, that's furthest from the grandstand, and then lane 6, Melbourne Composite.
Yeah, they are actually making it look easy. They've taken their rate down a little bit. They can see their opposition behind them, and they are cruising quietly into the red buoyed final 200 metres of the racecourse. Making it look easy is one of those things that is a gift that is only given to you if you happen to be out the front. And congratulations, ladies, you are looking great.
Yes, it's not often a position that I find myself in, Beck, relaxing in a race. I'm a bowside rower, and the other day found myself so far over to the stroke side, I almost fell out stroke side of the boat, which I don't believe is an optimal rowing technique.
I can only imagine.
Yes, it doesn't look very pretty, certainly not as comfortable as this Manning River Composite looks right now. That's Manning River and Canberra forming a composite crew and cruising, as you've said, into the lead, taking the lead in this race and winning over the line.
That was a very loud, confident beep. I'm sure the ladies will be pleased to be hearing it. And they'll be sitting there. There's a few handshakes in the crew, obviously delighted with their performance. Not forgetting our second place crew, Melbourne Composite, Lynn, Leah, Jackie, Jenny and Zena, coming up to the line, their last couple of strokes.
And you can see the 3-seat there in their black and fluorescent green-yellow side panels of Carrum, Zooty. I like it. Well done, ladies. Great work. And they're often racing in the men's Masters H single. This is a final in lane 2, Melbourne, Stephen Mollard from the Melbourne Rowing Club. Lake Macquarie in lane 3, Peter Armstrong. Lane 4, Manning River, Roy Halliday. Lane 5, Sunshine Coast, Ian Luxford. In lane 6, Melbourne, there's Rod Stewart. He gets around. Rod is the oldest rower in this race at 74. Lane 7, Union. From New Zealand, Robert Evans. Lane 8, the ANU, Peter McCarthy. And in lane 9, Melbourne, Michael Dackett.
Well, of course, I'm going to be nice about Bob Evans from Union Wanganui because he's a New Zealander. And we went and got ourselves shirts. We've all got matching shirts now. So
you have to do what you have to do what you have to do, right, Beck? If you're from over the ditch, you need to stand out. I understand.
It is one of those funny things. You can hear from my accent. I wasn't born in New Zealand. I am a new New Zealander, as I like to say. But leading the pack here on the TV screen, you can see lane 2 from Melbourne, Stephen Mollard, age 70, sculling beautifully. There's the we've got one of those wonderful moments where the TV shot is diagonal across the course and it becomes somewhat difficult to guesstimate who is in the lead, but it's lane 6 at the 500 metre mark. Rod Stewart from Melbourne Rowing Club leading us off with the other Melbourne Rowing Club in third place, Peter McCartney, and Ian Luxford in second place at the moment at the halfway mark.
And of course, it's the Melbourne Rowing Club that have the stunning combination of Lee Partridge, she's an 80-year-old and the oldest rower at Melbourne Rowing Club, teaming up with my own John James at 86 from North Shore. They won gold in their double in Ballarat in 22 and also rowed together in Romania pre-COVID. Lee Partridge has 5 grandchildren. 2 of them were captain of boats at Royton College down in Melbourne. And
do you reckon they got to go rowing with a grandmother? Wouldn't that be awesome? What a great, grandma-grandchild experience.
Well, Lee Partridge, I mean, what an outstanding woman. And to think that the combination of Partridge and James in that double, 80 and 86, what's stunning legends of rowing that we can all look up to.
So Rodney Stewart from Melbourne Rowing Club has extended his lead over the rest of the field for the men's Masters H single sculls. They are coming into the red buoy area now, and there's a bit of a line-up behind him for that coveted silver medal. On his right, Ian Luxford from the Sunshine Coast, and further right again we have Roy Halliday, but also in the Peter McCartney from the ANU isn't out of the running yet, and these 4 scullers are ahead of everybody else. Rod is not leaving an inch, nothing to chance. He's not dropped his rate a bit, but he has got a length of advantage over the second place sculler, who at the moment is Ian Luxford from Sunshine Coast. Coming down to the finish line, 3 more strokes and we'll have a winner. Sunshine Coast going to a half length over the ANU sculler, Peter McCartney in third place. 4th is Roy Halliday from Manning River, and now somewhat gap. Union Wanganui, Bob Evans in the pale blue, crossing the line now. Congratulations, these awesome scullers.
And that was a double bell for Peter Armstrong and Michael Dackett, coming in 6th and 7th with not a whisker between them. And I'm looking up on my screen here in the commentary box. There are so many volunteers working here to make this race day happen. And on the pontoon, we're crossing over now to another medal presentation. Over to you, Beck.
So the Women's Masters H coxless fours. We had 2 crews in the race, so there will be only 1 medal, and the winners are the North Shore crew of Susan Walter, Susan Wannon, Virginia Fabro, Jeanette Pendleton, coached by Kim Rudder.
They are not on the pontoon that I can see, so we're going to cross straight to the medal presentation for the women's Coxed 4. It's Manning River down there. Apologies for that error. Here we go. Over to you, Beck.
Such a rookie error. I should have been able to tell there were 5 people there. Genevieve Dobbs, Judy Walsh, Kay Pullen, Gay Pullen, Raymond Beaton, you have done us proud. Manning River Composite taking out the Women's H Coxed 4's gold medal. Smiles all round, ladies.
And I'll just update you on the race underway. Race 50, the lightweight men's Masters H single scull. Coming out in current first place at the 500 metre mark is Shell Harbour City. Howard Hilton is pushing hard and is currently in first position, followed closely by the Murwillumbah rower Gary Betts, followed by Toowong Robert Gunningham, and Ken Ambler is currently in 4th place. They're 1 minute 20 into the race. It looks to be at, I actually can't see a thing. Middle-aged menopausal woman cannot see anything on the rowing course.
They're at about 250 metres gone, but the leading scullers are heading quickly down towards the 500 metre mark. What's so impressive about these people is not only that they're 72 kilos or less, they are also sculling exquisitely. Look at this, lane 4, really showing us how it's done. Gary Betts, age 72, sculling strongly through the 500 metre mark, and he is clear water over the next sculler who's through the line now, which is Robert Gunningham, 4 seconds behind, and Jim Stafford at the moment in 3rd. These 3 have put a considerable gap over the rest of the field and look like they're going to try and write their way into the history books without any assistance from anybody else. Gary Betts now still looking like he's making it easy. He is not slacking off 1 iota. The stroke rate is still up and high, and he has clear water at the moment over the rest of the field. Nice body swing there, Gary. You can really see the rhythm when someone has that sort of skill, that they know how to move themselves so that they can move the boat efficiently as well. And he must be an incredibly strong athlete because he is making it look easy. Robert Gunningham also now pulling away from the 3rd placed athlete in this race. It's going to be a little bit of a procession as we come down into the red buoyed final 200 metres of the race course. Lane 2. Murwillumbah looking like they are going for the gold without any help. Fantastic sprint coming down here, and at the moment it's comfortably in 2nd place for Robert Gunningham from Toowong, and he's looking over to his left just to check his position relative to Ken Ambler from Sydney Rowing Club, but he's not feeling threatened, and Sydney likewise is comfortably ahead of the rest of the field. Last 2 strokes, and we have a winner. Gary Betts in 4:09.67. Nice work, Gary. Jim Stafford over the line in 7 seconds behind Robert Gunningham, and the rest of the field still on the race course. What a quality race we have had.
And that looks like race 51 has just started, the Women Masters C double scull. This is a really quality field that we have starting closest to the grandstand in lane 9, commercial composite. That's the Gold Coast Masters rowers of Culverwell and Taylor. I'll come back to this race after this presentation.
3 single sculls on the medal pontoon, 3 smiling athletes. This is the Men's Masters H single sculls. In third place from the ANU, Peter McCartney. In second place, Sunshine Coasts, Ian Luxford. And the winner from Melbourne Rowing Club, Rodney Stewart.
And back to race 51, the Women's Masters C. In lane 2, Lake Macquarie, Berry McDonald combination coached by Odin McIntosh. Lane 3, Torrens, the combination of Jankowick and Ellis. Lane 4, Glebe, Lindale Harris. Lane 5, Pine Rivers Composite, that is Pine Rivers, Brisbane and GPS of Janine Reid and M. Schmeider. ANU in level 6, the combination of Zoe Lynham and Dern Grant. Lane 7, Yarra Yarra, the Lewis Sefke combination. Lane 8, Shoalhaven Composite, that's Shoalhaven, Katrina Davis, and Black Mountains, Jane Clues. And finally, the commercial composite of Commercial and Gold Coast Masters rowers Culverwell and Taylor.
Pine Rivers and ANU sculling strongly through the 500 metre mark. Very, very close, half a second between them. Third, Shoalhaven Black Mountain, who are almost neck and neck with Yarra Yarra coming in fourth. So this is a tight force race, as you would expect for a final of the women's C doubles. These are always really, really competitive, and the entry numbers are huge. I've noticed so many more sculling entries in the women's events than the men's, like twice or 3 times as many. But back to the race. Here, that fantastic blade work. If you're watching on the live stream, here is the leading crew at the moment. Great blade parallels, great swing, and boy, can these girls still rate high. I am so impressed. I think my days of rating 35 in a double possibly are over.
Look, it's so exciting to see the Pine Rivers crews from Brisbane. There's only 10 Masters rowers here at this regatta, 5 women and 5 men. They'll be doing some mixed races as well. Coming down from Lake Kawangba up north of Brisbane. It's a 2,000 metre uninterrupted course, and they think it's the best place to row in the world. That's the Pine Rivers Club.
Pine Rivers now leading the field, but not by very much. There's maybe a canvas that they've got over the Shoalhaven Black Mountain Composite coming into the final sprint. All of the crews now beginning to sharpen up. A little bit of a wobble there, and it's still Pine Rivers working extremely hard, taking their rate up, pushing the boat forward, and Black Mountain and the Shoalhaven crew at the moment in second place, but over on the far side we've got Glebe and Torrens, who aren't going to let them get away with it. Yarra Yarra still in the race with the red row suits. Coming down to the final, we've got clear water now for the composite crew from
and 8 comes in, the Shoalhaven Composite in second place, and it looks like 7, Yarra Yarra, have taken the third. Yes, that's correct. Pine Rivers in 1, Shoalhaven Black Mountain in 2, Yarra Yarra in 3, followed very closely by Glebe, Commercial, not a snitch in it, ANU, Torrens and Lake Macquarie. What a fantastic race there between first, second and third. Yarra Yarra just getting the whisker over Glebe in fourth place. Well done to the Yarra Yarra crew of Kelly Lewis and Sarah Skefke. You should be extremely proud of that medal, girls. Well done.
I would like to give a shout out to Pine Rivers. They've got a 51-year-old and she's racing an average age of 36. That's impressive.
I think it must be their coach of all coaches there at Pine Rivers, Ray Smith. He's a legend in his own lunchtime, apparently. Ray Smith coaching the Pine Rivers rowers. Congratulations.
The men's C Cox's 4 final is on the under starters orders. From lane 3, Black Mountain Composite with Mosman, Toowong in lane 4, Lindisfarne Rowing Club lane 5, Adelaide University in lane 6, the University of New South Wales in lane 7, and ADF Rowing Composite with Adelaide University in lane 8, and the race has started.
And I love, Beck, that Lindisfarne, the Tasmanian friends that row on the Derwent River, they were the only, it was the only sport deemed by the local church groups of the day to be suitable for rowing on for participating in sport on a Sunday. It was determined that it was such a dignified and gallant sport that it was the only sport that those church groups allowed to take place on Sunday.
There's a sign of the times. We, of course, love our Sunday morning rows in New Zealand.
Well, of course, we've got the Christmas Day rows and all other public holiday rows as well.
The camera now zooming in on the leading crew, doing very small, gentle course correction. You can just see them moving away from the stroke side buoy line. The stroke looking over at his blade, just checking where they are, straightening up now back into the lane. And I will say that there is a very, very slight crosswind, which has been pushing the racers just a little bit towards off course all day. Coming down towards the halfway mark, we have the crews in lanes 5 and 6, the University of New South Wales and Adelaide University almost neck and neck over the halfway mark, followed by Toowong in 3rd place, Black Mountain Mosman 4th, ADF, and then Lindisfarne bringing up the rear at the halfway.
There's absolutely nothing in it, Beck, between 1st and 2nd, the University of New South Wales and Adelaide University. They're fighting neck and neck for the position of 1st and 2nd.
So the 3rd quarter of the race is often where, as they used to say, the men are separated from the boys. And if you can imagine yourself sitting in one of those two crews, you can hear and feel your own rhythm. You know you're at full bore, and you know that you're being matched stroke by stroke by the crew next to you, and you can't afford to look at them. You can't afford to lose your concentration for a second, and you need to execute every stroke perfectly. That's what it takes at this level to be out there at the front of a men's C Cox's 4.
Yes, they might be feeling a little bit of burn now as a bit of lactic acid builds up in their ginormous quads. They're pushing forward. It seems to be a pretty clear lead at this time. Beck, what do you see?
There is no clear lead. There's two crews. They are maybe 1 foot difference. Lane 7, University of New South Wales, a touch behind the Adelaide University crew coming into the finishing sprint, and you can be sure that both crews are giving it heaps, as they say, but it's pulling away from the University of Adelaide, are going to be across the line first. Oh my goodness, that was 1/4 of a length to Adelaide Uni over University of New South Wales, and they have 4 or 5 lengths clear water over the rest of the field.
They look really nice coming in there. Toowong in 4th place, followed by Black Mountain Mosman. Toowong in 3rd place, followed by Black Mountain Mosman in 4th, ADF Rowing Composite in 5th, and Lindisfarne Composite in 6th.
Over to our medal pontoon again, and we have the lightweight men's Masters H single scull lined up. 3 smiling, valiant winners. In 3rd place, Wide Bay, Jim Stafford. In 2nd place, Toowong, Robert Gunningham. And the winner of the event from Murwillumbah is Gary Betts. So lining up on the start, as ever, we have the Coxed 4 following the Cox's 4 for the same age category. This is a cunning move by the regatta organisers, so you can't do both. And we have 4 crews lined up: Yarra Yarra, Carrum Hawthorn Composite, Leichhardt, and Toowong, under starters' orders. here in the commentary box, we've got wonderful CCTV feeds, so we can actually see right into the starter's box, and you can see the starter as he leans forward to his microphone to start them, and the crews are off. This gives me a wonderful insight into what it's like. I have no desire to umpire a race, but now I can see what it's like.
I think they've got cameras hidden all over this course, Beck. They give us a bird's eye view on multiple cameras in the commentary box.
There's some strong rowing here from the leading crews at the moment, and the Joker, who's in charge of the of the live feed, has just put that on to us. Lucky I wasn't picking my nose. Right, here we are, the men's C Cox 4, and in lane 4, the leading crew from Yarra Yarra Rowing Club, Nick Inglis, Andrew Gray, Zane Lockley and Gareth McShay, coxed by Sam Lincoln, making it look easy. Cox 4s are extremely challenging boats to row, because not only do you have to, stroke your own seat, making it look good, you've got to make sure that that coxswain feels like they're part of the crew, that they're not an encumbrance. And yet, sometimes it's great when the decision making is taken away from you, and the cox is the person who's telling you what you need to do.
I love being told what to do, especially when I'm in a rowing boat. My rowing in bow seat is usually filled with all sorts of treachery and difficulty. So I welcome the coxed boats.
On the medal pontoon, we have the Women's Masters C Double Sculls, 3 worthy winners from a fantastic race earlier in the day. In third place, the Yarra Yarra crew of Kelly Lewis and Sarah Sefke. Second place to Shoalhaven Composite with Black Mountain, Jane Clues and Katrina Davies. And the winners, Pine River, Brisbane and GPS, Janine Reid and M. Schmeider.
And just heading back to race 53, at the 500 metre mark, we had Leichhardt Rowing Club in first place. Toowong was coming in second, Carrum Composite third, and Yarra Yarra in fourth. But the Leichhardt crew of Gilmore, Koska, Raymond and Buzzicott, coxed by Ruth Kelly, certainly looks strong.
Yes, they've got over a second and a half leeway at the halfway mark, and they seem to be extending it. It's one of those interesting little factoids that actually, regardless of the boat type, it's about 3 seconds a length. So that would have been about a half a length lead, and they still have overlap with the Toowong crew, who are pushing them hard as they're coming into the final straights. There's about a half length lead to the Leichhardt crew over Toowong. They're in the final 150 metres. Toowong have taken their rate up. They are not going to let this go easy. They definitely want it hard, and the Leichhardt crew have noticed that they've taken their rate up, and they are matching them. Leichhardt pushing on now. Toowong rating a point higher. Leichhardt still have a third of a length over them, and over the line, it's Leichhardt and a canvas behind them, Toowong.
What a thrilling first and second place in that race. There was one stroke in it and they look exhausted.
You kind of want that, don't you? I mean, when you're sitting here from the comfort of an easy chair in the commentary box, that was a fantastic sprint finish.
Oh, I love seeing them in pain, honestly, Beck. Like, if they're not suffering, you know, I want to make sure that they're rowing as hard as I do when I'm out there.
I do hope nobody recognises you in the bar later on. Since we're talking about bars, anyone who is a member of the Facebook group called Masters Rowing International will know that we have arranged a meet-up tomorrow, Friday, after the last race in the bar at around 5:30. So if anyone would like to come along and find out a bit more about the group and meet other people who are in the group, I'm looking forward to that.
That sounds like a fantastic opportunity. Are you allowed to advertise drinking events like that in the commentary box? Race 54 is lining up now. The men Masters J. How many oars have they got there, Beck? Is this Coxed 4? Thank you. Got the Banks Composite of Banks, Toowong, Manning River and Mercantile in lane 5. They have a 16-second handicap, that looks like to me, meaning the Richmond Composite in lane 6, that's Richmond and Banks, are going off go.
Yeah, so handicapping races is one of those challenging things that in Masters, it gets harder and harder to make a fair race, but the recognition that the older you are, generally the slower you are, means that the clever statisticians work extremely hard to try and make as fair a comparison as you can. But with respect, there aren't many gentlemen of these age groups who are still rowing. So A, congratulations for being here, and B, here is the second crew. The Richmond Composite are going off the start. A little bit of a fluff there on their first stroke, but they're now into their rhythm and chasing down a 5-length lead, which the Banks Composite has managed to, put in the bank with their 16-second handicap. There is a school of thought that some people say they would rather everybody started on the same buzzer and that they worked out the handicap on the finish line. And there is an alternative view from people who think that they would really rather know that when they got to the finish line, if they were in front, they are winners.
And of course, the Banks Rowing Club, established as so many rowing clubs were, has a very rich history of producing Olympians, Commonwealth Games athletes, nationals and state rowers. It's fantastic they've come up here from Yarra in Victoria.
Ian Holzberger, the Chief Executive of Rowing Queensland, is on the medal pontoon doing his duty for the delighted winners of the Men's Masters C Coxless 4. In third place, Toowong. In second place, the University of New South Wales, and that worthy winner, Adelaide University. Bill Natt, David McLeod, Damien Derleek, and Ross Hamilton. Coming into the halfway mark for the men's J Coxed 4, we have the Richmond Banks Composite, actually about 7 lengths ahead of the Banks Toowong Manning River Mercantile Composite. 4 clubs racing 2 clubs.
That's why there's such a colourful combination of Zoodies in the Banks Composite. We've got Banks, Toowong, Manning River and Mercantile. That's the crew of Raymond Beaton from Manning, Alan Swindon from Banks, Peter Gell from Toowong and John Mitchell from Banks, coxed by Bill Webster. I can't imagine the coxers are the same age as the rowers in these races.
There's no requirement actually for coxswains to be the same age. So yeah, that would be an even bigger challenge, as we were saying earlier about how hard it is to get good racing the older you get. One of the things I have noticed in recent years is that there are far more women in the older age categories than there used to be. When my mother-in-law was rowing, they would often turn up and there'd be nobody there to race them. The Richmond Composite now moving into the final 200 metres of this men's J&K Cox 4. Remember, they started with a handicap, 16-second handicap to the Banks Composite, and the Richmond Composite are at the moment being led by the Banks Composite. That 16 seconds, they've closed the gap somewhat, but not enough to be even challenging for a podium in this particular race.
And I've got to say, it's one of my favourite colours. Zoodies, seeing these beautiful 3 in pink, and the stroke of this boat from Richmond, and they've just won this race, the Richmond Composite of Mackay Anderson, Wilson and Dennis, coxed by Charlotte Lawrence, and coming in very proudly, the Banks Composite in second place of Beaton, Swindon, Gell and Mitchell, Cox by Bill Webster. Congratulations.
Charlotte Lawrence is delighted. She's sitting up and she's patting the Bowman's back. She was really pleased with that win. On the medal pontoon, we give a little wave to everybody there. We've got the men's Masters C Coxed fours on the medal pontoon, getting ready to be presented with their medals. That's the Toowong crew just pulling in now, so we'll give them a moment or two to get out of the boat, and then we'll come back to you with the medal presentation.
It's a group of fine, strapping athletes down there. Maybe they're just looking extremely pumped up after racing, because from where I'm looking, what fine athletes.
Ah, there we have, a really nice close-up. The coxswains arranging their hair, obviously important. We used to laugh and say, you've got to look like Lady Diana, you've got to turn semi-side view, because you're narrower when you're sideways, and tuck your chin in. And then you look out from underneath your eyelashes, and that gives you the best perspective for the cameras.
That's a fantastic tip, Beck. I mean, I think wearing full lycra when you're a middle-aged menopausal woman is never going to be good, side on or not.
I'm not sure that lycra looks good on anyone.
So I'd have to agree with you there.
The Carrum crew just walking down the pontoon now to join the other two crews ready for the medal presentation.
And the fine work that Melissa Ashton Garrard is doing as the CEO of New South Wales Rowing, helping coordinate this event, making it run smoothly.
Back to the medal pontoon, and the crews are all congratulating each other with a very nice lineup of handshakes, and they're just getting in line ready for the medal ceremony. The men's Masters C Coxed 4. In third place, Carrum Hawthorn Composites, Simon Coker, Conrad Tullock, Drew Holman, Stuart Gilbert, coxed by Jessica Cuddy. Taking the silver medal, Toowong, Dean Horder, Jackson Price, Andrew McIntosh, James Manning and Asher Underhill the cox. And in first place, Leichhardt Rowing Clubs, Rob Gilmore, Rob Koskar, David Raymond, Charles Buzzacott, with Ruth Kelly the coxswain. We have had a little injury, and we've been approached by a crew who would like to fill out the vacant seats in their mixed D quad. The race is at 3:35 this afternoon, and Black Mountain require two ladies whose total age is 99. If you would like a mixed race and you're available, and your age and your partner's age total 99 at 3:35 this afternoon, go to the Black Mountain trailer. You will find that on the trailer map, and ask for Mark Partridge. There's a ride waiting for you.
Hello, friends and rowers. If I could just have your attention very briefly, we're looking
And welcome back to the start of racing after lunch on day one of the Australian Masters Rowing Championship 2023. In the starting block, we have the mixed start of the mixed races for the afternoon. We have the mixed F to G 4+. In lane 1, Murdoch University, Curtin University. In lane 2, Drummoyne Composite. In lane 3, Hawke's Bay Composite. In lane 4, A&A. In lane 5, Toowong, Brisbane and GPS. In lane 6, Melbourne. In lane 7, Banks Composite. In lane 8, St George Composite. And in lane 9, Melbourne Composite. And sitting on the start, ready for a race. There's might have some handicapping in it. We just don't have that available at the moment.
Well, I love a regatta that starts bang on time. It must be 2:30, Rob.
Yes, it is, absolutely. And look at these beautiful conditions out on the course, Rebecca.
We are now watching the mixed F to G Cox 4s, and we've got a full suite of 9 crews. It is amazing. So, from lane 1, we've got Murdoch Uni and Curtin. Lane 2, Drummoyne Composite. Lane 3, Hawke's Bay Composite. Ooh, look, it's us foreigners. Lane 4, A&A. Lane 5, Toowong, Brisbane and GPS. Lane 6, Melbourne. Lane 7, Banks Composite. Lane 8, St George Composite. And Lane 9, Melbourne. So this event is F and G, and so there are 5 crews who've got an 8-second handicap. So if you're watching them coming down the racecourse now, it may look like you've got a bunch of crews out front and a bunch of crews out back. You are mistaken, because actually what's happening is the younger people are now catching up with the slightly older crew. So the crews rowing on handicap are Drummoyne, Hawke's Bay, A&A, Toowong and St George.
So the first cruise through the 500-metre mark. Melbourne in first position. Banks for about a length down. Murdoch Uni through in third. Then it's a really close between the St George Composite, the Melbourne and Drummoyne Composite crews. A little bit of a step back to those foreigners from Hawke's Bay and the Toowong, Brisbane and GPS Composite. But when the as we get down towards the line, the handicaps will come into play, and hopefully it's a very tight finish.
At the moment, from the spectators' side of the course, you get a ringside view of the Melbourne crew, who are stroked by Terry Phillips, and they have got clear water on the rest of the field. They are literally carving a V down a completely flat bit of water, which is a pretty good feeling for that coxswain, you know. She's got this awesome view. You can see them on the screen here. It looks modestly paced, but let me tell you, there's a ton of power going into that. I'm going to hazard a few guesses that the Banks Composite in lane 7 has dropped back somewhat. The St. George Composite, who were 4th at halfway, are coming up, and they're challenging quietly on the Melbourne Composite, although there is still a good 2/3 of a length ahead. And over on the far side, we've got some Murdoch Uni and the Drummoyne Composite in lanes 1 and 2 are also pushing hard, chasing for that first level place.
And the St. George North Shore Composite over in lane 8 looks to have taken up all that, used up all that handicap, and are jumping out, and it's a very tight race as they come in with the Melbourne crew as they come down towards the line. It's going to be very tight. And over on the other side, the Drummoyne crew just leaving their run a little bit late, but it will be the St. George North Shore Composite crossing line first with Melbourne second, and it looks like that Drummoyne will just hold on for 3rd place. And the Toowong Banks Composite very close between the second Melbourne crew and across the course.
Now, set me straight. Do you get 1st, 2nd and 3rd in mixed racing, or is it 1st only gets a medal?
I'm pretty sure it's 1st across the line, because they sometimes they run in divisions, but we'll no doubt get some clarification on that and report back.
I'm looking forward to it. The thing about clarification is it now usually comes from Twitter, doesn't it? There's somebody who says, and I heard some Egypt say, and actually what they meant was. So anyone who's watching on the live stream and wants to set me straight, my Twitter handle is @RebeccaCaro. I'll open it up now and you can tell me what I've done wrong.
And the at the start of the next race is the mixed double, C double. In lane 2 we have Griffith University from Surfers Paradise. In lane 3 ANA. In lane 4 Commercial. In lane 5 Murwillumbah. In lane 6 Black Mountain ADF Composite. And in lane 7 Lake Macquarie Glebe. And in lane 8 ANA, all the way from WA.
I love a good doubles race, and the C category is really, it hits the fast and furious button for me, because you know there's a ton of youth, there's a ton of strength, there's a ton of energy, and from a woman's point of view, it really is nice being in a boat with someone who's stronger than yourself.
Yes, absolutely. It's this is and being the C division, you can mix the ages up and get the best combination of power and finesse, and use the age to your advantage. But these are all C, so they're all off go, and certainly the racing out there is frantic at the moment.
Now, I'm keeping my eye on my old buddy Doug Cryer, who's rowing in the Queensland Murwillumbah number 2 crew with Helen Lloyd. So he's a Kiwi who's been out in Queensland for some years. He is extremely strong. So looking at the race course here, there are 3 boats all in a line as we're coming up to the 500 metre mark, and it's all the crews from the far side. We've got Griffith Uni, we've got ANA, we've got Commercial, and then Murwillumbah just a little bit behind.
And there we have that. For those on the live stream, you'll see the view from the umpire's launch. And as we go through the 500 metre mark, and Commercial just scraping through in front of Murwillumbah number 2. The ANA crews are locked in a great battle for 3rd and 4th. Griffith University Surfers Paradise coming through in 5th. Lake Macquarie Glebe in 6th. And Black Mountain and the ADF in 7th place.
So this is where you usually find in that 3rd quarter, that's where the people who are just a little bit more efficient and strong manage to just inch their way out ahead of the other crews. And it really is looking like a race of 2 halves. There's the far side of the course from the commentary box, where we've got 4 crews who are all out there in the front, and then a little bit further back, the crews on the near side nearest to the spectators.
Yes, and as Rebecca said, the importance here is to keep those even splits happening, so that we're not falling away in that third 250 metres, that 3/4 of the race. And it looks like the crew out in front, the ANA crew at the moment, has a bit of a jump over the rest of the crews.
Yeah, you can see the pale blue shirts from here, and they just seem to have got about a canvas lead, and the yellow Murwillumbah the red crew on the far side, who's lane 2, who's Griffith Uni. They're just dropping back a bit, and it looks like it's going to be a blooming tough fight here from lanes 3, 4 and 5. So Murwillumbah 2 chasing hard against one of the ANA crews. We've got a half length for the ANA crew in lane 5, who are definitely on the winning side. Oh, and wasn't that tight. So lane 4 took the second place, which is Melbourne, and then lane 3 was, so the third place was the Drummoyne Composite. On the medal pontoon, we have the mixed Martyrs F to G Coxed 4s. 2 crews have come in to collect medals, but the full roster of winners were in 3rd place, Drummoyne Composite, in 2nd place, Melbourne Rowing Club, and in 1st place, St George, North Shore, Bairnsdale and University of New South Wales Composite. So Greg Keane is now leading the charge of the medal giving. Greg is both the Rowing South Australia board member, and he's also a delegate on the Masters Commission, and he is taking the afternoon shift here on the medal pontoon. So welcome to Greg, lovely to see you. And he is giving out the medals for the F to G Coxed 4s.
On the course at the moment, we have the 2nd division of the Mixed Masters C Double. In lane 2, Powerhouse, Rodriguez and Schlitt. In lane 3, we have Murwillumbah 1, Sword and O'Reilly. In lane 4, ANA, Brevelli and Easterbrook. In lane 5, Lindisfarne Composite, Reynolds and Wilcox. In lane 6, the Newcastle University Composite, Sanders and Hislop. In lane 7, Glebe, Wareham and Rogers, and in lane 8, Manning River, McPhillamy and Patterson.
We've already got to the halfway mark, and Manning River have snuck a small lead over Murwillumbah 1 at the 500 metre mark, with ANA in 3rd, 0.04 of a second behind. 4th, Newcastle, then Lindisfarne, Powerhouse and Glebe in 6th place.
So we have a really tight race in this 2nd division of the Mixed C Double. And as they come down to the through the 250 metre mark, you could throw a blanket over the field, Rebecca. It's very tight, and the rating's up. Certainly, you can see the C category a lot more rate, a lot more power, and they're certainly applying that at the moment.
Yeah. Laurie Sword and Scott O'Reilly for Murwillumbah crew number 1 are in second place, but leading at the moment is the Manning River Rowing Club crew of Joanne McPhellamy and Rhett Patterson from lane 8. We're into the final 150 metres, and it is now the Murwillumbah 1 crew who've just got their nose in front. They're being chased in lane 2 by the Powerhouse Rowing crew on the far side, and the Manning River crew are still in the hunt, but at the moment it's really going definitely on the Murwillumbah side. Oh, they're being chased, It's going to be Manning River. It's going to be Manning River over the line first, and they've taken a half length over the Murwillumbah 1 crew, and it's the Newcastle Uni Composite take the bronze medal in third place from lane 6.
And in our winning crew there, we have Joanne McPhellamy, of course, from the daughter of the Howard Croker of the Croker dynasty, and a great row by them.
I think there are lots of rowing dynasties, and I think Mr. Croker definitely lays claim to at least one of them. We're now down at the start again for the third division now of the mixed sea doubles. Lane 2, Tasmania University. Lane 3, Powerhouse. Lane 4, Nelson. Lane 5, Black Mountain, Lake Macquarie. Lane 6, Shoalhaven. Lane 7, also Shoalhaven. And Lane 8, Glebe. And on the medal pontoon, we have the first of the Mixed Masters Sea Double Sculls. Good big smile for the crowd there, and two beaming faces. Murwillumbah number 2 crew, Helen Lloyd and Dougie Cryer. Dougie, give us a wave.
And through the 500 metre mark, at this point in time, we don't have an update on the placing through there, but it's clear the crews in the middle have a handy jump on the rest of the field at the moment.
Yes, I'm placing money on the Glebe crew in lane 8. They look to have got 2 lengths of clear water on the rest of the field, and the Black Mountain Composite in lane 5 are looking to be in second place. This is a little bit more of a strung out race, interestingly, compared with the others that have preceded it.
Yes, certainly that is the case, and of course Andy Wigan and Heidi, long-term partners, so they'll have know the ins and outs of rowing together. But certainly the Black Mountain Composite in the middle of the field looks to have got their a big move on, and have pulled back a lot of that lead that the Glebe crew held.
So Black Mountain Composite trying to close the gap manfully against the Glebe crew. And I'm looking now at who might be in for that bronze medal. In the red boat on the far side, we've got Tasmania University's Jane Hilliard and Lloyd Osborne. And they're making really good progress against the Nelson Rowing Club's Erin McNary and Grant Wilson. And splitting them in the middle is the Powerhouse crew. But I think Powerhouse, sadly, are being outpowered at this point. But there is a very late sprint coming down from Black Mountain Composite in the middle of the racecourse, and they are neck and neck with the Glebe Rowing Club coming into the last 100 metres. And Glebe are pushing hard, but Powerhouse look like they are just falling back a tiny bit. Glebe working it. It's going to be Glebe on the line, half a length up from the Black Mountain Composite, and then a little way back before we get our next bleep. You can probably hear it coming through my microphone. And it's going to be the red boat of Tasmania University taking the bronze. And we have a fourth division of the mixed C doubles up on the start line at the moment. Going through the lanes, we've got Swan River in lane 2, Tasmania University, Corio Bay in lane 4, Lake Macquarie Composite, Yarra Yarra Composite lane 6, Leichhardt lane 7, and Yarra Yarra in lane 8. The crews are being aligned at the moment at the start, so this is the fourth division of the mixed C double sculls. And I do believe that they work out these divisions by trying to do an average age and pulling you out so that you're racing people whose average is similar to your own. Now, I may be wrong about that, but it sounds like a kind of the fairest way you could possibly do it based on the fact that there are a lot of people in this event.
Yeah, it certainly does, and if that is the case, it certainly is leading to some very close racing. But on the start at the moment, we have Swan River in lane 2, Robson and Thornton in lane 3, Tasmania University, Starling and Walter, Corio Bay, Wild and Axe, two names to go together, and lane 5, Lake Macquarie, Vikolov and Saldo. In lane 6, Yarra Yarra Composite, Dermody and Lockley. In lane 7, Leichhardt, Lepresti and Medway. In lane 8, Yarra Yarra, Jacka and Sekfi.
Well, I'm going to hazard a guess that there was a teensy bit of a little jump on the start there from one of the crews, but the race is off and they are heading out of the first 100 metres, which means that they are no chance of being recalled. Meanwhile, we're going to head down to the medal pontoon, where there is yet more wonderful action in the mixed Masters C double sculls. So the second division was third place, Newcastle University Composite, with Newcastle Rowing Club, Phoebe Sanders and Rowan Hislop. In the silver medal place, Murwillumbah won, which is Laurie Sword and Scott O'Reilly, coached by Scott O'Reilly, so that's handy. He gets obviously 2 credits there for a single race. And the winning crew from Manning River was Joanne McPhellamy and Rhett Patterson. And back to the fourth division of the mixed C double sculls. We have a really strong crew from Tasmania University in lane 3, Kathy Starling and Sam Walter, who have nearly got clear water over the crew from Swan River in lane 2, and Leichhardt Rowing Club, Nikki Lepresti and Richard Medway from lane 7. They're coming down towards the halfway mark, and when we get to the line, we will tell you what the times are. So Swan River were indeed first through the marker. Leichhardt in second place, 1.67 seconds behind. Corio Bay and then Yarra Yarra Tassie University back in 5th place. But trust me, the margins weren't great.
No, certainly a very, very tight race through the 500, and the Yarra Yarra Melbourne crew just coming through the 500 now, followed by the umpire's boat, and then the Lake Macquarie Toowong crew a little bit further back.
Conditions are really, really glorious here. From the commentary box, all we see is just a line of ripples as the crews come down towards us. But this race is turning out to be a little battle that's happening in lane 7 and 8. So we have Leichhardt in lane 7, Yarra Yarra in lane 8, and these two crews are getting on for a length ahead of nearly everyone else. Don't forget the Swan River crew. They're striding hard in lane 2, but they are somewhat distant from the battle royal that's going on in lanes 8 and 7. Corio Bay now pushing back into the, trying to challenge for the third place. And I think Yarra Yarra are dropping back. Leichhardt look like they have got about a canvas in front, but it is the Swan River crew who are also racing hard as they come into the Red Boys and are sprinting for the line. So it's Swan River looking strong, looking long, and Leichhardt now beginning to shorten up a little bit, but they're still pushing past the Yarra Yarra crew, and in the middle, the Corio Bay in their purple, really long strokes here. They definitely want a medal in this hard-fought race in the 4th division of the mixed C double sculls. Coming up to the line, it's going to be Swan River by a 3-foot margin from Corio Bay, and Leichhardt into 3rd place. That was a fantastic race. I think of this session so far, picking from all of the 5 races that we've done, that's getting my medal for fantastic racing.
Yes, I think so. And as we get the final 2 crews coming across the line, and the Yarra Rabbit Composite and the Lake Macquarie Composite, just taking making the most of the conditions out here, and just taking a nice cruisy run towards the line.
We are done with the mixed C doubles, and the next event on the start line is the Mixed Masters E Quad Sculls. We've got 8 crews in this first division. They're just getting lined up at the moment. So we have Nagambie Composite, Canberra, ANU Composite, Tamar Composite, St George Composite, Endeavour, Shoalhaven, and North Esk Composite in lane 9, nearest to the spectators.
And we have a start in the Masters E for mixed quad. It's certainly got away to a fairly clean start, and they're lined up across the course there, and it's pretty close for the first 100 or so metres.
It's always a nerve-wracking moment, Rob, when you see the coach boat of the umpire sweep across the course, and then they're pulling up behind a crew that clearly has had a little bit of a steering wobble, just so that they can keep an eagle eye on what's going on, because they actually don't mind if you steer badly, but they do mind if you interfere with somebody else.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. The rules are very much about that. Impeding somebody else's, another crew's progress is the issue, and steering and going from side to side within your lane is totally allowed, but not advisable.
And it's interesting looking at the lineups here. Some have chosen men as stern pair, some have chosen women as stern pair. There doesn't seem to be any clear sort of rhyme or reason. There's no, you will definitely win or lose if you are lined up in this way.
No, I'm sure there is some scientific way we could approach this, but certainly it. In these races, it's often just what feels good.
So coming towards the halfway mark, we have the ANU composite of Sue Donahoe, Julia Wood, Rodney Stewart and Peter McCartney have got a half-length lead in the rest of the field. Adjacent to them, the Tamar composite and the Canberra crew, and in lane 6, the St George composite also challenging. As we come to the line, it was clearly a camera angle because I got it wrong. It is St George, North Esk composite, who are first across the halfway mark, with Tamar, Sandy Bay 1.8 seconds behind them.
Yes, and through that 500 metres, as Rebecca said, it's North Esk composite threw in a pretty handy time of 1:42. And closely followed by Tamar, Sandy Bay, St George, Rockhampton composite, and the ANU composite, and very tight margin back to Shoalhaven. A little bit of a jump back then to Nagambie, Yarra, and the other 2 crews. But as they come in now to the last 250 metres, it's very tight. But the crew over in lane, the Tamar composite, and the crew in North X composite look to be out for a ding-dong battle. So while the St George crew is just getting their, also getting their legs now and just getting a bit of momentum, but at this point in time, the crew over in the North X, Murwillumbah and Ulverstone composite looks to have about a half length on it, but still very, very tight to the Tamar composite over in lane 5.
Yeah, North Esk have got their rating up. They're at least 2 points higher than the crew in lane 5, and they are determined. This is the crew that is glancing over on just to check their positioning, but the lane 5 crew from Tamar aren't giving up easily. They've also just taken their rate up, and it's North Esk still pushing towards the line, and it's Tamar also pushing towards the line. It's going to be a very tight finish, and it is North Esk that take out the title. So this is traps for the unwary. So we know they're in lane 9, you can see they're in lane 9, and then you look at the bow number and it says 6. Somebody put the number in upside down. Probably, do you reckon the boat was upside down on the rack, and they took it and they put it in and they said, oh look, it says 9, and then they turned the boat the right way up.
I'm not going to speculate on that one. And as we get the crew, the ANU composite or Canberra composite coming across the line now to the Canberra crew, sorry, to take the final position in this Masters E Quad Scull Division 1.
Over on the medal pontoon, there is action yet again. We had the fourth division of the Mixed Masters doubles, where in third place we had Leichhardt Rowing Club's Nick Lepresti and Richard Medway, second place Corio Bay, Fiona's Wild and Richard Axe, and first place Swan River, Maurice Robson and Alexandra Thornton.
So we did miss the Division 3 medal winners for the Mixed Masters C double. In third position was Tasmania University, Hilliard and Osborne. In second position and silver medal, Black Mountain Composite of Berry and Mongan. And in first position and gold medal winners was Andy Wigan and Heidi Lindahl. Congratulations to all crews. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the Mixed Masters C Double Division 4 in bronze medal and third position in bronze medal winners Nicky Lepresti and Richard Medway from Leichhardt Rowing Club. Lane 2 was in second position was Corio Bay, and in first position was Swan River, Maurice Robson and Alexandra Thornton. Congratulations to all crews. So we have this second division of the Mixed Masters E4 E-Quad well underway now. In lane 2 we have Glebe Rowing Club. In lane 3 Mersey Composite. In lane 4 Goolwa. In lane 5 Drummoyne. In lane 6 Torrens Composite. In lane 7 Murwillumbah. In lane 8 Mosman. And in lane 9 the Glebe Composite. So the crews are obviously well through the 500 metre mark now and coming into the last 250 metres, and it's a It's a crack of a race out in the front with the Glebe crew in lane 2 and the Torrens Composite in lane 6. Really just got a little bit of a jump on the field, although the Murwillumbah crew is getting into stride now and making a bit of an attempt to bridge that gap back to the Torrens Composite crew. So at this time, the Torrens Composite of Tideman, Francow, Ross and Tankard looks to have a handy lead, and as they come into the line, they've just had a look back on the rest of the field, just make sure they've got it covered. The real race now is in for second and third place, and it's the Glebe crew over in lane 2 and the Murwillumbah crew in lane 7 that are vying for the line, and it's going to be very close, and it's our photo finish for the second and third position, with the Mersey Composite coming across in 4th, Drummoyne coming in 5th, Glebe Composite followed by Goolwa and Mossman. So a very good win for the Torrens Composite crew of Andrew Tideman, Angie Francow, Susie Ross and Kevin Tankard. Just still waiting for that photo for second and third position, but it will be either Glebe or Murwillumbah. So the Torrens Composite in first place, Glebe or Murwillumbah in second or third. We have the Division 3 at the moment out on the course, the Mixed Masters E Quad. In lane 2 we have Lake Macquarie, Termine, Brown, Evans and Trotter. In lane 3, we have ADF Rowing Composite with the ANU and Manning River, Herbert, Cavill, Bissaka and Newman. In lane 4, Riverside, Pennington, Chadwick, Innes and Glawson. In lane 5, Nelson 1, one of our 2 New Zealand crews in this race, Brown, Bonham Carter, Andrew Jolly and Brooks. In lane 6, Nelson number 2 crew, O'Connell, Clarice, Brown and Crosby. In lane 7, Black Mountain, Nash, Clues and Hall. And in lane 8, Dragons, Proctor, Elliott, Capes and Retty. So we do have a result for the Division 2 of the Mixed Masters E Quad. So Torrens Composite in gold medal position. In second place, Murwillumbah and the Glebe Rowing Club in third place, 0.09 seconds behind that Murwillumbah crew. So it was a very tight race in the end.
Coming over the 500 metre mark now, we've got Black Mountain in first place, we've got Lake Macquarie in second place and Nelson 2 in third place. Coming over the line there. In fourth we've got Nelson 1 and lane 5 is a scratch. Lane 6 is Riverside and 7th is ADF Rowing Composite.
It's once again a very tight race. Hannah coming across the 500 and into the, coming down towards the 250 metre mark now. And it's a very tight race over on this side of the being with Black Mountain, looking to have a little bit of a lead, but way over on the other side, the Lake Macquarie composite is certainly holding them there, and the Nelson, it looks like to be the Nelson number 2 crew, also right up there in the mix. So as we come down towards the line and we get nearing the red boys, the last 100 metres, and the Nelson number 2 crew has certainly hit their stride. They've got the rating up, they've got the bit between their teeth, and they're certainly powering along now and just pulling a little bit of a lead over the Black Mountain crew over here in lane 7. But it's going to be really tight to the line. Over in lane 2, Lake Macquarie, and back to the second Nelson crew. Fighting it out for that 3rd position, but it's going right to the wire here with the Nelson number 2 crew just crossing ahead of Black Mountain, and it looks like over on the other side, although a lot of looking out of the boat, but the Lake Macquarie crew will just get across the line in front of the Nelson 1 crew over on the Dragons over here in lane 8, and just the Riverside and ADF Composite crews coming down to the line. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the Division 2 of the Mixed Masters E-Quad. In 3rd place, and bronze medal winners, Glebe, Emma Hutchinson, Cecile Ferrer, Mark Tejan, and Ken Major. And in 1st place, and gold medalists, Torrens Composite, Andrew Tideman, Angie Francow, Susie Ross, and Kevin Tankard. Please congratulate gold medalists and champions, Torrens Composite.
Coming down the course now, we have race 63, the Mixed Masters H4. In lane 4, we've got Lake Macquarie Composite, Nerida Clinton, Bruce Sharp, Peter Armstrong, and Anne Campbell. In lane 5, we have Melbourne with Irina Benjamin, Terry Phillips, Kel Boynton, and Anne Parbury. In lane 6, we've got the Banks Composite, Trish Carter, Marion Elliott, Rodney Pillmore, and Jim Lowe. In lane 7, we have Phoenix, Anne Ellis, Caroline Massarid, David Ellis, and Mark Massarid as well.
And these crews, although it's the H2M Mixed Masters, they're all H crews, so making it easy, that would mean it was they all started together. This is a Coxed event, so they're all carrying a coxswain. Either bow coxed or stern coxed, but they're through the 500 metre mark now. And first across the 500 metres was Phoenix. Next followed by Banks Composite. In 3rd, the Melbourne crew, and then the composite Lake Macquarie Manning Composite in 4th place. So it looks like the Phoenix Composite over here in lane 7, Hannah, is really streeted the field at the moment.
Yeah, this race is looking very convincing for the lead here, Rob.
The real battle at the moment is back for the second and third position for that all-important silver and bronze medal. But the Phoenix crew into the last 100 metres now. They look like they've got it well and truly in control and just bringing that rating down. Got the look over the rest of the field. Got a quite a comfortable lead now. But gee, the action's for the second and third with the Banks Composite and the Melbourne crews going head to head in quite an interstate battle at the moment. But the Phoenix crew cruises across the line to take first position, and it's a very tight race, and it'll depend who has the lunge on the line. And lane 6, the Banks Composite just coming home in front of the Melbourne Composite, followed closely by the Lake Macquarie Composite in lane 4. At all these Australian Championship, Masters Championships, we have the a men's Masters Club Champion 8, which is a handicapped event, and the crew has to be all from the same club, so no composite crews. So on the line and away, we have the Heat 1 with a progression first, second, third, and fourth to the final. The rest will be eliminated. In lane 3, Sydney Rowing Club, Ken Ambler, Jeffrey Raymond, Ken Ricard Bell, Carl Quitzow, Roger Brighton, Steve Graham, David Greenslade, Rob McNeil and coxswain Dhruv Kumar. In lane 4, Melbourne, Julian Baker, Iano Anastopoulos, Brian Nuttall, Robert Smith, Angus Reynolds, Dave McPherson, Roger Tobler, Matthew Harrison and coxswain Emma Plowright. In lane 5, Adelaide University, Dave Kutcher, Rick Armstrong, Henry Newland, John Bentley, Bill Natt, Dave McLeod, Damien Duleek, Ross Hamilton and coxswain Bonnie White. In lane 6, University of New South Wales, William Moyes, Warwick Fisher, John Briggs, Nicholas Lazarou, George Lazarou, Ben Whalen, Andrew McEnroe, James Halliday and coxswain Angela Zheng. And in lane 7, ANA, James McGrath, Mark Easterbrook, Cade Zuldorf, Adam Ramshaw, Stuart Clark, Robert Boylan, John Walters, Vincent Breen and coxswain Phil Cockman. And through that 500 metre mark, we have the Adelaide University crew with about a half a boat length lead over the Sydney Rowing Club crew, followed by Melbourne, the University of New South Wales and ANA. Well, Hannah, this is a crack of a race as they come down into the last 250 metres. The crew in the middle, the Adelaide University crew, at least have a little bit of a jump over the rest of the field, but the Melbourne crew in lane 4 and the Sydney crew are both pushing extremely hard to try to bridge that gap. The Adelaide University crew looking quite confident there. Their rating is not quite up as much as the other two crews, but certainly they are an F crew, so they've had a little bit of advantage from the start, but they've had the look on the field. But Melbourne is really pushing hard to try to bridge that gap. Sydney Rowing Club not really making a dent now on that on the other two crews. So it looks like that's the way they'll cross the line. Adelaide University, Melbourne and Sydney Rowing Club, and close for fourth with Uni of New South Wales just scraping home in front of ANA. So the progression will be Adelaide University, Melbourne, Sydney and University of New South Wales to the final.
Okay, we've got race 65 up next with Toowong in lane 3 with Bob Law, Jeff Conn, Chris Gastine, Nick Walrock, Trevor Bettany, Roger Gold and Gavin Keeley, Peter Gell and Asher Underhill as the coxswain. In lane 4, St George, Peter Merritt, Lewis Crooks, David Hill, Les Higgins, Clement Lewis, Christopher Jones, Ian Toll, Lance Reeve, Jackie Peely, and coaches are Bruce Williams and Jackie Peely. In lane 5, we have Melbourne University, Jim Morrison, Paul Bridgeford, David Yates, Richard Parker, Paul Ferguson, Tom Wood, Mike Kerrin and Greg Logden, and Graham Bushnell is their cox. In lane 6, North Shore, Michael Tyler, Jim Hole, Mel Gillespie, Peter Horton, Jeff Wannon, Alasdair Smith, Justin Peters, Jeffrey Franklin, Jennifer Pollock is their cox. And Mosman in lane 7, we have Peter Mayo, John Newcomb, Brian Ware, John May, John Streak, James Taylor, John Hardy, Philip Titterton and Sally Maspero as their coxswain.
So the crews in this race are, the Toowong crew was on a 21-second handicap. So they've had to sit at the start and watch the other crews, particularly the Mosman crew over in the I crew over in lane 7 and Melbourne University crew in lane 5, get a fair way down the track before they're allowed to start. St George and North Shore were both H crews with a 12-second handicap. And they're through the 500 in the second division, second heat of the men's Club 8, with Melbourne University just a fraction in front of the Mosman crew, followed closely by Toowong and North Shore. Okay, we have a really tight race coming down to the last 100 metres, the last 250 metres of this race. The Mosman crew, who went off go, just holding a slight lead over the Melbourne University crew who are also off go. So the chasing pack, Toowong over in lane 3, powering home. But it looks like they might run out of room here. But remembering it's first, second, third and fourth going through to the final. So it looks like the Melbourne University crew and the Mossman crew over in lane 7 are just winding it down now, getting across the line and making sure that they get their good position into the final for the later on this afternoon. The North Shore crew, it looks like that they'll pick up that all-important 4th position with the St George crew just a little bit behind. So we have Mossman in lane 7 coming across the line in first, Melbourne University coming across in 2nd position, the Toowong in 3rd and North Shore in 4th. On this course at the moment, we have race 66, the Mixed Masters A and B quad. So this will be a very fast race. We have in lane 2, Griffith University Surfers Paradise Composite of Matthew Napper, Andrea Painter, Michelle Holland and Andy Menzies. In lane 3, we have the Newcastle Uni crew of Christy Hinton, Odin McIntosh, Rowan Hislop and Chantel Lindsay. In lane 4, Glebe, Kate Wareham, Callum Steele, Tony Rogers and Elizabeth Dorian. In lane 5, Powerhouse, Lucinda Rodriguez, Emily Harridge, Chris Schlitt and Alex Wilcox. In lane 6, we have the Banks Composite of Katrina Reynolds, Michael Murphy, Ebony Ebenwalder and Heinrich Vence. In lane 7, Glebe, Elizabeth Lester, Ben Nagapa, Andy Wigan and Ella Barnard. In lane 8, the ADF Composite of Sarah Leon, Sorrel Woodward, Benjamin Lim, Christopher Boston. And in lane 9, Newcastle Composite of Phoebe Sanders, Ben Homer, Brad Smith and Candice Day. I see that quite a few of these names have backed up from the mixed doubles, which were only, Hannah, were only half an hour or so ago. So they'll be really know they're having a big day out on the course for this first day of the Australian Masters Nationals.
Yes, Rob, it'll be a big push for these guys who have just come off the back of doubles racing. But coming over the 500 metre mark now, we've got in first place the Newcastle Glebe Composite, second Newcastle University, and in third place the ADF Rowing Composite as well.
So across that 500 metre mark, we had the Newcastle Glebe Composite, the Newcastle University, ADF ANU, Banks Composite, Glebe, Griffith University, Surfers Paradise Composite, Powerhouse and Glebe in that order. They're coming down to the through the 250 metre mark, and it's frantic out here with the crew over in the Newcastle University crew. Looks like they have just a slight slight lead over the crew right over on this side, the Newcastle Composite. So there's a battle for Newcastle here at the moment, and certainly it is red hot as we come towards the line. The Banks Composite and Glebe fighting it out for that third and fourth position, but it looks like the Newcastle Composite over the other side will hold on for first place, followed closely by the Newcastle Composite. The Toowong Banks Composite just getting over the top of the Glebe Composite on the line. Griffith University Surfers Paradise Composite and ADF, followed by Powerhouse and the second Glebe crew coming down to the line and crossing the line to complete this race. On the line now we have race 67, the Mixed Masters D Quad Scull Division 1. St George Composite, Katrina Davis, Heidi Lindahl, Alan Robertson and Ayrton Ramos. In lane 2, Essendon, Corey Leach, Manpreet Sidhu, Ricky White, Matt Croker. In lane 3, Yara Yara, Catherine Carr, Kelly Lewis, Patricia Sepulveda, Jack Chisiakumis. In lane 4, Gulwar, Steph Wilden, Simon Burr, Cam Wilson and Kate Tebneff. In lane 5, Corowa Composite, Leanne Martin, Andrew Leanne, Simon McFarlane and Julie Underwood. In lane 6, Pine Rivers, Ian Flockhart, Anne Holmes, M. Schneider, Peter Zielau. In lane 7, Corio Bay, Fiona Wild, Marcus Tyrrell, Richard Axe and Justine Tonner-Joyce. In lane 8, Manning River Composite, Joanne McPhillamy, Sally Webbeck, Nick Johnson and Rhett Patterson. And in lane 9, Endeavour, Peter Bauman, Sarah Barnes, David Percival, Rosalie Furness. So once again on the live stream, we're right behind some of the cruisers there coming down the course. Can't quite pick that crew up in the silhouette, but certainly it's a close race. And once again, you know, the ratings right up, and as they head down towards the 500-metre mark, it looks like the crews on this side of the course have a little bit of an advantage at this point. Well, how wrong I was. The St George Composite over in lane 1 is holding the slightest of leads over the Corowa, Windery, Ballarat Composite and Endeavour. Less than a second covering those 3 crews. So the lead is spread right across the field, Hannah. So we have the St George Composite, and it appears to be the crew right over here, the Manning River Composite, really going out and pushing them. And in the middle of the field, it looks to be the Corowa Composite and the Corio Bay, all in the mix here and coming down the line. Remember, this is an out-and-out race here. There's no progression to a final. So first across the line is the winner. Yes, the St George Composite crew of Davis, Lindale, Robertson and Ramos are holding a handy lead now. Katrina Davis up there in the bow, really powering it through and helping to get across the line, followed closely by the Corowa Composite, just getting ahead of the Manning River and Corio Bay. Endeavour coming across the line in fourth place, over to Yarra Yarra, Pine Rivers and Essendon Rowing Club. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the Mixed Masters AB Quad. And third position and bronze medal winners, the Banks, Ballarat and Toowong Composite of Katrina Reynolds, Michael Murphy, Ebony Ebenwelder and Heinrich Vence. And in first position and gold medalist, Newcastle University, Christy Hinton, Odin McIntosh, Rowan Hislop and Chantel Lindsay. It's helping congratulating the crews and medal winners in the Mixed Masters A and B Quad.
Coming now, we've got race 68, the Mixed Masters D Quad Division 2. In lane 1, we've got Tamar, Narelle Hayes, Marie Colson, Stuart Doyle and Mark Bonham. In lane 2, we've got the North Shore from New Zealand, Emily Nebula, Mark Robinson, Martin Sharrock and Natalie Taylor. Lane 3, Shoalhaven, Mary Ambrose, Chris Turner, Harry Davis and Georgina Owens. In lane 4, Lake Macquarie, Kristen Berry, Trudy MacDonald, Stuart Boyd and Jeremy Smith. In lane 5, North-Est Composite, Tasman Brew, Sandra Wilson, Tom Wilcox and Patrick Bird. From Drummoyne in lane 6, we've got Andrew Patterson, Nicholas Brown, Jodie Panagopoulos and Marcella Cox. From Black Mountain, lane 7, we have Jenny Simmons, Mark Patridge, Ian Mongan and Pamela Nash. Lane 8, St George Composite, Rayleigh Ison, Michelle Duzel, Brad Smith and Stephen Harrison. And Noosa Composite in lane 9, Charlene Harmon, Fernanda Correa, John King and John Eddington.
And they're well through the 500 metre mark now, and through the 500 metre mark we had Tamar going through first, followed by the Black Mountain crew, North-Est Composite, Drummoyne, Lake Macquarie, St George Composite, North Shore New Zealand, Shoalhaven Composite and Noosa Composite. And right over there in lane 1, we have the Tamar crew. Looks to be fighting it out for the middle of the field. The crew in the middle of the field, the North-esque composite at the moment, followed closely by the Black Mountain composite. The real ding-dong battle going on there for 4th and 5th position, but the Tamar River crew of Hayes, Coulson, Doyle and Bonham look like they'll hold out the fast-finishing North-esque composite and the Black Mountain crew to take the first position, followed closely by the Lake Macquarie composite, the North-esque composite, Black Mountain, Drummoyne and Lake Macquarie, St George composite, North Shore New Zealand, Shoalhaven and the Noosa composite just crossing the line to conclude the race. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for Division 1 of the Mixed Masters D Quad Scull. In 3rd position and bronze medalist, Manning River Composite, Joanne McPhillamy, Sally Webbick, Nick Johnson, and Rhett Patterson. In 2nd position and silver medalist, Corowa Composite, Leanne Martin, Andrew Leon, Simon McFarlane, and Julie Underwood. And in 1st place and gold medalist, St George Composite, Katrina Davis, Heidi Lindahl, Alan Robertson, and Ayrton Grania Ramos. Please congratulate all crews and gold medalists in the Mixed Masters D Quad Scull. On the course at the moment, we have the race 69, the Mixed Masters F to G double. In lane 1, Dragons, Martina Proctor, Andrew Retty. In lane 2, Riverway, Jacqueline De Jong, Wayne Roy. In lane 3, Noosa, Michael Robinson, Jane Fitzpatrick. In lane 4, St George, Joanne Ward and Glenn Shooter. In lane 5, Glebe, Mika Kelly and Robert Fendall. In lane 6, Melbourne Composite, Louise Avery and Roderick Ian Jones. In lane 7, Nagambie, Wendy Cotter and Andy Horsberg. In lane 8, Nepean, Palmina Grady and Paul Grady. And in lane 9, Murdoch University, Linda Peppel and Alan Barry.
With 250 metres left, it's looking like Nagambie and Nepean are battling it out for first place. It's going to be a very interesting finishing for us down here. And along over the other side, we have Riverway competing for that third or second place as well. Lanes 7, 8 and 2 really battling it out here for the podium finish. Who is going to win?
Yeah, certainly a close race at the moment. But the Riverway crew over on the other side there looks to have snuck a bit of a lead over the crew over here in lane 7. The Nagambie crew with the Nepean crew, the husband and wife of Paul and Palmina Grady, really pushing to the line. But Riverway will just get there ahead of the Nagambie and Nepean Rowing Club. Very tight for fourth, bit of a photo for fourth between Dragons and St George. Followed over here by Noosa Rowing Club coming across. We've got Murdoch University will now crossing the line in front of the Glebe crew and the Melbourne Composite coming down to the line with about another 4 or 5 strokes to go to complete this race. Just an announcement that there is no training in the afternoons. That is neither today, tomorrow or Saturday. No training on the course for the next 3 days in the afternoon.
Race 70, the Mixed Masters F to G double sculls. We have in lane 1, Karam with David Rafter and Helen Kelly. Lane 2 from Perth, we have Gary March and Kathy Ride. Lane 3, Drummoyne, Douglas Stewart and Rowena Stewart. Lane 4, Clifton, Helen Wood and Gus Burhan. In lane 5, Toowong, Svetlana Vikolov and Robert Gunningham. Lane 6, Perth, Celia Cornwell and Craig Hoxtable. Shell Harbour City in lane 7, John DeFont and Heather Gavin. And in lane 8, Horoweno Composite, Nikki Douglas and Kevin Horan. And in lane 9, Ulverstone Composite of Simon Jones and Michael Wilson.
And we have a close race here with the Horowhenua crew, a composite crew over in lane 8, with it holding a slight lead over, it appears to be the Ulverston composite crew in lane 9. So it's a full field across here for this race. The crew over in Clifton in lane 4 looks to be holding down third place at the moment. But yeah, the crew from Horowhenua really pushing away now, and they will take this win in this Division 2 of the Masters F to G double scull, closely followed by the Ulverston Composite and Clifton Rowing Club. So New Zealand crews really faring well in this event. So they come. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for Division 1 of the Mixed Masters F to G double scull. In third place and bronze medalists, Nepean Rowing Club, Palmina Grady and Paul Grady. In second place and silver medalists, Nagambie, Wendy Cotter and Adam Horsburgh. And gold medalists, Riverway, Jacqueline de Jong and Wayne Roy. Please help congratulate crews in the Mixed Masters F to G double scull. On the course of the moment, we have race 71, the Mixed Masters F to G double scull, Division 3. This is certainly the F to G mixed doubles are proving to be a very popular event. So we have in lane 1, Nagambie, Lee McIntyre, Susan Andrews. In lane 2, the West Australian Rowing Club composite of Michelle Main and Daryl Salisbury. In lane 3, we have the Nelson Rowing Club crew of Maud O'Connell and Chris Brooks. In lane 4, Dragons, Tracy Capes and Guy Elliott. In lane 5, Clifton, Kay Poynton and Kerry Dombrowski. In lane 6, Mersey, Simon Knoll, Alison Kirkwood. In lane 7, Mercer Composite, Rebecca Caro and Anne Cleaver. And in lane 8, Pine Rivers, Jeffrey Ward and Solveig Ward. So of course Rebecca Caro, one of our commentators in this race for the Mercer Composite in lane 7. And they look to be out with Pine Rivers, it looks like. Mercer and Mercy with lead over the rest of the field at the moment. So as we're coming down to the last 100 metres, we're getting into the red boys. It appears to be the Mercer Composite crew of Rebecca Caro and Alan Cleaver, who have a clear lead over the rest of the field. The Mersey crew from Tasmania really pushing to try to stay with them as they go, but certainly they're the Mercer Composite crew and North Shore from New Zealand crew of Caro and Cleaver will be unchallenged towards the line and take over a very good win in this division of the F to G mixed double, followed closely by Mersey, the Western Australia Fremantle Composite, followed by Nelson Rowing Club, Pine Rivers, Clifton, Nagambie and Dragons. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for race 70, the Mixed Masters F2G Double Scull Division 2. And in third place, Clifton Rowing Club, Helen Wood and Gus Bergen. In second position and silver medalist, Ulverston Composite, Simone Jones from Shoalhaven and Michael Wilson from Ulverston Rowing Club. That was right. Yeah. Oh.
Race 72, Mixed Masters F2G Double Scull Division 4. Union in lane 2, Jennifer Evans and Robert Evans. Lane 3, Drummoyne, Lydia Maldivanic and Maurice Sizzy. In lane 4, we've got Shoalhaven, David Eddington and Lida Eddington. In lane 5, Endeavour Composite, Robert Wallace and Chris Brennan. Newcastle in lane 6, Phoebe Saunders and John McLeod. Commercial Composite in lane 7, Ian Holzberger and Maddie Martin, my apologies. Lane 8, Riverside, Mark Johnston and Claire Sweeney. And the Manning River Composite in lane 9, Sue Edwards and Phil Malkerton.
Thank you, Hannah. And through the 500 metre mark, it's Riverside with a handy lead over the Endeavour Lake Macquarie Composite, followed by Union, Shoalhaven, Drummoyne, Newcastle, Commercial, Brisbane Composite and Manning River. So it's fairly tight in the middle there, but the first two crews have got a little bit of a jump over the rest of their field. So as we come down to the 250 metre mark, it looks on this side like the over in lane 8, the Riverside crew of Johnson and Sweeney holding a slight advantage over the Endeavour Composite of Wallace and Brennan. Back to the very tight across the field for that for lanes 2, 4 and 5 for the vying for that third place bronze medal. So as we're coming down to the line, we're into the last 100 metres. We've hit the red buoys. The Riverside crew of Mark Johnson and Claire Sweeney have pulled out to about a length and a half lead over the Endeavour Lake Macquarie composite of Robert Wallace and Chris Brennan, and will hold on to take the win in Division 4 of the Mixed Masters F2G Double Scull. Crossing the line now. Endeavour Composite crossing in second, and the Union Rowing Club crossing in third place. Race 73 is currently on the course, the Mixed Masters F2G Double Scull Division 5. These divisions of this F2G Double Scull just keep on coming. So in lane 2, Mackay Rowing Club of Michael Wolford and Jane Dugara. In lane 3, Mersey from Tasmania, the Mary Hanson, Gregory Marshall. In lane 4, Glebe, Catherine Maxwell and Mark Tejan. In lane 5, Shoalhaven, Astrid Quinn and Andre Mednes. In lane 6, North Shore, New Zealand, Sharon Ducker and Gordon Williams. In lane 7, Melbourne Composite, Vicky Charles and Stephen Mollard. In lane 8, Perth Composite, Ken Price and Deb Barry. And in lane 9, Tablelands, Karen Ross and David Blair. Coming through the 500 metre mark now, and it's very, very close with only 0.4 of a second and second between first, second and third. Mersey crossing first, followed by the North Shore, New Zealand, Melbourne Commercial Composite and the Glebe crew just a little bit further back with them. Perth Murdoch University very close behind. Mackay, Tablelands, Shoalhaven a little bit further back. So the conditions out here continue to be just perfect rowing conditions. The temperatures, it's just a great temperature, so it's not too hot, not too cold, and certainly not a breath of wind on the course. So we have North Shore in New Zealand hitting the red boys, and it's a great race over there with the crew from Mersey over on the lane 3, pushing towards the pushing up, and they may have just got their nose in front of this race. So so frantic work being done in the North Shore boat, got the rating up, but the Mersey crew certainly have got the run in the boat at the moment and hold a slender 1 metre lead over the North Shore crew from New Zealand, and then the Melbourne Composite crew in lane 7. Looks like they're comfortably into third place. So Mersey followed by North Shore and Melbourne Composite. The medal presentation for race 72, the Mixed Masters F2G Double Division 4. And in second place, the Endeavour Composite. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation for the Mixed Masters F2G Double Scull Division 4. In third and bronze position, Union, Jennifer Evans and Robert Evans. In second place and silver medalists, Endeavour Composite, Lake Macquarie, Robert Wallace and Chris Brennan. And in first place and gold medalists from Riverside Rowing Club, Mark Johnson and Claire Sweeney. Please congratulate crews in the Mixed Masters F2G Double Scull. We now move on to race 74, the Mixed Masters F2G Double Scull Division 6. We look to have all crews out there. Curtin University in lane 2, Richard Jones and Sharon Ann Jones. In lane 3, Murwillumbah Composite, Gay Pullen and Gary Betts. In lane 4, St George Composite, Ian Luxford and Christine McCready. In lane 5, Bairnsdale, Lynn Broad and Ivan Knight. In lane 6, Murdoch University, Greg Vines and Melissa Harpley. In lane 7, Melbourne, Val Dow and Michael Ducking. In lane 8, Melbourne Composite, Julia Wood and Rodney Stewart. And in lane 9, ANU, Sue Donahue and Peter McCartney. Now, if I'm not mistaken, the lane 8 and 9, Melbourne Composite and the ANU crew teamed up for a mixed quad not too many races ago. So a little bit of a competition happening there, I would imagine. And it does look, the competition does look to be between those crews and the crew of Ian Luxford and Christine McCready from St George over in lane 4. And that's exactly how they went through the 500 metres. St George Sunshine Coast going through in first place with a slight slender lead over the Melbourne Exeter Composite, and ANU in third, Murwillumbah Manning, Melbourne, Bairnsdale, Curtin University, Drummoyne and Murdoch University. And coming down to the line, we have a cracking race here at the moment between the St George Composite with and Sunshine Coast Composite and the Melbourne Composite of Julia Wood and Rodney Stewart, and it looks like they will hold on and just take the win over the St George Sunshine Coast Composite, followed closely by the ANU Composite. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the Mixed Masters F2G Double Scull Division 5. In third position and bronze medalist, Melbourne Composite, Vicky Charles and Stephen Mollard. In second position and silver medalist, North Shore, New Zealand, Sharon Ducker and Gordon Williams. And in first place and gold medalist, Mersey, Mary Hansen and Gregory Marshall. Please join in congratulating crews in the Mixed Masters F2G Double Scull. Race 75 on the course at the moment, the Mixed Masters C4+. In lane 3, Riverside, Melanie Innes, Hilary Pagani, Greg Walters, Huey Dombrowski, and Cox Peter Smith. In lane 4, Leichhardt, Daniela Borgia, Jennifer Zonga, David Raymond, Charles Buzzacott, and Cox Ruth Kelly. In lane 5, Adelaide University Composite, Susie Ross, Andrew Tideman, Finn Sprackling, Joanne Malcolm, and Angie Frankow, Coxon. In lane 6, Karam, Cindy Plowman, Angelique Everett, Drew Holman, Stuart Gilbert, and Coxon Jessica Cuddy. And in lane 7, the ADF rowing composite of Cyril Woodward, Belinda Bowman, Ben Farrell, Owen Hingston, and Alice Clayton Coxon. But it is a clear lead at the moment by the Leichhardt crew of Daniela Borgia, Jennifer Zonga, David Raymond, and Charles Buzzacott, with Ruth Kelly holding a handy lead over the Adelaide University Composite. And a close race between the Riverside crew over in lane 3 and Karam over on this side of the crew. The two Victorian crews pushing to the line, but no trouble there at all for the Leichhardt crew crossing the line to take first place with the Adelaide University Composite crew coming across the line to take second, and Karam just squeezing out Riverside to take that third position. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for race 58, the Mixed Masters C Double Division 3. In second position and silver medalist, Black Mountain Composite of Kirsten Berry and Ian Mongan. And in first position and gold medalists, Heidi Lindahl and Andy Wiggin. And I think we might have had third place Tasmania University just tagging in there, of Jane Hilliard and Lloyd Osborne. Please join in congratulating crews for the Mixed Masters C Double Scull. While we're waiting for the next medal presentation, just a reminder that there is no training on the course on any of the afternoons of the Australian Masters Rowing Championships. Race 76 currently on the course, the Mixed Masters E4 Plus, with the Karam Composite of Ritchie, Lloyd Smith, Mersell, Coker and Fisherman. Lane 5, Murwillumbah Composite of Johnson, Reese, G, Brew and Lincoln. The Lane 6 is the Toowong crew of Anderson, Grady, Thomas, Clements and Ethan Stokes in Coxon. And the Drummoyne Composite of Haythornthwaite, Panagopoulos, Howarth and Colin Chapman with Zoe Morrison, Coxon. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the Mixed Masters F to G Double Scull. In third position and bronze medalists Sue Donoghue and Peter McCartney. In second position, the St George Composite of Ian Luxford and Christine McCready, and in first place and gold medalist, the Melbourne Composite of Julia Wood and Rodney Stewart. Please join in congratulating all crews for the Mixed Masters F to G Double Scull. We have a start in race 77, the Men's Masters J Single Scull. In lane 1, Lake Macquarie, Bruce Sharp. In lane 2, Corio Bay, James Weatherly. Lane 3, Scratch, Murwillumbah. Lane 4, Riverside, Paul Gunson. In lane 5, Manning River, Ray Beaton. And in lane 6, Murwillumbah, John McDonald. So this event coming down at the moment, we have a combined race with the K and L crews as well. So in lane 7, Canberra, John Simpson, and in lane 8, North Shore, John James. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for race 75, the Mixed Masters C4+. And in third position and bronze medalist, Carrum Rowing Club, Cindy Plowman, Angelique Everett, Drew Holman, Stuart Gilbert, and coxswain Jessica Cuddy. And in second place and silver medalist, Adelaide University Composite, Susie Ross from Adelaide University. Andrew Tideman, Adelaide Rowing Club. Finn Sprackling, Adelaide University. And Joanne Malcolm, Adelaide University. Angie Francow, Cox. And in first place and gold medalist, Leichhardt Rowing Club, Daniela Bourget, Jennifer Zonga, David Raymond, and Charles Buzzacott, Ruth Kelly Cox. Please put your hands together and congratulate all crews in the Mixed Masters C4+. So in this mixed J, L, M and K single scull, we have Bruce Sharp went through the 500 metres in the lead, just slightly ahead of Paul Gunson and John Simpson, John McDonald from Corio Bay, North Shores, John James and Manning Rivers, Ray Beaton. But it looks like over on the far side of the course, Bruce Sharp has pulled out a very handy lead over the Riverside sculler of Paul Gunson. Both these rowers are in the J division, but it looks like there is no stopping Bruce Sharp in lane 1, who has a commanding lead now over the rest of the field, and looks like we'll take out this event barring no mishaps. Got the rating, still just swinging along, and got the rating and the race well and truly under control. Right over on this side, though, we have a very close contest between the Manning River and Murwillumbah and Canberra crews. So Bruce Sharp crosses the line from Lake Macquarie in first place, followed by Paul Gunson from Riverside. A very, very tight finish, and the Canberra sculler stopped before the line, just allowing the Murwillumbah sculler of John McDonald to scrape in for that third place. John James now just coming down and crossing the line. We still have Ray Beaton in lane 5 from Manning River Rowing Club with about another 10 or 12 strokes to go to cross the line and complete this field. On the line now we have the Women's Masters Champion 8 final. North Shore Rowing Club in lane 1. In lane 2, Commercial Rowing Club. In lane 3, ANA. In lane 4, Toowong. In lane 5, University of Queensland. In lane 6, Torrens. In lane 7, North Shore. In lane 8, Melbourne. And in lane 9, Mossman Rowing Club. Once again, this is the Women's Champions 8, so it is a handicapped event. So we will have the North Shore crew in lane 1 off go, the North Shore crew in lane 7 off go, then followed by Commercial, ANA and Toowong off 6 seconds, Melbourne off 10 seconds and University of Queensland off 10 seconds, then Mossman off 14 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation for the Mixed Masters E4. And in third place and bronze medalist, Carrum Composite, Elizabeth Ritchie, Anya Lloyd-Smith, Ross Marcel, Simon Coker, and Jess Fishman, coached by Drew Holman. In second position and silver medalist, Toowong Rowing Club, Daniela Anderson, Wendy Grady, Danielle Thomas, Todd Clements, Ethan Stokes Coxon, coached by Terry Mulligan and Angelina Ellis. And in first position and gold medalist, Murwillumbah Yarra Yarra Composite, Michael Johnson, Michelle Johnson, David Reese, Anthony G, Tamsin Brew, and Sam Lincoln Coxon. Please put your hands together and congratulate all crews in the Mixed Masters E4+. And we have a start in race in the Women's Masters Champion Club 8. So it's again a handicapped event, so we'll see how it pans out when they go through the 500 metre mark. So we have the North Shore crew of Mary Walsh, Karen Knowles, Catherine James, Jane O'Hanlon, Wendy Samet, Sally Edwards, Virginia Fabro and Julie Wass with Jane Kavanagh Coxon in lane 1. Commercial, Christine Taylor, Michelle Holland, Joe Cook, Louise Street, Georgina Gardner, Debbie Flynn, Andrea Painter and Andrea Connolly with Edwina Luck in the Coxon. Lane 3, A&A, Sue Howard-Smith, Kay Jansen, Jenny Longman, Frances Stanley, Renee Bravelli, Indra Sivakuludu, Alyssa Mansell, Sandra Clark and Marianne Amato Cox. In lane 4, Toowong, Julianne Kelly, Frances O'Keefe, Julie Bourne, Jennifer Mills, Janelle Filkin, Jenny Conn, Tracy Evans, Kate Dabrowski and Svetlana Vikolov in Coxon. Coach Angelina Ellis. In lane 5, we have University of Queensland, Catherine Rodmell, Carla Forbes, Narelle Walters, Kathy Witt, Amanda Rukawai, Annie McDowell, Rachel Kinnamonth, Margot Drayden, Lily Lunny Coxon, Torrens, Sally Haynes, Robin Gray Gardner, Karen Farina, Gina Bell, Simone Ellis, Belinda Jowiak, Jankowiak, Tori Toogood, Emily Alcuri and Jed Watson. In lane 7, North Shore. We'll go straight to the action out on the field. So at the moment we have the University of Queensland crew is really pushing out in front with the North Shore crew over in lane 7. With the Mossman crew right on this side, remembering the Mossman crew was off the biggest handicap, so they will be flying. They've overcome nearly all that 14 seconds handicap, and looks like they're going to overrun the other crews. The University of Queensland crew not going to give up without a real fight, but all the momentum at the moment is with the Mossman crew over in lane 9, and it looks like they're just holding on, but the University of Queensland's found something else, and they're really powering it up as they go through. It's going to be very, very close race. These two crews out in front of the other crews, and the Mossman crew looks like it will just hang on, do enough to cross the line in first place. University in Queensland in second, North Shore in lane 7 in third, the Melbourne in lane 8 in fourth, followed by Torrens and Commercial, A&A, North Shore, Toowong and the A&A crew coming down to the line. The medal presentation for the lightweight men's master single scull. Bruce Sharp being presented with the gold medal for the men's Masters J single scull. In the men's lightweight, men's J single scull, John McDonald from Murwillumbah in second and silver medal position. And Paul Gulson, Riverside, in first place in the lightweight men's J single scull. The men's race 83, the men's Club 8 final is currently on the course. Lane 2, University of New South Wales. Lane 3, Toowong. Lane 4, Melbourne. Lane 5, Mossman. Lane 6, Adelaide University. Lane 7, Melbourne University. Lane 8, Sydney. And Lane 9, North Shore Rowing Club. And through the 500 metre mark, and we have the Mossman crew holding a slender advantage over the Melbourne University crew, followed by Toowong, North Shore and Adelaide University, with Sydney, Melbourne and University of New South Wales completing the field. But the handicap's coming into play, so we won't really know until we get to the line how that plays out across the finish line. So from where we sit, Mossman still appear to have a slight advantage over the Melbourne Uni crew over in lane 7, followed by the Toowong crew over in lane 3. But as you can see now, the Melbourne crew really pushing through over there in lane 4 as they beat the handicap down. But it looks like the Mossman crew is going to hold on to that lead. They're into the red boys coming down to the line. They're holding about a 3/4 of a length lead over the Melbourne Uni crew. But over in lane 3, the Toowong crew really pushing it home now. It's going to be a little bit closer than what it appeared, but certainly out in front. Barring any mishap, the Mossman crew will cross the line to take out the men's Club 8. Followed closely by Melbourne Uni. Oh, it's very close on the line between lanes 3 and 6. With the Melbourne crew just fading a little bit on the line. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the Women's Masters Champion Club 8. And in third and bronze medal position, North Shore Rowing Club, Sue Walter, Susan Wannon, Jeanette Pendleton, Louise McCouch, Rachel Lash, Nicola Kennedy, Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell, Cox Kelly Marsh, and coached by Kim Rudder. And in second position and silver medalist, University of Queensland, Catherine Rodmell, Carla Forbes, Norelle Walters, Kathy Witt, Amanda Rukwai, Annie McDowell, Rachel Kinnenmonth, Margot Drayden, Lily Lunny Coxon, and coached by Edward Drayden. And in first place and gold medalists, Mossman Rowing Club, Sarah Hill, Lucy Stackpool-Moore, Alexandra Walding, Amy Clay, Kelly Ross, Christina Larson, Kim Laurie, Carissa Kleiman, Chloe Urita Cox, coached by James Taylor. Please join in congratulating crews in the Women's Masters Champion Club 8. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the Men's Champion Club 8. And in third position and bronze medalist, Toowong Rowing Club. In third position and bronze medalist, Toowong Rowing Club, Bob Law. Jeff Conn. Chris Gastine. Nick Walrock. Trevor Bettany. Roger Gould. Gavin Keeley. Peter Gell and coxswain Asher Underhill. And in second position and silver medalist, Melbourne University, Jim Morrison, Paul Bridgeford, David Yates, Richard Parker, Paul Ferguson, Tom Wood, Mike Kerrin, Greg Longden, and coxswain Graham Bushnell. And in first place and gold medalists, Mossman Rowing Club, Peter Mayo, John Newcomb, Brian Weir, John May, John Sturick, James Taylor, John Hardy, Philip Titterton, and Sally Maspero, coxswain, coached by Steve Gordon. Please congratulate crews in the Men's Masters Champion 8 and Champions Mossman Rowing Club. And that concludes our racing and medal presentations for the first day of the Australian Masters Rowing Championships 2023. We thank you to our sponsors and look forward to seeing you all back here bright and early tomorrow morning for the resumption of races.